turned to ashes. It made me who I am today. I escaped from the latches of shadows chasing me down. I'm not gonna run, I am standing my ground. Wherever I go, fear does not follow. Even when the storm hits and hell is abound.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Summer 2024. Thankfully, I didn't get that wrong. Probably going to say spring, but it may not be until day 3 or 4 that I'm on the show. That's when it normally lapses. But at least today we started off strong. I'm Atlas. This is Ox. Ox, are you excited to be back on the casting desk? You were here yesterday, having a bit of a Digon welcome session. How you doing?
Yeah, good time.
Into the cast?
Good time. It was fun. Yeah, excited for the cast. I think we got 2 series where, you know, sometimes we get these one-sided series in the LCK where it's pretty easy to see who's going to come out on top. I feel like this one, you know, one of them's got KT, so you can never really know.
Yeah.
And the second one, I think, as well, 2 teams typically close in the standings.
Yeah, the last series is definitely a don't let your memes, your dreams be memes type series. But let's have a look at some of the roster changes that we have for you today. And we thought that KT were going to be having a bit of a chill one, but no. Starting things out, calling up casting, and Perfect and Casting have been very used to trading places with one another.
And that's just me. Perfect casting, you know?
Oh, yeah, there you go.
Yeah, casting obviously playing in the CL squad. Seen a little bit of him last season where, you know, he put up some solid performances.
Yeah.
And I feel like Perfect at times looked solid last split, but it wasn't fully convincing over the whole course of it. And definitely towards the end, KT didn't get quite the results they were hoping for. So changing that one out. And on the other side, Quantum Freaks have swapped out their AD carries. So Bull obviously came to the roster. The roster kind of had a revitalization with him, but they've opted to go with Leaper for the time being.
Yeah, they are very used to taking players from the DRX Academy system and putting them into their team. They did that with Taeun, of course, and now they're doing it again with Leaper. And we'll see how he's going to go up against another former DRX player in Deft. This matchup should theoretically lean towards KT. And when matchups theoretically lean towards KT, you get your coin out to see whether or not it is going to be the case. And we'll just have to find out. 5th place versus 6th place, of course. 5th is pretty understandable for a team that's pretty much a coin flip every time they enter the Rift.
Well, I remember you did your overreactions and you put KT first.
Yeah, I don't know whether I'm going to do that again.
As soon as you did that, I knew they were not going to perform and ended up in 5th. And yeah, 96-1 veteran. How old does that make you feel right now, Max?
Well, Yeah, quite old. Thankfully, we hired Dagon. So now I'm fine. I just look to him to be a bit older than me. And then everything's fine. Unless, like, I'm getting it wrong, and he's been lying to us this whole time, just saying that he's old because he looks about 15. So I don't know. It's really hard to figure it out. Anyway, casting is going to be moving up to the starting lineup for our first match here, and he will be playing in game number 1. This is something that we have seen in KT Challenger in the past, but this is going to be very, very interesting because, of course, he performed very, very well on KT in Challenger last season. See how he goes up against Dudu, which I think that a lot of people are wanting to see a bit more from. Of course, we know that Dudu is an incredibly powerful champion player, but we'll just see how he does this season. Let's hear from the players, though.
안녕하세요. 운동 프릭스의 서머에 새로 들어오게 된 원딜 리퍼 최기명이라고 합니다. 꿈은 계속 있었죠. LCK 밟아보는 게 꿈이니까 보통. 어린 나이가 아니라서 기회가 없겠다 싶어서 하게 된 것 같아요.
기회가 저로 인해서 뭔가 프로의 꿈을 잠시 내려놨다고 들었는데
2020년도에 연습생 생활을 했는데 협병 생활 보고 많이 벽을 느껴가지고 그만두게 됐던 것 같아요.
그때가 이제 4년이 흘렀잖아요. 그래서 다시 적을 만나게 된다니까 감회가 새롭습니다.
리퍼 선수도 짬이 있다 보니까 데프트 선수한테 밀리지 않을 거라고 생각하고 있어요.
진영아 첫 경기에 만나게 됐는데 많이 배웠으면 좋겠다.
형 이기면 서머가 잘 풀릴 것 같아서 벽을 한번 깨볼게.
그 벽 같이 부숴주겠습니다.
김영아, 프로가 생각보다 쉽지가 않더라. 진짜 많이 힘든데 일단 첫 경기는 내가 이길게.
저희 팀이 냉정하게 중하위권 정도라고 생각하는데 몸을 갈아서라도 후회 없이 한번 즐겨보겠습니다.
스프링 때 좀 많이 아쉬운 모습 보여드린 것 같은데
다들 칼 갈고 준비하고 있으니까 보여드리겠습니다.
And now it is time to welcome both teams to LoL Park here, starting with KT. And I want to say, that was a bit cheeky from Kyojik to say that, you know, Leaper should be, you know, trying to have that mindset of a pro player. They joined DRX Academy together in 2019.
Yeah.
At exactly the same time.
He literally just little broed him.
Yeah, he little broed him when they actually joined at the same. That's so Pyosik. I absolutely love it. Of course, Pyosik's career blossomed a little earlier than Leaper's did, but that is still absolutely hilarious to me. Welcoming a KT that probably were a little disappointed with where they turned out at the end of last season. We'll see whether they can come out with guns blazing here and in the first match.
Yeah,
I like that Pyosik's hair is a little bit frazzled as well. That means that you might bring that sort of craziness to the rim.
I just remember the Rammus game.
Yep.
You know, it was so much fun watching KT. Unless you're a fan of the team, then it was probably quite painful last split. But we definitely got a lot of enjoyment about some of the shenanigans. So this team, it always seemed like they were having fun until playoffs. But prior to that, it looked like they were having a really good time.
Exactly. Well, another team that wants to have a better time is the Blondog Freaks, making their way out behind their veteran top laner in Dudu, a player that has definitely made a name for himself here, but had a bit of a quieter spring. And Cuz, it's just good. He's just really good. And he's up against his former team in KT in the debut match for Summer. That is poignant and beautiful.
And I feel like Blondog Freaks, obviously very different now with Cuz coming in, with a lot of changes we've had since last year, but it always feels like this team, there's moments where we're like, we really believe in this team, and then they just kind of crumbles away. So a good start would mean a lot. Taking down KT, who are one above them in the standings, after an underperformance would definitely be a big name to take. But then keeping that momentum, keeping that level of play would be even bigger.
Yeah, I actually think that Quantum Freaks need a good start because we know that this team tends to have trouble in the second half of the season. So if they're not out on the right foot this time around, then we're going to be having a little bit of a rough one.
They need 100% lock-in for playoffs, because we know if it's like 99%, that's not necessarily enough for them.
Exactly, but let's say hello to Casting and Leaper here. Of course, Casting playing on a few different Academy teams, Gen G Academy and the Afrika Freaks Academy very early on, and is a few years older than Leaper here as well, despite the fact that Leaper did make his debut in 2019. So Casting, of course, with a few more accolades to his name, but interested to see what Leaper's going to be able to do in a team where oftentimes the AD carries sort of come out of nowhere, or they really struggle. And we'll just see where Leaper is going to fall.
Yeah, and I think most people look at Quantum Freaks. I think the top jungle is where you're really looking as being the strong point, the driving point for this roster. So I feel like you don't need to be the star for Quantum Freaks. You just need to be serviceable, delivering team fights, and Cuz and Dudu can do a lot of work to get you there. On the other side, I think there's a lot of hype for Casting. You know, coming off the back of a really strong spring finals MVP. I think Perfect was serviceable, but clearly they want to find an upgrade here in Casting, and we'll hopefully see him deliver today. And I think Dudu is a fantastic matchup to start against if you want to sort of make a solid name for yourself. Obviously, going up against someone like Zeus or Keen would be maybe a bit too much of a challenge, but I think this is an adequate challenge for Casting to kick off his LCK career with.
I would agree, and I also think that he deserves it. After having an incredible challenger, I think that organizations that promote their players that are doing well in secondary leagues is the best way to keep all of your players hungry, right? To keep everyone in the right mindset. And Casting and Perfect have been subbing in and out for quite some time. So it is going to be cool to see how it works, moved up to the highest echelon of League of Legends here in Korea. As Bulldog having a bit of a reset. Looking forward to seeing what he's going to be able to do as well. I remember, I mean, Chronicler would not shut up about this guy, but unfortunately hasn't really found the same trajectory as some of our other young mid laners may have. Looking at one that just became an MSI champion, for example.
Yeah, that guy's pretty good. I'd say Bulldog on the right champions, in the right meta, I really feel like he sort of comes into his own, but if the meta isn't favored towards him, if he can't move on to his champions, if he's target banned, that's where we can really see the team struggle. Ultimately, though, I feel like a bit of a difference we're having is it's a lot more of a jungle carry focused meta, you know? Before it was these tank junglers, a lot more on the mid laner to be the carry, but now we're seeing things like the Nidalee, and I'm just excited for this matchup between Cuz and Pioshek, and I really want to see Cuz take over a game on the back of these carry junglers.
And I think that it kind of suits Pioshek's playstyle as well. We know that this guy loves things like the Kindred, but he has been one of these carry junglers in the past as well, even if you don't necessarily think of that as sort of his doing. Like the Udi is probably one of them, the Hecarims, things like that, were more his wheelhouse when he did gain some notoriety, but has been a carry jungler in the past and has been able to make things happen. So we'll just have to see how it goes onto the Rift here. And Beryl, what's Beryl going to do? Does he have anything crazy for us? Is it going to be, you know, a Zyra pick that we think is going to go to Pioshek, and then Beryl's like, nah, man, I got this. And we just, for some reason, have Zyra support. I don't know.
We've seen a lot of tank supports rushing Warmogs, and I feel like Beryl will take that and go, wow, I feel immortal. I can do anything.
Yeah.
And then extrapolate to he'll go in 1v5 and probably die.
Yeah, on Bard.
And then later in the game, he'll make a second gate. Warmog's Bard? Why not? You know, it checks out.
You may as well. Well, here we are into Pick and Ban for game number 1. Rumble already taken away from Dudu. And there is the Kalista ban up against Deft. We've seen that certain anthropods have been left up and available. You guys were having... There was a discussion on Cast yesterday about what kind of animal Skarner was, or scorpions are.
Yeah.
And it really bothered me.
Yeah?
Yeah.
You're an expert because you're from...
I mean, arthropods are really cool.
Yeah.
You know, like wearing the skeleton on the outside and stuff like that. They're like super dope creatures, and I think that they deserve a little bit more recognition. Probably should have got it on the broadcast yesterday, but that's okay. We will not drop the ball like that anymore in the future. As Ziggs going to be taken away here from Leaper or Bulldog. Of course, Bulldog a bit of a Ziggs connoisseur, and there it is. There is the Skarner ban. Not having to deal with it. Banned out on blue side as well, so Casting not wanting to play it.
Yeah, I wonder if we're going to see... Nidalee was really high prioritized yesterday. It's been prioritized in the LPL as well, so will they opt to ban this away on 3? Varus is still open and available as well. They will ban the Nidalee. Do they pick up the Varus? Another combo we saw have great success yesterday was the Celia Vi combo.
But we didn't see this let through, right? I think we saw Senna banned in every single game. So that'll go over to Deft here, and we'll see what CV Max has cooking.
Yep, this
as far as the response.
Ban rate, very popular in the LKL, but wasn't left open once. Nautilus is banned though, so can't pair it up with that, but obviously Tom's still available. Quantum Freak's toying with the idea of picking up this Ashe. Ashe doing pretty well after the 80 carry itemization changes, and obviously can be flexed to the support role as well, but not really seeing it as much as we used to.
Yeah, it's been a little bit more in the hands of the 80 carries. It was Viper that was playing it yesterday, if memory serves. And let's see what they're going to pair with it. Unless Cuz is going to take a priority jungler here, there are, you know, a few things still up and available, although with the Nidalee banned away, sort of the cream of the crop, not quite there. And Bulldog, back to an old favorite perhaps, as the Tristana is being considered. So, at a premium, AP junglers. So Brand coming to mind. You know, we saw Sylvia, I believe, playing that one yesterday. A little bit of fun. And Pioshik is just on the board. Unless, never mind. This could, there's a couple of junglers to be locked in, a couple of supports, theoretically, to be locked in.
Yeah, there's still options still. We saw, obviously, Carrier playing the Sejuani with the Senna last season, so there's potential for that, keeping it open as a flex. And I feel like having the Sejuani is a little bit dangerous, because particularly, you know, we just saw the Lilia hover. Junglers, AP junglers can really just run away with the momentum, and then essentially it's just a target you can unload your abilities on. This looks like they'll just go for the Maokai, though. We did see the Maokai, like the damage over time build with First Strike.
Yeah.
With the, I believe it was a Leandries and then into more tanks, so the opportunity to do that does make me think maybe they'll opt to go for a bit more AP in the top lane to sort of round out the composition. But regardless, go in the ban phase. I feel like, you know, you're probably thinking the Sejuani's jungle, but you're not for sure. They decided to ban away the Vi because they're not certain themselves. I wonder if you would want to take away the Tahm Kench to really force that Sejuani into the bot lane, you know, remove the options that pair with the Senna.
Yeah, a few different choices here. I do like the fact that KT have kind of left things open, with the fact that even Jax could be flexed around if they would like to. Casting not necessarily blinding that, as the Corki going to be taken away. And the Melee are going to be followed up by Watt here, as KT look to thin out the support pool just a little bit.
Yeah, you know, you could even throw a ban towards the Cassante at this point.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind it.
Especially with Judu being on the other side, obviously really solid on that pick. Going for the Poppy instead, though, we'll ban that one away. And I feel like if you're Quantum Freaks, you know that Jax is almost certainly going top.
Yeah.
Maybe you just take top lane here, you take the Cassante for Judu, and then save counter pick for support so you know where the Sejuani is going. You could even put the Maokai in the support role if you're Quantum Freaks if you really want. So giving yourself the most options possible. Now, there is a world where KT flex the Jax, the jungle, and the Sejuani support. They could, in theory, do that and try and get a better matchup, but you're into Cassante. I'm not sure how much of an edge you're going to get. So I expect we'll probably just see Jax top, Sejuani jungle. Looks like they're going to go for that Tahm Kench that was left open. Very good against the Ashe Arrow, obviously, being able to eat someone who does get stunned in that situation. Yeah,
it does kind of mean that anyone can soak that arrow and be kind of okay, although very long cooldown. Still some consideration and will be eventually locked in. So Senna Tahm Kench, not something that we are, you know, strangers of at all. If you're watching MSI or LCK or a lot of other places. Talia, definitely a big one for BDD, but he also loves Aurelion Sol. So a few different choices here. In fact, all of his most notable champions are available.
Yeah, I think I'd probably prefer the Talia just because it's effective into the Cassante, very good at shutting him down with all his dashes, very good in the Trist.
Whoa!
They opt the Aurelion Sol, so this is pretty heavily committing to scaling for the side of KT. They have a strong top jungle with the Jax Sejuani, and they really want to lean into power in that top jungle and then have scaling elements on the bottom side of the map. But on the other side, the Seraphine locked in for Andal.
That's an interesting one.
A pick that did get changed, because there's been a lot with Seraphine between, okay, we want it to be a support, now we want it to be a mid laner, back and forth. Most recent changes have put it into that support camp. And actually, we saw someone, I believe it was on the Korean ladder, get very high rated going First Strike with the extra gold generation. And just getting free money, being able to get support items on the back of that. And obviously, First Strike is nerfed on live, but still pretty strong on this patch. We'll see if that strategy comes out. And it's just a free way to kind of match the scaling of KT, who have an Aurelion Sol on the center. Obviously, Seraphine's not quite that strong, but at least it gives you, with double AD carries, a lot of power in the later stages of the game.
It does also synergize pretty well with the Ashe as well, given your beat drop. You don't need your Rylai's completed in order to get things to be worked out. So I do like it when champions do have synergy with one another. So we'll just have to see how this bottom lane is going to fare up against Deft and Beryl, two world champions who have certainly had a bit more experience than Andil and Leaper, as Leaper makes his debut. But BDD back on an old favorite, of course. This is a champion that Bulldog was very, very big on last season, but we didn't really see BDD play very much of it. And BDD, back in the day, before the Aurelion Sol was changed, he was a big fan. See how he's been doing on the new and improved version. Let's jump onto the Rift for game number 1. I always really like it, Orcs, because I feel like the very first game, the very first KT game, KT fans have all of this exuberance to them. You know, there's so much wonder, so much optimism before the fan chants, you know, of mid-season.
Yeah, the despair.
Yeah.
You can see that undertone of hope.
Yeah, it's the undertone of so it's not even necessarily despair. It's just distraught or mania.
It's like, wouldn't it be great if we win our first game and then like halfway through it's like, please, we'll take anything.
Just kill a ward, please. Or something like that.
It is going to be the first strike for Andal, so the first strike did get reworked, and it, well, not fully reworked, but changed. So before, a lot of it sort of spiked in the mid-game, where you're dealing more damage and you're sort of getting the payoff with the gold. But now the flat amount of gold is 15. Even a support like Seraphine who doesn't do much damage, as long as you're proccing it off cooldown, you'll end up with a ton of free money. And on a support who has low income and very cheap enchanter items that they'd love to get, it ends up being a lot of value. So, you know, Leaper and Andal would just be looking to harass and keep proccing as much as possible and just getting free money. And Andal didn't proc it.
No.
And, yeah, probably wanted to do that.
He got a little bit licked, but that's okay. Is going to be able to just throw a Q down and get a fair bit of decent poke damage down. But of course, Center Tom Kench not going to be too worried about too much here, as Casting and Dudu a little bit of thwacking back and forth, but otherwise not too much to worry about. His mid lane as well, probably BDD aiming to farm as much as he can and just doesn't want to die to Bulldog, who's now going to put a ward down and spot Pyoshik here on his Raptors. So good information going to be picked up, but that favor has been returned already.
I love how I hyped this matchup up, and I was like, you know, carry jungle meta, people playing Nidalee, Pyoshik, it's going to be so Sejuani Maokai.
Yeah.
That's my fault for having hope and believing.
Well, I mean, that's exactly on theme for what we were discussing just previously. So it's kind of beautiful that you've represented exactly how a lot of people are going to be feeling heading into this game. I think it's going to be fine. Of course, Cuz has had some pretty good performances on the Maokai in the past, and we know that Pyoshik, it's not about the champion he's playing, it's about the things he decides to do.
Yeah.
And we'll see what he decides to do in this game, as Dudu has found Casting in the turret. He's going to help him out here winning this trade. Nice Q going to connect there as well, as the Dusante doing what it says on the tin, as he is definitely a very, very good Dusante player. Casting is offering back a fair bit, though, and does have a decent amount of control of the lane.
Yeah, and you've always got to be a little bit cautious, just especially with the Sejuani in the jungle. Any trade that Dudu takes, like getting one at the tower, lowering the health of Casting, it's just kind of discouraging the threat of a potential dive coming in, which is important, because that wave was starting to stack up, and just preventing that from being a possibility, definitely something that Quantum Freaks want to do, because I feel like that is the lane I would be looking at if I was KT, to try and apply that pressure towards that top side. As you said, BDD is just going to be farming and trying to just not die in this mid lane.
Yep, Cuz going to wander towards his Raptors that are not now respawning. And it looks like BDD going for a little bit of a reset. So this is very slow. Yesterday we had some games that kind of went off the rails very early on. This is a little bit too on the rails. I think that we may have upped the safety measures a little too high for this ride, you know? There needs to be an element of danger to make the roller coasters exciting. and there's not very much danger in this one.
It feels like it was just a competition. It's like, oh, we're going to pick Tristana. We want to scale. Oh, you want to scale. We'll pick Aurelion Sol. And it's just, you know.
And Senna and Jax.
Yeah. And then Connorfreak's like, okay, well, we'll take Seraphine. And it's just, now here we are.
Yeah. So how was your off-season?
It was okay. You know, I got really ill, which wasn't so great.
Yeah, I did too.
Yeah, together. That was, we went to Mao's wedding. That was a fun, well, other than the getting ill, but Mao's wedding was really fun.
And the whole time in Indonesia was great. It wasn't until we got home that we were both dead. It was not great. There was apparently a certain flu that we could get that Mao told us about afterwards. That we may have contracted.
Yeah, but we survived.
We did. I even managed to make it to MSI. That was definitely real. Worked out in the end as Deft and Beryl, I think they faked a little bit of a back there, but it looks like Connorfreak's still just looking to go home, even though their wave state may not necessarily be exactly what they want.
He'll have the advantage on the reset at least, but not sure if they'll be able to get too much benefit from it. Maybe Cuz could start Dragon if he wants, because he knows his bot lane is going to be there first. But other than that, not really much to take away from the situation. It's a Chemtech first, which means it's not a Chemtech Soul, but also even decent amount of healing and shielding with the Seraphine and the Maokai, to be honest. So
yeah, I think if you're in this game, you're actually not too upset.
You know what? I'm going to say something. I'm going to say something crazy, right?
All right.
Tenacity got reduced across the board, right? They removed Legend Tenacity.
True.
So the value of Chemtech Dragons has gone up.
Maybe it's going to go the way of the Cloud, where people are just going to realize that it's amazing.
No, that's not happening. Marginally better. Marginally less worthless.
Okay.
But to be fair, the Dragons themselves, there is situations where they definitely have more value. And this could well be one of them. A lot of CC that can be reduced by that Tenacity. And we do see on the top side, KT are just going to pick up those Void Grubs, and the trade off the bot side is Cuz picking up that Dragon. So just cross-mapping. We do see Deft went for the move up on the Senna, try and assist, but I don't think they can pressure Beryl too much bot lane, but I'm also not sure they're going to get too much on the top side with Deft being there.
Well, we've got a little bit of a flyby here by BDD as Deft slinking in on the mist and is otherwise not going to find too much. So no action just yet. We saw Pyoshik waiting in the wings to see whether Bulldog was going to put anything on cooldown, but he does not. Beryl here is basically a brick wall underneath this turret. They still might get this plate, and Connorfreaks will be able to collect that. Fair bit of value there. That is going to put them in the lead in gold as Deft making a visit towards the top side as well. Piercing Darkness on to Dudu. And Cuz clearing out some of this jungle that is going to be spotted immediately as Beryl does see exactly what's going on. Let's see whether Dudu can survive this one though as Deft picks up the turret aggro. Not going to be able to tank it for too much longer and almost dies in fact. He is so incredibly tanky, but there is first blood going over to casting and the juggling works out.
Yeah, really well done there by KT. That was a hard dive to pull off. I think Dudu played it about as well as he could, but the fact that Deft took the aggro first, the juggling was done very well. They end up getting a kill. They are going to lose out in this situation with their Connorfreaks getting more. Well, actually, looks like it's going to be even plates overall, but the kill advantage for KT is going to be the edge that they wanted from this situation. Beryl backing off in time to avoid this situation.
Yep, and also getting your Jax, the items that he wants, and things like that, very, very important for playing out the later stages of the game, which is exactly where KT kind of want to thrive.
I am a little bit concerned, though, about the gold lead. It's going to be showing off the bot lane, because obviously, I mean, it's a Senna, so Leap is going to have a big lead, but Andal is just printing money at the moment, so
True.
I think what the observers show us the goal difference, it's going to be probably advantage to both members of Connorfreaks in the bot lane. I could see Andal having more money than Beryl right now, especially since Beryl only has 46 CS.
Yeah, he has been under a fair bit of pressure, as we saw just previously. Doing okay when it comes to the experience, because he was able to at least stand underneath the turret, but just isn't able to farm out too much. Farming Simon now in hand, and as the arrow going to fly on over. That is going to connect onto Deft, who does immediately cleanse it. Bulldog was in rocket jump range.
It's now a 4-minute cooldown, so
yeah,
even bigger.
Well, that's a big deal. Gonna have to sidestep the next one if he wants to survive.
Or have Beryl eat him.
Yes.
That works too.
A few different options. As Andal is now with his other 80 carry. And right now, Beryl is actually ahead in gold. Kind of crazy. That was at 8 minutes 20. So pretty impressive, really. Beryl's able to keep up with it.
I mean, you say pretty impressive. He is farming, you know.
That's true.
Yeah.
That is a good point.
To nearly be overtaken by someone who's not farming.
I actually read it as compared to Leaper and was very confused.
Oh,
and that is not the case.
No, I think out of everyone in the bot lane, I'm pretty confident Leaper has the most gold, no doubt.
I run Burgundy, I'm not going to lie. It came up on the screen and I was like, well, it must be true.
Yeah.
All right, and I misread it.
Oh.
Everything was correct. Okay, there's Glacial Prison. Beautiful buffer there from Bulldog to get himself out of the way. That is quick on the trigger finger.
Oh, yeah, so we're getting the gold now. You know, not as much of a lead between the 80 carries as I'd expect. 700 is still pretty significant. And you can see that's kind of matched by the top lane lead for Jax, but obviously Senna gets a soul value. But yeah, I mean, I think this is the purpose of going the Seraphine with First Strike in a situation into the Senna Tom is you now just have the Seraphine who, even though she's not farming, she's nearly got as much gold as the Tom who is. And if they have the same gold late game, I would much rather have the Seraphine on my team than the Tom Kench.
Yeah, and it's also the comparison of the Ashe that has a lot more money and the Senna that does, of course, you know, scale to infinity in theory and all that sort of stuff, but does have a lot of utility as the game goes on. Will do a fair bit of damage as well. So.
That's the thing, is both the Senna and the Aurelion Sol do scale to infinity, but games don't go to infinity.
Yeah.
There will come a point where you have to contribute. I think one of the things we've often seen with Sennas is teams don't start to transition to giving them a bit more farm soon enough, and they end up like really starved in XP and in terms of items. Not quite like late game, they'll just, everyone gets full build, right? But there's a certain point at like the 25-30 minute mark where they can feel really weak. Because Has just got his first item completed. It looks like they want to try and contest.
Yeah, he's just wandering over. You can see Beryl on a control ward. BDD now walks across a ward himself, and there is an arrow connecting. BDD going to head straight into the Nature's Grasp. Is now casting, looking for a wraparound, but the rest of KT, they're leaving the situation. The Encore goes completely wide, though, and now Cuz looking for the opportunity. That is a beautiful gobble, though, as Beryl is going to be able to save his jungler, and now casting, trying to get in amongst it, then gets out of it. And we've got another singularity coming in. Beryl is going to be avoided, and now Cuz is burning down. Finally, someone dies. The health bars are so extraordinarily low, and finally, Bulldog, he will go down. Cuz out of life as well, but now the Dusante is marching his way forward. Deft, going to be very difficult to get out of this one, and there is the flash forward, and Kwangdong Freaks will win the fight.
What a scrappy fight, and with a quiet early game, we're rewarded with this hectic back and forth between the teams. So many little micro plays coming out from this. And Andal is super patient with the ult. They open up with a CC onto Beryl. The counter engage from BDD is just trying to stop the fight from happening. And it's really unfortunate Andal goes for the ult. Flash from Jeff means he doesn't get as many as they want, but this gobble.
Yeah.
It's like, where'd he go? You know? Inside the Tom Kench. And I think the big takeaway for me here is the amount of value this Seraphine is getting right now. The AoE shields, the AoE healing, the constant passive procs. Over a long fight like this, all 5 members come together. The Seraphine is really thriving. And Judu as well, his ultimate does run out, but that low HP Senna is no match for him.
And BDD just wishes it was an extra 25 minutes into the game, because he really was just kind of breathing on them and not a whole lot was happening.
Yeah.
I think he may have just had a mint as well. They were like, oh, fresh.
Yeah,
and it
get
just,
a bad breath on them.
No, there wasn't really too much that they were worried about. And so KT maybe fighting at a time where they weren't quite strong enough. Only, 1.5k, the advantage here for Kwangdong Freaks, but still a great start. They'll grab themselves their second Drake as well. Infernal Soul this game on top of it. And there is another ulti, but it's another beautiful buffer here from Bulldog. Beautifully played. Casting going to be able to grab the turret. And okay, Pyosha could be in trouble. There is the Nature's Grasp just to try and get him out of there, but he will be all right, and does have Aftershock. And all of those buttons were thrown into it.
Yeah, layering the CC wasn't flawless there. A little bit of overlap from Kwangdong Freaks. But one thing I will notice is they know the value of the Seraphine ult. Like, they'll throw the Ashe ult, they'll throw the Maokai, but Andal is like holding on to the Seraphine ult until he sees a window for it, because I feel like Seraphine obviously is a champion, the shielding, the AoE healing is valuable, but like so much of your power budget is in that ultimate. You don't just want to burn it for nothing.
Exactly. And of course, fighting in these corridors is going to be very, very, very powerful as well. So we'll see whether they can find some of these lineups as KT are moving towards, say, a Baron Pit, like we saw just previously. BDD wanted to get to that item number 2 as quickly as possible. And is going back now. 5 plates on the top side of the map, 5 plates on the bottom side of the map here for Quantum Freaks, but they have a smattering of extras.
Bulldog's going to be. He's 40 CS ahead of BDD, and he got 437 off that plate gold. So this Tristana is going to be a problem, and something we've seen a lot. I feel like Tristana in spring and last year, we never, even though she obviously scales up with her range and she does become a long-range AD carry, I feel like in a lot of games we never really saw her be that much of a threat in the late game, but I feel like with the AD carry item changes, we've already seen her be an absolute menace in the games yesterday, so Bulldog is in a prime position to carry.
And this is one of his all-time favorite champions as well. This is, when he was debuting, this was the one that we were like, oh, it's Bulldog on the Tristana. This was when Tristana was really starting to become a mainstay in the LCK, so good to see, back on a favorite of his, certainly performing exceptionally well. Is now up against both BDD and Pyoshik. Pyoshik trying to tank that explosive charge, not exactly too happy about it, despite the fact that he does have his Warmogs already completed. A large amount of health for the Sejuani here.
And it just means if you take that probe, not really much of an issue. But you can see Quantum Freaks setting up, and part of the thing of having a Maokai and having an Axe as well is the saplings to control brushes and the hawk shots to get vision as well means controlling space is a lot easier. Controlling vision, denying it as well. So Quantum Freaks have tried to establish some control here. Pyoshik is moving up. I still don't think your comp is really in a spot where you're firmly online, but they might try and contest this. Seems risky to me.
It certainly does. Well, they're still going to look for it, as there's the Glacial Prison. That was beautifully landed. Couldn't buffer that one. That is going to be at least the Herald secured here by the Quantum Freaks as the Shadow dawns over Kuz. And Dudu even able to pick up the eye. That was very sneaky from the Cassante.
Yep, slick move there. Dudu just flies in, grabs it. And the thing is, even though it was like a 1v3, it's Cassante. He could easily just turn it into a 1v1 again. So they don't chase him. And Bulldog has had a really good game, buffering Mo CC constantly. But Pyoshik throws the ult out of the Fog of War. And as a result, Bulldog just wasn't ready. You could see the vision being toggled. Did not see it coming, didn't have time to buffer. The CC is layered and doesn't get to play the game.
Yeah, Kuz able to flash his way out of it as well. And you can see KT not in position to follow up. Good arrow just for the disengage. So KT only getting one off the back of it, and even miss out on the Rift Herald that can be used to try and get themselves a little bit more control over this river, maybe get towards a Soul Point as well. Quantum Freaks really upping the tempo in this game.
Against an Aurelion Sol, he's one of the best stallers, just because you can throw your E down, your Singularity, and just block off a minion wave. Getting mid-tier 1 down is super important. They've already done a lot of damage familiar in the game. Bulldog got some plates and managed to really thin out that tier 1, but securing it is a different story, and if Quantum Freaks can use the Herald to take that mid-tier 1, maybe secure the 3rd Dragon, that puts a ton of pressure on KT and really just denies them the ability to stall out the game and look to scale up further.
And that is precisely what they want to do. That's why we're kind of looking at this scoreboard thinking that 1.5k, not quite enough for Quantum Freaks to feel completely comfortable about the situation. But if they do manage to lock down this next Drake, that could really start to put a lot of this pressure on us. Casting able to dive onto Bulldog, but he's able to jump away himself. Both of them pretty nimble when it comes to that. So isn't going to be in too much trouble at all. Leaper and Andal making their way into the river now, as this Dragon is going to be up in about 20 seconds time. So KT in position.
And this is a big one because Baron hasn't spawned yet. So if KT deny the Dragon but maybe lose him like a jungler, it's completely fine. Baron is on up for Quantum Freaks to take, you don't have to worry about that. So ideally, you want to deny this, and then maybe the next Dragon, that's where it might be more difficult. So you can see KT very heavily posturing to set up for this one. They want to do anything in the hands to deny the stacking from Quantum Freaks, so they can do their own stacking.
Yeah, and it theoretically buys them 10 minutes, right? If they are going to get towards a soul, if they're able to deny this particular Dragon. And even stalling it out is going to be benefiting KT, because they're the ones with time on their side. So see how it does go. Shelly pops down into the mid lane here as Dudu going to get into Shelly here. That's a little dangerous, but it is going to be able to take down the turret, and he obviously is a very tanky boy. Able to get out, even though the snare is pretty good there from Deft.
Yeah, it did force everyone from KT towards mid lane to try and defend.
All right.
Oh,
Another meat drop trying to come down there, and Pyosik pretty happy to tank it as Dudu is extraordinarily tanky. Tongue Lash connects, and there is an instant cleanse from Leaper to get him out of the way. The arrow is going to come through, and Beryl can't cleanse that one, but still the lick is coming through. He's going to be denied there as it's a great ultimate from BDD, but now Dudu's in amongst it. There's the kidnap on Pyosik. Not exactly optimal, but now Bulldog's looking for the resets, but BDD gets into the fog of war. It doesn't matter. Dudu is just too big. He's able to take down Beryl, and now Casting just trying to find something back, but he is dead as well, and KT are crumbling. And Quandong Freaks will get that soul point they were looking for.
Big Dragon in pocket and a couple of kills on top of that. Summoner's burn across the board. 4 flashes down from KT. This is all Quandong Freaks wanted and more from this fight. You can see Quandong Freaks are able to retreat here, and they're looking to posture on Leaper. The cleanse comes through, and this interrupt ends up being so clutch. Beryl wanted to kill the AD carry. The root from Cuz comes through. He's tanky enough to survive the counter engage. And here, Dudu, I think maybe would have wanted to go for BDD there. You can see Bulldog tries to chase him down, but regardless of maybe a couple of misplays in the fight, it's won for them convincingly after that initial engage.
The buster shot from Bulldog at the very beginning of the fight as well to make sure that Casting couldn't actually be in there while the rest of the team were dealing with the Quandong Freaks. Absolutely fantastically played as well. So Quandong Freaks, even on a micro level, just performing really, really well in these 5v5s. Still, KT not, of course, completely out of it, but it is getting worse and worse as this game goes on, and that dragon count is starting to really get worrying for KT.
And here's the thing, now that Baron's up, if KT heavily commit towards Dragon, which they have to because it's Soul, Quandong Freaks can definitely just move towards Baron, play in the Fog of War, you're walking through saplings, potentially into an Ash Shower or a Seraphine ult. This is where it gets even more difficult, and considering they lost the last fight, this next one's not going to be easier, and KT are really in a dangerous position. They need time, and it is running out.
Yeah, Bulldog does have his fidget spinner, as D-Gun put it yesterday, completed as well. Also a casual crit cloak now put together. And level 13, so drawing plenty of beads.
Yeah, that range really coming online. Probably going for the Infinity Edge third, you'd think, and at that point we'll really start to hit. But yeah, both AD carries, 2 items and a bit, and this is again like a bit of a rust spot because Deft is level 9 to Leaper's level 12. Has 1 item. Blood Song doesn't scale very well. Senna's base attack damage.
Oh, this is aggressive. Not going to be able to take anything for it, but I do like the Cuz is sending a message saying that he's very happy to press the ultimate button.
They are really willing to throw that Maokai ultimate out, and I feel like, kind of like before, it's only... Ooh, Bulldog? No, he's okay. It's only being the Seraphine ult where they're like, we'll hold that, and the other ults are just fishing with them, you know?
Yeah. It is pretty non-committal, and of course you can just wait for that one to be back up and again. Plenty of ability haste that Cuz is going to be putting together as well. Let's have his Leandries and then a bunch of health.
Yeah. Get as tanky as possible after this point, do enough damage. And the thing is, there's no real armor on the side of KT apart from the frozen half a barrel.
Yeah, I feel like Pyosik will eventually buy some armor. Sure. He does have at least a cloth.
I feel like it's one of these things where, you know, when people talk about damage profile, it's definitely relevant, but by the time it's relevant in this game, BDD and Deft will have come online, and that's going to be the bigger factor. So, yeah, if it goes very late, Quandong Freaks might have some issues, but that was going to happen anyway. Right now, they're firmly in control. They're trying to sweep out this vision around Baron. 2 minutes until that next dragon, and every decision at this point is going to be really tricky for KT. You see BDD approaching his top tower just to try and defend it, but he needs the backup from his team because they're always concerned about the engage potential when Quandong Freaks have control.
Yeah, and he's just falling further and further behind. 60 CS now is the lead for Bulldog, who's just been lapping up wave after wave. Dudu with a slight lead as well over his opposite number. The bottom lane is, of course, as far as farm is concerned, in favor of the Quandong Freaks. So KT bleeding as this game goes on. You're going to have to really find a fight in their favor where one of these big BDD ultimates is going to connect, where finally we see some of these stacks starting to actually get to a threshold that does some damage from both BDD and Deft. Or casting in a side lane could be another option.
Yeah, it could be a threat that they look to rely on, but I think regardless, they're going to have to group up for this next dragon. That's going to be the issue. Wow.
You were talking about carry junglers, and I think Cuz has got there.
Cuz really going for it in this one. Yeah, another thing is a lot of damage from BDD is going to be AoE, and Seraphine with that Healy as well, doing a lot of healing, just able to keep the whole team topped up. really for KT, you want to just take one person out of the fight as soon as possible. When they had the fight of the Herald, that was ideal, because the longer 5 people are alive, you're chipping them down, the more value Seraphine has. With those AoE heals and shields. You can see Andal close to having another item completed. Probably the Redemption, maybe the Mikhails, but not quite there yet.
Yep, still going to be something to watch out for. Maybe a little bit of the Soraka theory, which is kill that first and then try to figure out the rest of it.
Yeah.
Possibly easier said than done, though, especially with the amount of damage that could be raining down in the meantime. Casting moving away from Bulldog, and with good reason. Quantum Freaks all move down 8 seconds until that Dragon is up and available, and Dudu possibly out of position here. Singularity to slow him down, but not in the optimal position, and he basically takes no damage at all. Casting now on a flank angle, but he's spotted here by Bulldog. There's the counter-strike. Arrow going to fly in amongst it as well, as Byoshik taking so much damage. Finally, the skies descend as the Dawning Shadow does a fair bit of work, but this is where the Seraphine can find her options as Beryl dives forward. Dudu looking for death. Good flash to get him out of the way, but Beryl is very dead. Just a catfish on the floor. And Quantum Freaks will say thank you very much for the Infernal Soul.
Yeah, and again, Quantum Freaks, the health bar is starting to get a little bit low. They get topped up. They're able to continue the fight, and then KT end up being the ones to have to back off. They don't have to sustain. Pyosik is looking, but Dudu is not going to let him get near. Yeah, he's gone. Soul secured for Quantum Freaks. That is going to be a definite big advantage for them. A huge boon, especially for champions like Cassante and Maokai, who are already tanky and now getting that extra damage. You can see this one plays out, and the backline is never really under threat for Quantum Freaks. KT end up a bit clumped up. Huge value from the Seraphine ult hitting Yosik, who's the focus, but also BDD ends up having to flash away. Depth gets a big ult, but immediately after, look at the shield that comes out from Andal right now. Everyone is just so untouchable at this point, and Bulldog try to be a threat at the side, just back away, and then he can just get topped up in the aftermath.
Yep. Dudu just absolute brick wall in this game.
I mean, Kazante's already pretty tanky. Kazante with shielding and healing, you know, it's not very fun for KT in this one.
It's pretty ridiculous as well that Quantum Freaks got, like, it's almost ideal dragons lined up one after the other as well, because they get a lot of value with the amount of regen that they have with the shielding and healing from the Chemtech, and then they've got the Ocean for some regen, and then damage.
Yep.
Feels very, very nice.
And you can see goal difference in front of you. You know, Beryl still slightly, no, Beryl a decent amount ahead of Andal, but Andal picking up some big items, but the lead in the mid lane is a really significant one.
Yeah, and Deft is about half the gold of what Leaper has.
Doesn't even have a second item, and Leaper, he's gone the Executioners, and has a Last Whisper as well in the inventory, so Deft level 11 as well, 3 levels down compared to Leaper. I mean, the thing is, like, you have Bulldog level 16. If Bulldog looks at Deft, Deft will die.
Yes. And Cuz taking a little bit of damage there, of course not as tanky, did go for the Leandries. Does have a very large health bar, but with Warmogs, that is a very confusing prospect, but of course can just get a whole bunch of that health back very, very comfortably. So we've got tanks turning into real tanks as the game goes on. And now Beryl, Arrow is going to connect onto the Tahm Kench, Deft in position, but there's not enough grey health for him to eat here, as now BDD, he turns up, but he's just a little bit too late. So that is just a free Tahm Kench over to the Quantum Freaks, and a Baron up and available. 4 versus 5.
Oh man, this is so hard. Like, the Infernal Soul on the side of Quantum Freaks, and they still have Maokai ult, they still have Seraphine ult, KT, they feel like they have to contest this, but Dudu on the flank as well. This is so hard to play.
Well, Yoshi gonna try and get in there. He steals it! All right, well, he's going to be sacrificed. Deft also is well and truly out of position, so they lose 2. Beryl is still dead as well. So 3 dead on the side of KT as Quantum Freaks. They fail to get the Baron, but they get all the map control.
I'm going to say this was the best of a terrible situation for KT. I'm not going to sit here and say it was good, but they got the Baron steal. I honestly thought that was going to be game over. It was Quantum Freaks' Baron. It was going to be them winning the team fight as well. But at least they denied the Baron. And against an Aurelion Soul, you're not going to be able to push too much without a Baron buff, so KT have bought themselves time to hopefully stabilize the game before that Elder Dragon in 3 minutes.
Going to be very, very difficult to do so, as now Leaper able to walk out of the way of the Abyssal Dive. Beryl's still just trying to go for any engage he can find, as Dudu pushes a wave towards the bottom side of the map that will go completely unanswered.
Oh man, Deft Deft was building rapid fire cannon, it is now pivoted to armor pen because the enemy front line is so tanky. You see the replay though, manages to get the health low, and I think the problem here was Quantum Freaks were so focused on the fight and kind of lost focus on the Baron, so a bit of a mistake there.
Yeah. Yeah, wait for Elder, I'll steal that one for you too. That is like...
What a great line.
Never change Pyosik.
That's just Pyosik in a nutshell. And yeah, Dudu finds us, I mean, the Infernal Soul does like a third of his health.
Yeah. And also, you know, Deft was hit by the kitchen sink there, but Dudu probably would have been just fine to take him down alone. Quantum Freaks setting up for the Elder in 2 minutes.
I just think Quantum Freaks should never get the Elder low. There's no reason to. Don't risk a steal. They are so much stronger than KT right now. You want to fight. You have a million engage tools between your composition. Get the fight. Don't risk a flip on the Elder, and this game is theirs in the bag.
Yep, just get as much vision down on that bottom side of the map as they possibly can. And that should sort it out. Casting, I believe, does have the Baron, as you can see there. He does indeed. It's just him and BDD that have that one. But of course, having it on your split pusher, very important. So he will now be able to buff up his minion wave, try and get at least some pressure on this map, something that KT have been sorely lacking this entire game.
Oh, if Bulldog gets this solo gold, 700 gold, he might have enough for IE in the base. 4 items on this Trist would be so scary.
Yeah, and he has teleport, so he can be back out on the map immediately as well. Not that he really needs to. And there
and a crit cloak as well.
Okay, just a bit of icing on top.
Yeah, okay, well, I just really don't see an answer in this. It really has to be the flip. It has to be the steal from Pyosik. That's the only angle I think they win this, because I don't see who kills Cassante right now. They just don't have the damage for it. And I don't see who really could be enough of a threat on Bulldog. He is going to do so much damage.
Well, BDD does have his Void Staff now completed. Needlessly large rod there as well. As you can see now, Pyosik thinking about grabbing one last reset before they look to try and contest this Elder.
Okay, level 16 hit for BDD is pretty big. He has the Empowered ult as well. But I still think in a straight 5v5 you're losing.
Yeah, I think that it is definitely very rough. They're going to have to keep eyes on Bulldog because he is the big threat. Of course, Leaper does do a fair bit of damage now. Mortal Reminder now completed. Building towards lifesteal here as well as look at those shots. Casting having to use his counter-strike but isn't able to avoid the damage of the explosive charge.
You know, you can see from how KTO looking for a pick because they know the 5v5 is a struggle, but they've now all been spotted and Quantum Freaks are ready.
Volleys flying through here now as well as BDD hit by a sapling is okay. They do manage to land a Glacial Prison onto Cuz. Teleport to come in though as the Cassante is coming back. Great Encore onto Beryl. He does have some great health to eat, but I just don't think it's going to be enough to keep him alive. Is now BDD just getting chunked out by Bulldog, who's getting the resets. He finds another one. He's just playing Mario on the Rift here as now Casting. Welcome to the LCK. And unfortunately, the first one is going to be an L by the looks of things. Is Bulldog going to be able to grab the ace? Here's Tristana looking absolutely incredible here in game number 1 of the summer season for the Quantum Freaks. And I think they're looking to end it here.
Yep, so well played from Quantum Freaks. The composition made sense. They got an advantage and they never gave KT an angle back into the game. The Elder didn't even get touched. They didn't let any opportunity for Pyosik to steal. And now they're getting their 1-0 in this series.
Quantum Freaks 1-0 up against KT. A little bit too much scaling on their side, but just great play out of this Quantum Freaks roster. Hats off to Cuz once again. The man is just extraordinarily good. 0-0-13 on the Maokai. Unfortunately, wasn't able to get that pivotal smite, so it wasn't an ideal game, so probably not going to get POG, but definitely played exceptionally well, and congrats to Leaper. Undying in his first match here in the LCK as well. Looking brilliant.
Yeah, great start. And the thing is, it's a really good start, but we want to see the consistency.
Yes.
You know, this is a team who's struggled with that before, so consistency across the split obviously is the end goal, but for now, consistency across the series, a really good start. We're going to see them deliver again in game 2. And because the amount of damage he did, kind of absurd. You know, and how much of it is relevant damage, especially when there's a Sejuani with Warmogs and a Senna with Sustain, well, who knows. But regardless, it was a clean game played out from Quantum Freaks. One little hiccup with the Baron, And other than that, you can see the gold graph pretty smooth.
Yeah, looking very, very clean here for the Quantum Freaks. And you saw there as well in the coach's booth afterwards, Quantum and Bull both sitting behind this bottom lane. So plenty of brains in that room to try and get this bottom lane working out. But now it is time for us to go to a short break. Then the space is going to break it down. We'll be back with game number 2. See you soon.
끊겼다 지금.
나 괜찮아. 헤르메스 나 땄어.
나 해도 돼. 이제 좀
살짝 볼게. 앞에부터 길부터 앞에부터 세주
앞에부터.
오케이 많이 줬거든. 끝내자
미드?
한타가 안 되긴 해. 야 미드랑 한타 가자. 한타가 안 돼 우리. 바텀 얘나 잡을 딜이 아예 없어.
미드가 할까?
끝내 미드가.
이거 라인. 야 바텀 가야겠다.
바텀 가자 바텀.
야미.
오케이 다음 판 잘해보자.
안파 화이팅.
네, 안녕하세요. KT 탑을 맡고 있는 캐스팅 신민재라고 합니다. 되게 꿈에 그리던 무대고 긴장보다는 내가 보여줄 수 있는 거 보여주자라는 생각으로 열심히 하고 돌아가겠습니다. 확실히 잘하고 있고 오늘도 좋은 모습 보여줄 거라고 기대하고 있습니다. 공격적인 챔피언들 자신 있어 합니다. 카밀, 트페 같은. 아직 많이 부족하지만 좋은 기회 왔다 생각하고 제가 보여줄 수 있는 거 전부 보여드리고 가보겠습니다. KT 파이팅!
And
it
it's
was
about
the,
who you can go on that journey with. And we do
location.
have a special surprise that is going to be coming up very, very soon after this episode is released about a certain new face that you're going to be experiencing.
a new
in
face,
the
but also
LCK.
not an entirely new face for the league.
That's true.
For the whole league.
But we're very excited to be inviting a new person to the LCK family, and we're hoping that he doesn't screw it up, because that'd suck.
No pressure.
About 40% chance, so.
Yeah. We don't have very high hopes, so I guess doesn't really need to worry about it too much. But that'll do it for this episode. We're incredibly excited for summer, and we'll see you for the next one for our ludicrous predictions. Bye-bye!
Bye!
I'm never quitting, I'm never giving. No, I'll never be a prisoner to your control.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to The Space. It's your new edition. Digon here, holding it down alongside, for the first time, this is literally the first time I got to see you. It's Wolf and Mr. 100% Prediction Rate Chronicler, the Future Teller. Again, welcome, guys, to The Space.
Thank you, Digon. Thanks for joining us. Really glad to have you here. I saw the little KT fighting subtitle come up just a moment ago, and I feel like that's where all KT fans are at right now. Like, oh, another 50-50 on this one, like Atlas always says. Had a pretty good comp. The stronger team for sure, right? On paper. And we're already starting off with a 0-1.
It's the KT Classic. This team will always do what KT does. And in this instance, unfortunately, it's going to be... And all credit where credit is due. It's important to note that for a large part of last bit, Kwangdong was very obviously going to be the team that made it to playoffs. Then they made it real close, but fortunately ended up making it through anyway. And I think this is also the start they were looking for.
Yeah, and the reason why we're looking at it through the KT lens is because all of us on the broadcast predicted KT. Let's take a look at the draft here real quick. The thing you wanted to point out, the Nautilus ban. So, Chronicler, why was that one sticking out to you?
So, most teams have been banning Senna instead of Nautilus, but what we saw with MSI as well is that at some point teams realized that it's specifically Senna Nautilus. That's also what KT used, still the only team to beat Gen G in a best of series, right? That's the tool that they used. Nautilus in general right now is one of the top tier supports. So by banning it away, you deny the Senna Naut combo, which is unplayable. And then you also deny just in general a really strong support at the current moment. And Andil does have a really big deep champion pool. So I think that this was a really great draft from Kwangdong to set themselves up for some really strong team fights.
Yeah, again, the difference between which tanky boy you pick mattered a lot, and we get to see that in the first highlight. It was a great team fight around the Baron pit that went back and forth. You can take this one here, Wolf.
Yeah, well, I mean, the thing about this is you can see how little impact Barrow can actually make it setting up this fight. He's already at half health. It doesn't have the same agency that a Nautilus has. And KT fought this really well, the back and forth with BDD coming in with full mana, chunking them down slowly here with this Aurelion Soul, but they don't have the scaling just yet. They're still early on. KT were still very confident with some of the Senna sustain that they could actually win this longer fight, but ultimately BDD runs out of mana here, doesn't actually have the same amount of power that the Seraphine does. The Seraphine's constant shielding is so oppressive here at this early fight, and I think KT bit off more than they could chew.
Also really cool to see the ebb and flow of a fight like this, and Kwangdong in particular really surprised me here, because when I think of Kwangdong, what they did well, and this is another great example of that, it wasn't necessarily their team fighting, it was more Cuz, for example, taking over an early game. But here we see the continued sustain of a champion like Seraphine alone is a really big deal because the KT comp is pretty low on damage. But then Andil, these ultimates very consistently at the right moment, and then everyone's low enough, and that's when Bulldog, you know, gets the Goomba stomp. That's when Leaper just gets the free fire. But I think Dudu and Andil, to me, were so impressive in how they played out and controlled a lot of these fights.
And I think KT really, not realizing where the game state was in that second fight in particular, because had they just sat back, played a little bit safer, played a little bit slower, they might have been able to actually win those, but, you know, Deft isn't online just yet. BDD's still scaling up, and you give a few of those objectives, that's fine, but you fight for them and lose and give them, and then the scaling argument just isn't there.
Right, and, you know, a lot of yesterday, the focus was on the Skarner, but don't forget, there's that, the meme that we always use all the time in the Cassante. Dudu playing that one really great. Let's take a look at our second highlight with the fight in mid lane that led to the Drake fight.
what's big as well is that, as Wolf was saying, the scaling for KT is obviously incredible. You have Asol, you have Jax, you have Senna, but because of the earlier fights from Kwangdong, they have to fight here because it's sole point, so they don't really have an opportunity. And here again, it's the ultimate from Ando that sets it up. BDD just doesn't have any impact. He doesn't have enough damage. The ultimate doesn't get the knockups that they need, and they just get the isolated target, and Beryl is off on his lonesome while Bulldog is pulling away a lot of attention from KT.
I think a lot of this too comes down to the fact that so much of these Senna compositions is having that really strong front line that unfortunately into a comp that has an Ashe, for example, has the Seraphine ultimate, the Tahm Kench isn't going to be like a Nautilus is. And normally you're also having that extra sustain that Senna provides in those longer fights, but that's kind of also counteracted by the Seraphine as well. So this is a really cool draft from Kwangdong Freaks. So you can see in those longer fights, before the scaling is really there, they just get counteracted.
Lots of different heroes here for Kwangdong Freaks. Obviously, Leaper coming in, playing the Ashe, going from streamer to now a match winner, almost one game win from the whole series winner. You could look at Andal here for Seraphine. You can look at the top lane for Dudu. Lots of different people. I'm waiting to see. Yep, POG, who we got? Let's take a look, because it is Andal. We've got some Andal enjoyers here on the digital space.
Look at his KP at 14, 100%. It's pretty common for Seraphine, of course, because she does get a lot of assists. But, I mean, obviously controlling a lot of these fights, we already highlighted his charms, but just his shield uptime in these fights, his build was really cool as well. And I think this is a great strategy. Kwangdong Freak's so known for teching in Seraphine in their drafts, whether it's Ando playing it, whether it was Bull playing it in the past, and they're very familiar with these types of compositions, so glad they pulled it out here.
Was really kind of on the fence between going for Dudu or going for Andil, but Andil won out for me in the end because with Seraphine, you can have so much impact in teamfights, but if you ever miss position, you are an immobile mage, and once people get on top of you, there isn't a whole lot you can do. So I think his, which actually was pointed out to us by Orcs as well, his patience with these ultimates was really, really good. And I think that this split of votes actually, to me, makes perfect sense. I think this should be a split vote. I think the entirety of Kwangdong really did a great job here. So I think this is really a good representation of how the game went.
Yeah, I know yesterday I got to do the first ever Media Lull on the broadcast, but this time it was like Media Pog. Everyone deserves some of the shout-outs here. All right, real quick, questions about Game 2. Is this more of a Kwangdong Freaks win, or is this more KT doing KT stuff and they need to get it together?
I think it's almost 50-50. I think KT definitely could have played a lot more passively there, a little bit overconfident, but I don't want to take anything away from really great skirmishes there from Kwangdong Freaks.
Sure, it's going to go to game 3. I imagine KT will adapt, and then game 3 will be a bit of a fiesta. And I can't wait to see whether that'll happen or not.
All right, well, to get into game number 2, let's send it on over to our AAA broadcast of the amazing Atlas and Nox.
Ooh, I understood that. That was because our names start with A, and he said amazing at the beginning. Oh. And that means it's 3 A's. Oh, that's fantastic. I'm also really happy
that's why we hired him.
Yeah, I know. And I'm really happy that Digon stopped doing that really annoying thing that he was doing yesterday.
Oh, my
God. Oh, God. It was so frustrating. But at least now he's stopped doing it, at least for that particular segment.
Well,
hopefully he keeps it up.
Yeah.
If he keeps it up, then we'll give him a gold star. But otherwise, he may only last the week. We'll just have to see. We'll just have to see how it goes. But let's focus on whether or not KT can get themselves a bit of a reset, as they have once again chosen the blue side. We'll see whether there's going to be some different champions picked up this time around.
Yep.
Because maybe Senna is going to be left out. Maybe you've got Deft wanting to be on a little bit more of that traditional AD carry and try and get some actual carrying done in this particular game.
You know what? I don't even think... I mean, that's a factor for sure. But I also think Beryl, like, he actually tried to do so much. That fight,
yeah.
He got the triple flashes with Tahm Kench. Engaged champions are so strong right now. Leona is really favored because of the tenacity nerfs and the Warmog's run.
I hear that he's pretty good at Leona.
Yeah, I've heard that too. So, in my opinion, stick Beryl on an engaged champion and don't just have him trying to engage on Tahm Kench. And I think it'll help a lot. Because I think the composition for KT was too inactive, too defensive, too focused on scaling. So a shake-up there would definitely be good for me. You can see the bans coming out. Kwangdong Freaks going in the same direction. KT have banned the Tristana that Bulldog had such a strong performance on, instead going for the Trist. So Ziggs left open, Skarner still open for a ban. Will they take that one away?
Or do you ban Ziggs and then first pick the Skarner? That's the other thing that I'm thinking about, is Cassante, yeah, so that's going to be the ban And now the Skarner ban has to come through here on the other side. Nidalee will then be left up and available unless Kwangdong Freaks ban something else away and then take the Nidalee as the response.
Yeah, you could target something here and just leave things open. You know, you could, because if you ban Skarner, they'll take Nidalee. If you ban Nidalee, they might take Skarner. But if you leave them both open, you're getting at least one of them. Just depends whether you want to risk it. They do opt to ban the Skarner, not wanting to deal with that, especially with that Xante. And KT don't go for the Nidalee. That's been so heavily prio. They go straight for the Ashe. Obviously, appreciating the value that Leaper was able to get on it.
Yep.
Just a lot of utility in that pick.
Ashe is something that Deft has played, you know, throughout his career, of course, because she was kind of around at the very beginning of League of Legends, and Deft was kind of around since about then as well. But he has had some fantastic performances on this pick in the past. See how he's going to be able to go. As Corki, another consideration, something that can go towards Leaper, can go towards Bulldog. We've seen it in either of those roles. Not going to be delivering packages anymore. He retired from FedEx and is now just a regular guy.
Yeah.
You know, dropping phosphorus bombs and stuff, having a good time.
Using his Gatling gun.
Yeah.
To annihilate people. You remember that bug we used to have where we'd go and spectate and the Gatling would just...
Yeah. It was like the Zonya's bug where it's like only the Zonya's noise for like if
really
the champion was on the screen. Oh, God.
Maokai has been locked in. Makes sense because it's a really good game. It did a ton of damage. You have an AD mid lane, and remember, Corki is pretty much exclusively AD damage now. Only his Q is magic, I believe, or maybe his W, but that doesn't do much damage anyway. So, needs some AP. And we see on the other side, Talia locked in. I think if you're going to take Talia, just take the Vi. That combo has been so strong so far. I don't see a reason if you're taking one not to take the other.
Yeah, I also think this was one of the biggest mistakes in the draft from the last game, was not picking Talia and instead picking the Aurelion Soul and opting in for the amount of scaling that KT went for. I think it was just a little bit of a bridge too far, and they have since shored that one up. Like you were saying, though, taking a little bit of time here to find the Vi button. It is a little bit confusing, you know, in Korean. It could be a B sound, could be a V sound. It's not confusing at all because the alphabet works differently. So they just take a while to make up their minds. The Vi will be locked in.
Yeah.
Now, Bulldog, what is... Oh, okay, Leaper.
Not so sure about that one. I see Vi Talia and I think, wow, they're going to kill me.
Yeah.
How can I avoid that? I don't think that Draven is the pick into that. Jhin, though, you know, we've seen Jhin come back a bit more. I think the item changes really helped him out.
He won yesterday, didn't he?
He did win yesterday. And I think a big thing is a composition with a Maokai. You pop the ultimate, everyone on the enemy team is backing away. Prime opportunity to drop that Jhin ult and get a ton of value from it. And, you know, Jhin hasn't really been that meta for a while in pro play, but his ult has been buffed like a few times. It actually does insane damage now on low health targets. So if KT do end up disengaging from a fight in the low, could be just a cleanup there. And now you see top lane ban starting to come through, targeting, casting that Jax he was on last game, which didn't have too much impact, not due to his issue necessarily, but they aren't going to let him get it without the Xante to match into it.
Yep, and we'll see where KT's focus is going to be. Could be on supports, of course. Maokai, in theory, could be a support, but probably not, as Kaz had a great game on it last time around. Rel going to be taken away from Andil, and we'll see what other kind of engaged supports are going to be taken away on top of that. I am expecting Leona to see a little bit of attention because, of course, support's up and available on both sides. Both of these teams are looking for one of those. And so it might be the Jax and then something else, but instead, Twisted Fate going to be taken away from casting as they keep their bans towards that top side, make sure that Dudu has the best time he can have.
It makes me wonder, are Kwangdong Freaks going to take top on 4, and that's why they're banning away things like the Chef and the Jax, and then give counter pick to Andal? It could be an interesting move, but honestly, it paid off last game.
Yeah.
Obviously, last game they picked the Xante because they knew the top matchup, but maybe they just really value Andal being able to see what he's playing into.
I also kind of think that Maokai Jhin sounds interesting. So they could theoretically play with some sort of flexing, and then Kuz goes for like a last minute, I'm just going to lock in Nidalee because they're about to pick Renekton here. I don't know whether it'd be good, but it'd be fun.
It would be fun. We'll see what they do. Obviously, if they want to keep that jungle flex alive, if they want to get a counter pick for support, they'll do that here. And it looks like they are going in that direction potentially. Actually, this doesn't answer any questions.
No.
This just... You know, I'm saying like...
It just adds more supports.
Yeah, you know, we really don't have any answers now. It could be the Camille support. It could not be the Camille support. Now KT have to try and lock in what they think, something to answer what they think Quantum Freaks will be going. They go for the Nectarine, pretty stable, staple in the current meta.
Yep.
And obviously does well into Camille in the early levels. And now a support pick for Beryl. A lot of these engaged supports have been trimmed down.
Oh,
and
he's just going to do it.
They're going to go for the Seraphine.
That would be very interesting, and there it is. So, of course, Beryl, a big fan of any champion that has range and can do some damage.
Yep.
Of course, he was the one that debuted the Hui support last season. So very, very happy to move towards something like this Seraphine, and denies it from Andil as well. Just going to be trying out their bottom lane for them. You can see Andil having a bit of a giggle about it as well. Oh, the Blitzcrank! There it is!
I was going to say, your options here, you try and match scaling for scaling, or you go for a kill lane. And I think it's pretty clear they've gone for the kill lane. Ashe Seraphine are going to be so vulnerable against this Blitzcrank. This is why Andil picked the Seraphine on 5, knew what he was going up against. A Tom wasn't enough threat for him, but a Blitzcrank is going to be a problem for Beryl.
Absolutely. We saw the power of the Blitzcrank in the hands of Lehens at the MSI final. We'll see whether Andil can do his best Lehens impression in this particular game. Blitz Jhin is something that we have seen in the past as well. It's very sad if the lane isn't going very well.
Yeah.
You know, because the Jin's just like, I don't do any damage, and it's sad.
If it's going well,
then everyone explodes all the time.
Knock up, fourth shot, done.
Yeah, knock up, fourth shot, and then you just keep them in place forever as well because there's so much added CC. It's kind of ludicrous. And with any sort of jungle attention, it will be very, very powerful.
I believe we have some KT employees there.
Oh yeah, there we go.
Team.
Just coming to see whether their employers, esports team, going to do well.
KT store in Hongdae.
Yeah.
I went there recently. There's a big shrine for the team and everything where people can put up their nice messages for them. It's really cute.
That's really cute. Yeah, did you put up a nice message saying at least win game 2?
I should have.
What were you thinking, Ox?
This is my fault if they lose.
Yeah, because we want to at least get 3 games out of it. My goodness. Well, it is a very different looking draft. A little bit more early power here for KT. We'll see whether that can get them across the line as we dive under the rift for game 2. Oh, man. Quantum fans are really yelling very, very loud as casting with a little bit of SKT representation here. I believe that is the Mara and Renekton. Very, very cool.
Yeah, they are probably the only team where you have to think, wait, which player?
Yeah, I know. It's a toughie because there are quite a few different skins that you can go for, with more of them on the way. So it's just going to be very, very difficult to keep up. I do always remember, no matter what, 2 of the skins.
Yeah.
I always remember Easy Hoon's Azir.
Yeah.
And Blank's Zac.
Yeah.
They're the ones I remember. And the Blank Zac is only because no one ever uses that skin ever. And we saw like yesterday the purple Zac, you know, the release Zac skin, like the unstable experiment or something like that.
So
and I was like, why would you ever pick that skin? Ever. Yeah. You have access to all of them on this client, right? Like,
you have the pool party Zac, the bubblegum Zac.
Yeah.
You know.
And what's the new blob Zac that's like really, really cute and fun? I don't know, man. It just makes me a little bit sad. I think Majin Buu Zac is obviously the best.
Yeah.
You just go pink chroma. Like, that's it. That's all you have to do.
You know, I feel like some chromas are like, people have their preferences, like, okay, this skin is a different color, but I feel like Zac got the most value out of just a chroma.
Oh, yeah.
Doing so much for the champion.
The skins team really has a rough time when it comes to Zac, though, as casting not quite able to get the W off. That is not as ruthless as he wants to be.
I think there's some champions like, oh my god, there's so much we can do. It's like, possibilities are endless.
Yeah.
With Zac, they're like, okay, what color do we want the blob to be?
Obviously, you know, Lux and Misfortune are those 2 champions where they have so many options of what to do.
Yeah.
And that's why they do them all.
I feel like Ashe has a ton of skins, Ezreal has a ton of skins, you know.
Yeah.
There's a few champions that he's got a lot of mileage out.
Not Zac. He's just a blob. It can be different colors of blob, and I think that's totally fine.
That's just his thing.
As speaking of skins, Andil back to the boxing Blitzcrank, one of the golden oldies.
Yeah.
Love to see it. And Deft always just goes with like the newest option of skin almost every single time.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, the guy that he's next to has a skin for this champion, and he's like, no, there's this cool new one that I'm going to pick up instead.
Yeah, but I feel like Beryl can't really say anything about that because he doesn't even use his own skins.
That is true. So that is very true.
Can't really say much there. And yeah, you know, you're kind of waiting for level 2, but also when you have pressure in the lane, so Deft and Beryl just have... Yeah.
So would you say that this is going to be a little bit doo-doo favored? It's looking pretty good.
Historically, looking pretty good, you know.
Of course, I feel like a lot of these stats are from when Camille was very dominant.
Yeah, when she was bonkers.
Yeah.
She is pretty good right now. You know, they gave her some buffs. She's in a decent spot, but maybe not. It's not peak Camille.
Yeah. That was after some nerfs, right? Like, if you haven't watched since MSI, it's sort of like she dipped down and then got back up again, sort of thing.
I mean, I think...
Or was it just buffs? Because that would be silly.
I think she was kind of buffed for MSI, but she didn't see that much play at MSI.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't have it on the top of my head.
Well, right now, Casting, we just watched him win a trade, so it looks like Renekton way better than Camille right now.
Field's so big.
Yeah, but look, she's got that blue bar underneath. Casting doesn't have one of those.
Yeah.
So he just presses buttons.
You know,
when
this
the number
seems like
comes
the
up.
perfect point for a gank. When both top laners are low, they're dialed in, they're focused.
Ooh.
It's mano a mano.
True. Well, you can see Casting. He started it up. Ruthless Predator going to connect this time around. He's got the dice ready. It's almost just a solo kill as the flash forward from Pyoshik is going to guarantee it. Dudu didn't press his flash button, so that is good news, but still, first blood on the top side of the map once again for KT.
Yep, and I think Dudu could be happy that the wave state isn't too bad, and also it's not Casting who got the kill, but Pyoshik got there first and is able to deliver pretty easily, pick up that kill for himself and get some momentum.
Nicely done. Ward goes in, so Casting is going to be able to kill it, of course. Press W, kill wards. Really, really nice. Dudu able to hold the wave will force a teleport out of Casting.
Yeah, it's a bit unfortunate because obviously needs to kind of go towards the bot side. There's not really anything for him to do on the top side. Otherwise, they could maybe threaten Casting. But with his flash up, I'm not sure there's really that much reason to. And yeah, this setup, I mean, this is part of the power for Nectin. It's why we saw Nectin Italy so much back in the day. You just dash in, you press your stun button, and your jungler's there to follow up.
Beautifully played. Pyoshik making sure that he guarantees the kill. And now, just going to be back into it. See whether Dudu can right the ship. Of course, still in a decent position when it comes to farm, and as far as scaling, even though you know, you can say all of those funny scales puns about Renekton, certainly not going to have that in his advantage over the Camille. The side lanes should belong to Quantum Freaks towards the end of this game. Right now, Casting looking pretty good, as Dudu does have that wave crash towards his turret. No plates just yet. And haven't really had too much of a check-in on the bottom side. If you have a look at the numbers, looks like about a wave in advantage here for Deft.
If nothing's happened, it's going pretty good for KT.
Yeah.
That's the general takeaway. Summoner's available. I will say, though, you know, one of the things I talked about last game was KT's comp was very good at dealing AoE damage with, like, the Aurelion Sol. Terrible against the Seraphine. Whereas a lot of the components on Quantum Freaks is single target damage. You know, the Corki is more for bursty assassin now. Camille and Jhin and Blitz are all good at like bursting out one target. So the value for the Seraphine may not be as good as Andal got in that game one. Oh, Beryl.
Yeah, able to sidestep the hook. Andal down to about 50%, but Deft not wanting to walk into the fog of war. You've got captive audiences all over the place.
You know, I feel like
that was a weird word to use.
Playing a mobile champ into Blitzcrank, it's all about confidence, you know.
Oh,
Every time
yeah.
you dodge it, you gotta kind of strut your stuff and be like, yeah, easy, any day, and then that's when it starts to get in Andal's head.
Since 2010, I've had a complete mental block against Blitzcrank hook. I walk into them almost every single time. Yeah. I don't know what it is. I just can't play against that champion. I really do have a massive issue.
Whereas Beryl is clearly unfazable.
No, completely. Unflappable. No one can... And it is the Beryl way. It does make a lot of sense. And so he just sort of slides to the left. It's the walk tactic that we were employing at MSI after you coined it.
I heard that. It was doing a lot of value there.
A lot of work.
It's sweeping the nation and even international events.
Indeed. And we are going to continue pushing it forward. here at the LCK as 2024 summer rolls around. As Casting for an opportunity, he's going to get stunned for his work. Still able to trade back quite nicely as the W was able to connect. And so Dudu just looking to continue putting on as much pressure as he can. So far he's been using his shield very effectively as it does come up. And of course, pretty easy to guarantee that you get it correctly onto the physical.
Look good for him, though.
This is
unhealthy.
Somewhat subpar as Oldir. He's jumped a little bit further forward than he would otherwise like. Is Casting once again almost towards a solo kill and is now looking to try and deliver this one over to BDD. It doesn't quite work out and Casting's going to have to whoa! He walks back and gets himself killed. He was like, no, Dudu, you deserve this one. You put in really good work, and looks you can have it.
He said, I don't want to win lane on the back of 2 ganks.
Yeah.
Have one back. We'll make it even.
Yeah, there you go.
Respect. That's how top laners should play it.
It's the only way to explain what just happened.
I feel like we're going to watch back the replay, and we're going to hope to get answers, and we're going to be more confused looking back the second time.
Yeah, I can already guarantee that that's the case. I think memory is just enough. That he just walked in there. And here it is. Here's that replay. Explain it to me, Orcs.
So 90% of the work done, gets him really low. Dudu ends up flashing, which in 90% of situations I'd say is a terrible idea. But then he ults Casting, and Casting tries to dodge the Talia Q.
Aha!
Of his own team.
That's what it was. That threaded volley. You can't get hit by the threaded volley, man.
Yeah.
That's all right. Casting.
Maybe that's where Casting has a mental block. You have it against Blitzcrank, and Casting has it against Talia. Too many rocks thrown at him.
And that's why they didn't pick Talia in game number 1 to make sure that his debut wasn't against a champion that he has struggled into the past. That is a great shove, though, from BDD onto Andal, but already it started off poorly here for KT. A 1-for-1 in the end. Support for Jungler is now Beryl. That encore was not it. Now Def will finally turn up. Another phenomenal seismic shove going to come in as Def finally has the arrows, but it's just not going to be enough. Leaper dives on top of him, and it's a triple, almost a quadra kill for Bulldog, but Leaper takes it in the end.
Huge fight there from Quandron Freaks, and Bulldog gets so much value on the Corki. The auto damage, 100% AD, 15% extra true damage, doing so much there. The Gatling gun as well, and I think KT, they saw a window to turn the play around, try and pick the Blitzcrank, but when you focus your Vital, your CC onto the Blitzcrank, you're just letting the Corki just free hit for the whole fight.
Yeah, and the seismic shoves are really good. I feel like BDD played it quite well, but Bulldog just right-clicked. And now Andal's in the top lane, and that is a nice little hook. Going to be set up brilliantly there. The Dominus not quite going to be enough, but at least the Q doing some work. And now a flash forward from Pyoshik finds the punch under the Camille once again. And Casting just kind of masterfully baiting the whole situation.
Yep, that's why he gave the free kill before, because he knew he could mind game.
Aha!
You just like another free kill for me? Not this time.
The psychological battle here in his debut series.
It's all mind games all the way down.
It's glorious. I love that when there's layers, layers upon layers.
Like an onion.
Uh-huh.
Or an ogre.
Indeed. I was wondering whether you were going to get the Shrek reference in there, and he managed to do it. Okay, here we go. And it started off with Pyoshik just trying to deny CC.
Yeah.
He found the nice shove, and it looked like it was going well for KT.
I think that's the problem, is that it denies the CC, but it commits you to a fight where you're trading your Vi for Blitzcrank, and then Bulldog is doing so much damage at this point. Great flash there, but just the consistent autos, and again, they focus the Maokai because it's done his job. And the 2 left standing are these 80 carries who can just walk at you and left click.
Yeah, that was it. And this looked like it was going to go well. And then look at the value from the Q out of Casting. Working out very, very nicely. Pyoshik in good position.
Yep, second time he's done that, come top lane, flashed the Q and just killed Dudu. Probably getting sick of that at this point, but yeah, gold still in favor of KT despite everything. They do have 6 Void Grubs in their pocket, and they are trying to set up control for this dragon. But this Corki, Bulldog already 3-0-1 with the Triforce. He is the major threat right now.
Yep. Letting us know here, thank you, Jonas Strong.
Used ult and Leaper cleansed it.
Indeed. So we've got ult for cleanse. That is the trade-off. And it looks like we're going to be evening out these dragons unless Quandong Freaks have something to say about it. Blast Cone available for Cuz. Opts out of it here as the Drake is going to be picked up. Hook once again going to be walked away from by Beryl. He is an expert at that one as Cloud Soul coming in.
I'm curious about this situation because I feel like them all trapped in the pit, Maokai ult coming through, Cuz could have used the blast cone, you have Jin ult.
Yeah.
I thought that was a good setup. I probably would have just taken the fight. Even if they get the dragon, I probably would have just gone for it. But I guess Quantum Freaks just opt out. They feel like they're fine with taking this game later and don't feel a need to kind of flip the game on a dragon. Whereas me, you know, I see champion kill champion.
Yeah, no, I kind of like that. The Moscow 5 theory from many years ago. Cuz did just complete his Leandries off his most recent back, so might have been sitting on a fair bit of gold. May not have been as confident in their ability to win that fight.
Yeah, there's a lot of things that go into whether you want to make play. Plus, a big element of Quantum Freaks is their ability to find picks, so perhaps didn't just want to go for a straight 5v5 without taking someone off the map first.
Yeah, maybe if the hook had landed from Andal, then everything's different. As soon as the hook doesn't land, they back away from it. There it is, landing this time around. Very easy on a stationary target. And Deft now just getting completely torn to shreds. Valkyrie forward from Bulldog, cleanse from Deft. He gets out of dodge, but BDD may not be in a good enough position. And now Casting, he's making his way in 3 low health members. This is so scary. And the seismic shove onto the rocks from BDD. And he secures his target. And now this huge Crocodile is looking for Leaper. He does have a trap in place and is able to stop the Croc from chasing him down, but still a great play from KT.
You can see how assured Quantum Freaks were that they were winning this play. The Bulldog is willing to Valk through a full unraveled Earth to get the kill on the Def. They get baited in, Casting TPs through, they'll get the tower as well, and suddenly we have a pretty significant gold lead for the side of KT. 3,000 ahead right now. Quantum Freaks will take the Herald as a compensation prize, but that is all they will get. And KT, game's in a much better spot than that game 1.
Compensation prize sounds fine, but isn't it consolation prize?
Yeah, I was testing you.
Aha! Did I pass or fail?
You succeeded.
Oh, there we go.
Pretty sharp on that one, you caught it.
All right. Let's hope that Degon catches it and doesn't do that thing from yesterday.
Oh, please don't bring it up again.
Sorry, I keep bringing it up. I should
it
stop bringing it up. Oh, so annoying, though.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll get it out of our minds. Hopefully Andal is going to look for a hook in the coming minutes, and then we'll be able to really zone in. Here we go. Here's a replay as Beryl. This was him engaging.
Yeah. And the thing is, the TP's committed to the play, but I just don't think they expected to have killed Beryl so quickly. And then Bulldog comes in and looked like he just dashes through the rocks. Like, no, we've got this. We're good. Oh, wait. That's a Crocodile. The W misses from Leaper as well. They don't get the kill on the Deft. And then this Renekton turns up. And Andal's like, no, I'll peel for you, Bulldog. And then he just dies too. It would have been a 1-for-1 if they just let Bulldog go, but...
It was nice target selection, actually. The fact that BDD was able to take down Bulldog by himself allowed that extra kill onto Andal, who otherwise could have just, you know, maybe just boosted his way out of there. Wasn't to be the case, though, as now BDD, he's very strong. 2-1-3 on the Talia, looking for his Leandries, stacking up that Archangels as well, as per usual. And Casting is a big Crocodile.
Yeah, he's been having a really good game. I feel like last one, he didn't get to do much. He was obviously played around a little bit to get an advantage, but playing into Seraphine as a Jax, a Seraphine sort of comp that's all grouped up with a ton of CC didn't seem very fun, but now he's been making quite a bit of impact. That TP really valuable.
Also looking like a different player to what Perfect was, right? I feel like Perfect was often one of these more utility-based top laners. I'm going to have to hold that thought for a moment. BDD in trouble. Hook going to connect. And there it is. Encore not going to be landing here either, as Andal just trying to get out of there, and will be able to do so. Cuz tanking up the turret for him.
Yeah, good teammate Cuz tanking that one up for him. Very long CC chain.
Yeah, I feel like that snare lasted for way too long. I was like, hang on a second. Are we going to have a pause? But we did. It was just Andal, and it is just as intended as now.
I don't think they're outplaying this. I don't think there's any...
No. Can you get the ultimate out of Kyoshik is the question, I guess, that you can ask. And the answer is no, you can't. As Kyoshik going to do some Overwatch tactics here as he's looking to try and, you know, stagger the back, stagger the resets.
That's pretty big because Dragon's up in 20 seconds. So Bulldog will, I think, have TP up by then. But maybe KT can look for an advantage on the back of that spawning up. And we'll see here, I think maybe what made the really long CC chain was like the Ash Arrow coming from far away.
Ah, could have been. Yes, there it is, there it is.
Yeah, because the stun was...
It was obscenely long.
Yeah, very long stun, but you can see now KT, they know Bulldog's still down, still unavailable. Oh, and a great wall as well. KT have just come alive since game one.
And I think it might have something to do with this Talia for BDD. He has been extraordinarily good on this champion throughout his entire career, and the Aurelion Soul was just kind of a non-factor this time. He's kept up in farm and is an absolute threat in this mid-game. Really good to see. So KT able to keep up with the momentum that Quantum Freaks have been looking for themselves. Otherwise, things pretty even as far as farm is concerned across the board. You know, slight lead here for casting, but that has only recently occurred. 3,000 gold mainly coming from, you know, a bit of extra turret money as first turret blood going over to KT. And they do have 6 grubs as well. And so that means that these turrets could continue to fall. Top lane is in dire straits, as we can see. And casting not going to be looking to topple that one just yet, but BDD on a split push as well towards this bottom side. So finally some momentum in KT's hands. So 3 games looking like a possibility. And that is all we really want here. Because yesterday was the 6-game banger day, you know, and I was there for a little bit at the beginning, but I didn't really get to feel the magic of it, you
Imagine if it just kept going. Remember we had that really long streak last year of just 2-0 series? Imagine if we just had a 3-game series all the way.
Well, whenever a new person starts at the LCK, but whether it be on the global side or on the Korean side, it's always their responsibility how long the days are.
Yeah.
And so already, Digon is guaranteed that we're getting 6 gamers, because he's here and he's a 6-gamer guy.
He's a 6-gamer guy.
And that was me when I debuted in OGN as well. I started off and it was just 6-game days for weeks on end. And I was really psyched about it, you know, because I was new. And Carsten Jones was just like, dude, why do I have to be here all the time? Forever and ever.
No free.
It's your fault. I was like, I'm sorry. You're my hero. I'm sorry. Good times. He was definitely having a laugh with me, but I wasn't ready to not just take everything that he said seriously.
Yeah, a little bit too green.
Yeah, I was a bit too green. But we're gonna have to do that with Digon as well. But unfortunately, I've kind of given away the whole
you know what
thing.
you know what I did? You know what I did yesterday? I mean, I think I told you about this one. Yeah, it was after because we did 2 rehearsals and then we did the opening, and then afterwards I was like, oh man, that was terrible. And Digon's face,
yes, you did tell me about.
He just looked. He looked so like. He was like, I thought it was okay.
Yeah. Just completely defeated. Oh, that's beautiful.
That was hilarious.
It's
God, this sounds
so
cool
young,
listening.
you know?
They must be like, damn, they're horrible at the LCK.
Oh, sorry, Digon.
You know, it's even funnier when we can see him and laugh at his expense. That just really adds to it.
It really does. It's really brought this KT versus Quantum Freaks series alive, as we might even have a team fight. Having a look to see what's going to happen here. Just testing the waters, quite literally here in the river. Quantum Freaks not going to be pulling the trigger just yet. You can see Camille making her way out onto the map. Both top laners with teleports at the ready. A very damaging build here from the Renekton. Kind of love it.
Yeah, he is gonna hit. And I will say, you know, it's a hype build, but it does mean there is no one on the side of KT who is tanky. And when Jhin opens up with an ult, it's every man for himself. Like, it's like, oh, casting, protect me. And he's like, nah, bro, I am blocking anything for you. He's just as squishy as like BDD is. Squish it, in fact.
But he does do a lot of damage, as we can see here. Dudu not quite able to tank him up just yet. Wants his Ravenous as soon as possible. Little Vampire accepted, not quite enough.
That 20-4 win-loss and the Camille scaling. Not feeling very convincing right now.
This might be the 5.
Yeah.
As we're changing the division of the whole matchup by a whole number. Absolutely crazy. If this Renekton does manage to pick up the victory, which at the moment, 1,000 gold in the lead for KT. Definitely better than game number 1. And they also have a Dragon lead as well.
I think Leaper's going to be able to base and get IE, yeah. Well, it's not as
big.
bad for Leaper, but for Bulldog, oh, they're looking for play.
Yeah, although this is kind of just cuz right now. He's just fighting casting. Dudu will eventually make his way down and does try and keep him in position. There is the Dominus. They do have the dice as well. Casting is actually not wanting to use it because he has teammates coming down as well, and Quantum Freaks starting to realize that they have overstayed their welcome. Good flash from Cuz that has to use it to get out of the way of the arrow.
Legitimately, I actually think he could have 1v2'd there. If they,
I was kind of thinking that.
I think Dudu and Cuz suddenly realized, like, okay, we've got it, and they're like, wait a minute. weird. Like, you could see Dudu ready to go in and thought for a second, like, I'm not sure I survived this.
But also, Bulldog had teleport available, so if he had have committed, then it's likely he dies. Although I guess BDD had his as well, so I don't know.
Yeah. A lot of factors to take into account.
Yeah,
but yeah,
maybe
as I
just
was
lack
saying,
of information.
It's not as bad for Lipa, but Bulldog has just IE. So he's just playing, he's just gambling right now. He's just playing the slot machine. If he crits, big damage.
Yeah.
If he doesn't crit, well, maybe go next game.
This used to be the Corky build. It's like we've come full circle. It's
I remember,
crazy.
I think there was a series back in the day in the LCS where like a fight came down to like 30% crit Corky critting 3 times in a row.
Yeah, it was probably double lift as well.
I'm ready for it to happen here.
Yeah, as okay, the Dragon down to 50% as now Andel's just flashing forward, manages to get the hook, but he's taking so much damage. He's first one to go down. BDD goes golden as well to survive through it, and now the Ash is tearing them to shreds. Casting gets amongst it. He's going down like paper, like you were saying, but Deft is still raining hell on them. There's the weave as well. The flash comes out from Dudu, and Kwangdong Freaks are just pushed away from this Dragon Pit.
Yeah, I mean, part of the problem, they didn't have the Maokai ult, and yes, they managed to get in and get on top of BDD, but the follow-up isn't there in time. I think it was actually Beryl who pushed forwards to block the fourth shot from the Jhin.
Whoa, there's the arrow. Seismic Shove is going to be avoided, as Bulldog not CC'd quite long enough. And that was a very short-range arrow, so of course not going to have the most CC up and available. Trades value pretty high.
You know, Cloud saw a lot of value, the extra movement speed for these picks on the side of KT, dodging things like a Jhin ult a lot easier. And there is a ward there, Dudu.
There is, and know it.
Your team aren't there yet. They'll get the Scuttle Trap. Oh, no, they're just...
Yeah.
One of those games, well, they are resetting, and they do it kind of fast. Maybe they can get this in time, actually. This might just be the play.
It's going so incredibly quickly. Yeah, and KT, you probably knew exactly what was happening here. You saw all of them converge, but that is just a free Baron. It's a hook as well, as now Beryl, he had to flash to get out of the way of that one, but he cannot flash again, so he's just dead. So it's not only a Baron, but it's also a pick. Def trying to offer some damage back, but the damage has been done.
You know what? It's my fault. I saw KT win that Dragon fight, and I was like, damn, they're going to bring this to a game 3. And the second that thought went through my mind, Kwangdong Freaks just dialed in. Oh, no.
And now Def going to have to go with some fancy footwork here, as Pioshik not having... Oh! Okay.
Not even close.
Yeah.
You know?
Just walk.
That's a world champion right there. He doesn't hesitate. He doesn't, He doesn't struggle in these moments under pressure.
Ignore the world champion that just got hooked up because the Baron went down for free.
Yeah, so in this one, they commit so much to try and get BDD, but the follow-up isn't there. Bulldog doesn't even have rockets. And then actually, I think the final shot, I think Beryl pushes forwards to block one of them, but regardless, Casting dives in, creates so much space and does go down, but the rest of Kwangdong Freaks has to back away. And yeah, they don't manage to catch any more. That looked like a winning play, but I think the reset timings all came in together.
Yeah,
and the Baron went so fast. I mean, double 80 carry, Maokai with Leandries and the Camille. I guess it just works.
It does. You can see Def there, able to get a fair bit of damage here onto Cuz.
I think it's hilarious that like they went on Baron, they cleared the ward, and then they went on Baron again, and they still had enough time to do it all.
Yeah.
You know?
I was thinking that as soon as that controller was kind of ignored in like this weird way, that it just wasn't going to be enough. Is Arrow going to connect onto Leaper here? He flashes over the wall after the cleanse. That's both summoner spells now down. Weaver's Wall coming in. Arndil in no man's land, and Dudu is with him, and is now casting. He's going to come in. The Hextech ultimatum to try and avoid some of the damage, and Kwangdong Freaks get the first 2 kills of the fight. BDD looking for more. The health bars are so incredibly low. Is BDD finally able to go into that Zhonya's to keep himself alive? Leaper finds the shot and just ends the Renekton, and now Cuz flashes forward with the Bramble Smash, and that is the ace for the Kwangdong Freaks.
Would you believe it, Max? Jhin did things!
He did! He came out of stun and just said no!
Yeah, the cleanse a little bit off time, but it gives 75% tenacity now after the buff, so able to get away, and you see it's a very sort of split fight. We have the backline of KT under threat here from Bulldog. Beryl gets deleted. On the top side, finally we see Dudu go down, but Lipa is just free hitting, and then this crit that comes through with the Collector as well finishes off the Renekton, and then Cuz just vibing. The whole fight wasn't really focused, just doing his thing, smashing some brambles. Oh,
yeah. Nice indeed, Lipa. Really well played. And Kwangdong Freaks are really poised. I mean, it's not the same level of lead that we saw in game number 1, but finding that free Baron, now with a 4.6k Rebel Baron power play, as it is about to time out. They should be able to deny this Soul, which is coming up in 45 seconds.
Yep.
And it's really swung back in favor of the Kwangdong Freaks, and all we wanted was 3 games, KT. You didn't need to win the series, okay?
The lead isn't as big as the previous game, but KT don't have a center, KT don't have an Aurelion Sol.
They don't have a tank.
They don't have anyone who's even vaguely tanky. They have bruisers. I honestly think BDD... Oh.
Okay, Cuz looking for an opportunity here as the Weaver's Wall comes down. Beryl is going to get almost hit by the final shot, but he was out of the curtains.
Yeah, I was going to say BDD with the Zhonyas and the Seraphs and the Liandries might be one of the tankier members on the squad, which says a lot. And, you know, the Rockets from Bulldog level 16 starting to do a decent amount of damage, but Leaper, if he look, he has Rapid Fire, Collector, IE, and a Dick. If he autos any Squishy, which is everyone, it's just going to do so much damage.
Well, Dudu is going to spot Pureshik here, or Pureshik spotted or someone. There was some scouting done by both teams.
Mutual spotting, they spotted each other.
Indeed. Speaking of neutrals, the Dragon going to be claimed here by the Kwangdong Freaks. That's what their tempo has afforded them thus far. Now looking to push down here on this bottom side. This inner turret is going to go down so incredibly quickly as Leaper 4-0 and 4 on this Jhin. Rapid fire cannon now done as well. Look at that chunk onto the turret. And I'm not a huge Jhin fan. This guy is almost making me a believer.
Yep. He's convincing us. He's slowly doing the work.
I tell you what though, the main thing that I really didn't like was lethality Jhin. That just felt terrible.
Now you have a bit of both, you know, bit of lethality, bit of crit,
yeah,
a lot of damage.
Yeah, I like the crit version a whole lot more. As Seismic Shove going to go wide. There is the Nature's Grasp. As okay, Andal not going to quite find the hook, as there it is. Cease and desist, and they say no to Bulldog. He is very, very dead. KT finding a little bit of respite here, as that push didn't quite work out for the Kwangdong Freaks.
Yep, that QSS sitting in Bulldog's inventory, not doing anything in that situation.
That's an expensive paperweight at that point in time, as Pureshik doesn't have cease and desist now, but there's the Weaver's Wall from BDD. Looks for the opportunity onto Leaper, who just walks over to the side. Andal might be taken down here as Pureshik in trouble. Def just flying forward, finds the Jhin. BDD once again and expertly used Zhonyas just to bait them through. And Dudu couldn't find anything for it, and KT have come alive.
They managed to find a huge fight there, and it feels like Kwangdong Freaks are trying to turn it around, trying to send more members into it. They just get deleted. Baron is up in 24 seconds. Members of Kwangdong Freaks are going to be down. 80 carry on top, not going to be up for the spawn, so they can just rush it. And here, Bulldog just didn't respect Pureshik's ability to flash R. It was that simple. Didn't wind up with a Q, didn't give any sort of notice. Just a solid pick there. And then listens to him play. You can see Leaper is trying to focus damage onto the Vi here. But the health is just a bit too much for him to cut through, and Def just walks up, confidence.
He just kited forward the whole time. As now Baron has been started. Okay, Cuz up and available. Dudu doesn't have teleport, remember, so this is going to be KT's advantage with all 5 members here. They've got the healing from the Seraphine as well. They just need to keep Cuz out of the pit. That is all they have to do. Is now Bulldog. He is once again going to eat a cease and desist, and he's all by himself, casting dives over the Baron wall as well, and KT, an expertly played Baron. They will be able to lock that one down, and I think that maybe they've just dialed in. You know, there was some funny business before, but they've sorted it out.
Just when you've kind of given up on hope for KT winning their first series, they're like, okay, guys, Eighth is at an absolute low.
No, and continue to be given up. Otherwise, this is going to go back again, and maybe this game will never end.
Honestly, it's like that thing when people are like, I'm looking away.
Yeah.
You know,
don't look back.
Don't look.
We'll tell you when it's safe.
I'm looking. Okay, now they're going to lose. You know, you just got to stare away and listen to our voices as we guide you through this hectic roller coaster.
And we're very happy to do so. That's what we're here for.
Yeah.
So don't you worry. If you're concerned, if you're a Kwangdong Freaks fan, feel free to watch. You know, just have a great time.
Yeah,
it's only KT that has this problem.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I feel like Bulldog at this point, I don't know, do you buy a Zhonyas or something? Like, what is the answer? You just keep getting ulted.
I think you want a GA maybe, so then at least you buy some time for the rest of your team to turn up. I don't know.
Yeah.
Right now it's looking really difficult because the gold has swung back once again. Inner turret's now starting to fall down.
Still not that big of a lead though.
No. I do feel like map leads are a little bit more important in this particular game. The siege potential of KT is also quite high.
And Soul's up in a minute, and I don't think Quantum Freak's going to get much chance to get near that.
And think about it, if they have Cloud Soul, they can ult and run way faster towards the Baron, so no more free Barons for Quantum Freaks.
Yep, and also dodging those Jhin ults becomes a lot easier.
Very true. We'll just have to see. Deft now with 3.5 items completed himself. 4 items done for Leaper, who does have the Edge of Night now secured as well, so that extra shielding is certainly going to be important here.
We'll see a replay of how the fight went. So basically, Yoshi pressed off.
Yeah.
That's my summary.
It was beautiful. Really eloquently delivered.
Yep. You know, I feel like we've seen a lot of it with Nautilus. It works with Vi 2. This champion remains powerful just because of that. Quantum Freaks do find a window. Resets come in from KT, and they actually push out of the base, and they're on map to contest the Dragon, so that's a positive for them.
Looks like Rift will go over to Quandong. Yep. KT continue to push, casting on a flank angle here.
Look at that burn from the sapling, by the way.
Yeah.
Hit like 4 people there.
Cuz is pretty legitimate.
Oh, look at Deft, by the way.
Deft is taken down to 50%. Doesn't have lifesteal in the build right now. And there is the Dragon secured by the Quantum Freaks. So both teams on Soul Point now. Quantum Freaks do also have Dudu in a side lane. And KT, what they want is to just take an inhibitor in trade. They might be able to get there, as Dudu actually decided to go back to the wave to try and challenge. This inhibitor is not long for the world, so they want to get at least something. But casting, he goes back. The curtains have now been called, and the Weaver's Wall will be able to knock Leaper out of it, even though the Edge of Night was there as BDD. He's getting taken down low, but he has that Zhonya's. There's now Bulldog gonna get pushed back. BDD thrown into the thick of things, though, as there's Leaper's clans and casting trying to get up there, but he can't really do it. Dudu is just a monster as Beryl's flashing away, and they've lost both of their carries, and now Leaper, another just explosion of crit damage on top of this Renekton. Beryl can't do anything. And this new 80 carry for the Quandong Freaks is popping off.
He's doing so much work. KT overcommitting to the base. Perfect lineup for not only the Jhin ult, but the flank that comes through. And now it's only the Vi alive. The death timers are long. The waves are there. They're going to look for the end here and now.
Let's see what they can do. They've got that wave turning up towards that bottom side. They can tank up these turret shots as well to try and keep this wave alive for as long as possible. Pyoshik, he's going to need a miracle, but I just don't think he's going to be able to buy enough time. He needs 13 seconds on BDD, and he just will not have it. The Quandong Freaks, a 2-0 in their debut match of summer. Leaper comes out and says, World Championship bottom lane? Nah. That's not what I'm interested in. Another hook for Arndil. And the Quandong Freaks take the 2-0.
And it's a convincing series. It's a really strong performance. You know, people always love to make jokes about KG and them underperforming, them having rough times. And sure, you can definitely say that this wasn't KT, the best we've seen them. But I think, to me, this was Quandong Freaks stepping up.
Oh, yeah.
A great start to the season. Leaper fit right in with the squad. And they're able to deliver. You know, game 1, I think they had a draft edge, but game 2, I think it just really came down to the gameplay. There's a couple of flubs definitely where they got challenged, but the Baron rush made such a difference. Decisive calls coming in clutch, and then able to find that fight at the end to rebound and win the game.
And the huge smile on Andil's face really is giving me a lot of great vibes, because we know that he struggled so much last season. His mentality really was affected. He had a lot of anxiety that he was trying to get through. But today just looks like vibes, even though sometimes, you know, he had some hooks that didn't quite work out, some things that didn't quite happen, but that huge smile, that is enough. And this gentleman right here, back-to-back Maokai's, but still making it happen. Because still probably going down as one of the most ridiculous pickups here for the Quandong Freaks.
Yeah.
The fact that he had such an incredible 2023 and then couldn't find one of the, I guess, normally Western side teams. Quandong Freaks, definitely a lot of potential on this squad. Maybe we'll have to keep our eye out for them when it comes to making it more like through the playoffs rather than just to the playoffs.
Yeah, today, fantastic. Please keep it up, because I think it's so easy to support this team and just enjoy seeing the players win, because they're all good vibes and they all put in so much effort. And I think because, as you said, it was surprising to see him on Quandong Freaks, but he's really elevated this roster and the players all stepped up to try and get to a level where they can contest with these top teams.
Yep. Leaper there just really feeling it.
This is how you're going to debut.
Oh, yeah. I like that he has a sit down in the chair just to soak in the vibe of getting a win at LoL Park here in his debut series.
Yeah, and you know, casting unfortunately doesn't end up winning on the day, but I think he still had a pretty strong. His Renekton was solid. I don't think it's really down to him. KT ended up losing this one, so he'll get another chance hopefully. Most likely where he'll be able to get a win under his belt. But yeah, today definitely Lipa's day.
Certainly was, and all of us wrong on this one. And you know, I tweeted about it
2 days in
because I decided to do the I'll predict KT to win both of their series.
Oh, God.
And that was a weird decision
So
to make.
it's your fault.
Yeah. It does mean that KT is more likely to beat D plus Kia later in this week, but they definitely did not win here today. Quantum Freaks off to a great start.
Yep, absolutely. And again, just maintain that consistency, keep it up. I think as well, they sort of came in with a smart draft as well. Like the gameplay was good, but like the draft in the game one, the Seraphine, the pick on 5, the Blitzcrank as well, and the pick potential, you know, they knew from their game, they know from practicing how the Seraphine functions, how you get value, and the pick potential working well, just taking out members of the enemy team.
And they've been a Seraphine team for a long time, right?
Yeah.
So just with all of that extra practice certainly working out, that was the slight outplay there
they made
of
Jin
casting on himself. And they did make Jin work, and that's the thing that impresses me the most.
Yeah, and Jin really worked. It wasn't just like, okay, Jin was there, you know, and we won. It was like Jin was doing things.
And it was like a giant crocodile was like slicing towards him, and he just shoots him in the noggin.
Yeah, that is generally how, I mean, you would be more of an expert on this, but I think that's how you're supposed to respond to a big scary crocodile running at you.
I think so. Normally it's shriek and try to run away.
Well,
that's the tactic most often used.
Well, maybe they should try this one then, yeah.
Yeah. Certainly being a champion with all of these really cool items that are all weapons is probably going to help.
Jin notoriously struggles in the tanks, and there just wasn't one.
Yeah.
No, he didn't have to deal with that. Just bruises and squishies.
He also didn't have to build any sort of armor penetration item whatsoever, right? So kind of absurd.
Just flat ban all the way.
Man, that is a very happy Quantum Freaks. And everyone just yelling, great job, great job. You can really see the veteran Cuz just taking all of these young players towards the Nexus.
And against his former team as well.
Yeah.
It's gotta feel good.
And I think, you know, Dudu having a little bit more of a subdued performance in this series, but when Dudu's having a subdued performance and Quantum Freaks look this good, that's when you know that they've made some improvements.
Yeah, to be fair, I think game 1 he did do some Dusante.
Oh, yes.
That was very, but yeah, this game 2, it wasn't really about him, but it's kind of shown, like, Bulldog, I think, had a really good series, and sometimes he's been one we've given criticism to. Cuz is just topping the damage charts on Maokai.
As usual, yeah.
Definitely felt like a team effort in this one.
Certainly did. Deft also doing a lot of damage himself, but unfortunately it wasn't enough to actually get them across the line. And a 2-0. And so the streak's already been broken.
D gone.
Oh, man.
He lasted a day.
He did. He lasted 1 day. Oh, it's terrible. But at least he stopped doing the thing, so it's fine.
Oh, well, for now.
Fingers crossed anyway. So I think it's now time to throw it over to the desk, though. See what they thought about the Quantum Freaks victory.
Thank you very much. Our constellations of conversation. A great cast on the day. And you know what? It's a short day. Quantum Freaks 2-0. No one believed in them.
Who would have thought?
I don't know. We keep picking KT.
Which Atlas, actually, I think I was really happy he mentioned it, because I agree. He mentioned that this loss means that KT is in an even better spot to be at a 50-50 chance of beating DK. This doesn't change anything, but I do want to really focus, as they did as well, on Kwangdong, because, man, it's easy to forget that this team looked really good for a large part of spring, and then they looked very bad for a while, but they did make it. But this,
I mean, for me, I look at this and I go, KT probably should have won that game, right? They made a huge mistake, overstayed. But the fact that Quantum was able to play close to KT, it punishes them really well. The team fights were clean. Leaper looks like a huge upgrade, a lot more versatility over Bull, who had a very binary playstyle. Let's just say more aggressive 80 carries, scaling 80 carries he couldn't do. I think Leaper seems to be a great addition to this team, and the fact that they could play KT close enough to have that one opportunity to wipe and then end the game is a good sign for Kwangdong in the future.
Right. Again, this was a squad at their best, stole our hearts from last split. And when they play well, this is the peak that they can find. Let's take a look at some of the draft that we had here. Pretty standard stuff. The Seraphine slipping on over now to Barrel. Didn't look as effective. What else jumped out at you, Mal?
With Seraphine specifically, and we saw this in the last game, Seraphine, I think, really thrives when you're playing kind of like death balls playing into each other, and there's not a lot of ways for enemies to get on top of you. But between Corki, Camille, and the Blitz, and I don't think the Blitz ended up being as big of an impact as maybe we were looking for, particularly in the mid to early game, but it makes it much harder to play out. That said, KT, that Talia Vi combo was so insanely strong, and it really felt reminiscent in the draft that you have here of what Kwangdong's issues were last split. Because KT, I think they played this draft early great. They got casting fed, right? And obviously he had some oopsie moments, but still he was a very big crocodile. You had that mid-jungle duo of Talia and Vi just slamming objectives left and right. Deft played a really good Ashe AD game, so I don't think the draft was the problem at all.
I really just want to mention one small thing. The Camille also coming through here felt like a really cool tech from Kwangdong Freaks in that it's great for lockdown. Could have been flexed to support. Diga and I were talking about that. Could have gone for an AP top laner as well to further their damage profile. Ultimately ended up going with the Camille top anyways, but I thought that Kwangdong really set up a very nice draft here. There's obviously a lot of frontline too for the Jin.
Well, let's take a look at some of those highlights up on the top side of the map with the Baron take to kick things off.
I don't know who made this call, but I'm going to assume it was Cuz, because I think the fact that Cuz wasn't picked up after the last split he had on KAT is still mind-boggling to me. And this moment, I think, is what ended up deciding the game. Because from this point, right, you are all of a sudden, you're up soul point if you're KT. You're in full control of the game. And like, the moment you lose this Baron, all of that changes.
It's just a really bad map read here from KT to come into the challenge as well late like this. And really not from KT, but Barrel specifically, who went in there and ended up walking straight into a Blitzcrank hook. All of the KT members were low, as was highlighted there at the beginning of the clip, so they backed. There's a really nice timing into it. And I think for KT, if you think just one controller being in the Baron pit gives you that extra element of safety, you're really just not thinking about how the map's going to be played out.
Yeah, and before that moment, KT had control of the game. The Freaks had to make a call there. They made a great call. They steal that Baron away. But then you start to think, okay, here's a team learning how to win. You're putting the training wheels on, and here's a mistake by Bulldog getting cut out.
And this pick alone, not necessarily going to be enough. Big mistake from Bulldog. Very nicely done there by Pioshi, who I think still had a great game on the Vi. And this is what happened so many times with Kwangdong last split, where they were unable to actually close out a game, and in the moment that something would go wrong, you could kind of see them getting in their own heads. And this is a continuation of that, and this is where we thought we're going to game number 3.
And it wasn't the first time in this game where we saw a really nice wraparound, players getting caught, pushing too far in here for Kwangdong, but I think there's still elements of Kwangdong feeling like they're too passive as a team, and when they get a small advantage, they're like, let's push it all the way, because that's what CV Max said, because that was the biggest weakness of Kwangdong in the past, is just not actually pushing their advantages. Now, still some signs of pushing too far, and then here, obviously, Bulldog is trying to come over and add some damage on the bottom side. KT, obviously, with the advantage after those last picks here, can start the Baron, and Bulldog just trying to add some damage in here and is just punished instantly.
The Vi again showing why she's so popular. I think this pick, at this point, realistically, if KT play it well, you shouldn't be able to get. But that first pick is just Bulldog greeting for a couple of extra autos on an inner without a Baron buff and without, really the safety that he needs. That was a really big mistake. Dudu then also going in. That was kind of us going, okay, Kwangdong still have some of the same issues that they had before. But it's 2-0.
Yeah. Well, it's because a lot of the time when Kwangdong Freaks were making those mistakes last split, it was the I think I can mentality. I think I can go ahead and try to stop this. I think I can. But it takes one win to turn it to I did. And here's the moment where they were able to turn it around. KT looking to push on in, and then just not enough damage, biting off a little more than they could chew.
It's fine to go for inhibitor here. Obviously, they have the flank teleports to worry about. BDD is concerned that the Jhin is going to keep them locked down on the retreat, so he offers his ultimate in to interrupt Leaper's ult, but then decides to continue to Q, and this is just way, way, way too much to try to actually then win this fight afterwards without getting any real utility out of the Tilly ultimate. Sure, stopping the Jhin ultimate is fine, but the flank coming through from Dudu means you just have no escape here.
I also want to reiterate, Seraphine comps really thrive when you can play a front to back. These type of messy fights, specifically Camille loves these. Corki as well, you have so much mobility to easily get over walls. We saw their Bulldog able to do a lot of damage, weave in and out, which buys more space for Leaper. And KT, if you pace out as soon as that inhib goes down, like maybe you're able to make it happen, but instead felt like what should have been a 3-game series. Kwangdong fight the comeback fight, and I'm really impressed by this team.
Yeah, a great win for Kwangdong Freaks. Let's see who the POG is. We have an idea, and yes, that's right. On the Jhin, it's Dua Lipa. Lipa with the moves on the Jhin, the fast, fancy feet, dodging things around, putting out damage from streamer to match winner to series winner. Lipa getting the pog.
I mean, I was a little bit skeptical about the Leaper signing just because CVMAX has rotated so many AD carries, so many different supports through, and they haven't really been able to build lasting synergy overall. Yet, you know, today he impressed us, both games. You know, the Ashe in game 1 and then here on the Jhin in game 2. Very impressive spacing, really good game sense, and you know, despite being a streamer and a lot of people criticizing his playstyle there as being over-aggressive, he looks super measured, very smart, and strong Jhin play from him today. Love to see more success here from this guy. We were impressed with Bull, though, early on in his debut game, and then he fell off a little bit later. I still think we need a little bit more time before we could judge this player, but the first impression is a very good one.
Hopefully for him, he's able to maintain. I'm always going to be down with a Cuz vote. I think Cuz is really the core of what makes this roster so good, and his Maokai ultimates were absolutely pivotal.
Yep.
I'm not going to talk about the Dudu vote because that one is definitely one of the more questionables. But Leaper, realistically, this is as good as you can ask for a guy in his debut. Played his first game was also great, but he wasn't the main character. This time around, really impressing us on the Jhin.
Yep, well, let's hear more from the MVPs with our interview translation by Deer.
Thank you very much. This is Deer for the POG interview translation, joined by Andal and Leaper on the side of Kwangdong Freaks, who just took a 2-0 victory against KT. Congratulations! Andal, in the regular spring season, both teams exchanged one win each, but you had a clean 2-0 victory today. How do you feel? To be honest, I didn't really start the game thinking that we're going to win, but I feel like all the team fights went really well, my teammates did really well, and Leaper, I know Leaper was so eager to win, and I'm really happy that we were able to secure that. And Leaper, you're finally here on the LCK stage. How do you feel? Before the stage, it was really surreal, the fact that I made it as a professional gamer, and I was really nervous, but once I started and got into the game, I really felt, and it came to me, it hit me that I am Leaper, not just Choi Kim-young, and that I am a truly professional gamer in the LCK, and that I made it this far. And Andal, and when you saw Leaper, did you notice any nerves from him? Yeah, I feel like he was pretty nervous. Leaper, he tends to complain a lot, and you know, he was nagging at me a lot. He nagged at me all day today, but the moment we went into the game, I feel like he didn't play as if he was nervous at all. And Leaper, this was your debut, which was a pretty hot topic today. And you were against Steph, who you said was like a wall you couldn't climb, and you successfully broke down that wall. So how was your matchup against Steph today? Yeah, I grew up watching Deft.
설렜고요. 일단 선수 대 선수로 하기
So
전에
I feel like I was just really
부상이었던 사람과
excited
경기를 한다는 거에 너무 영광스럽고
being able
그래서
to
이제
play against
그만큼
someone who used to be my
준비를
role
잘
model is
해야겠다
just such a
생각해서
big
준비를
honor.
열심히 했는데
And I feel like that's just how much I really wanted to win, and I prepared so hard
그리고 또 안델
and I
선수도
put in my
오늘
best.
또 오랜만에 배웠잖아요. 체중도 증량했다고
And Andel,
들었고
it's been a while
건강을
since
잘
we
챙긴
had
것
you
같은
here.
모습인데 건강은 좀 어떠세요?
We can see that you gained some healthy weight. Have you
다행입니다.
been taking care of yourself?
건강한 안델,
Yeah,
앞으로 또
I have
확실하게
recovered
다른 모습
and I
보여주실 수
am quite
있나요?
healthy now.
네, 보여줄 수 있을 것 같습니다.
아 좋습니다.
Yeah, I
리퍼
think
선수가
I should be
느끼기에는
able to
바텀은
show you
어떤지도 궁금합니다.
my healthy self from now on. And
솔직히
Leaper,
말하면 다른
how
팀에
did you feel
비해서
about the
그렇게
bot
좋다고
synergy?
생각은 안 들긴 해요. 왜냐하면은
I personally don't believe that it's as good as other teams' bot synergy. It's because a lot of other teams, they seem to communicate a lot between each other, but I tend to not talk too much in game. And I feel like just trying to catch up with the play, it kind of hinders me from communicating with Andel, but I try. I'm definitely working on it right
안델
now.
선수 1세트 서포 픽을 끝까지
And
숨기다가
in game one, Andel, you guys were hiding the support pick until the very end. And once the opponent picked Senna Tom Kench, you locked in Seraphine. So what strength were you looking at here?
좋아서 근데 밸류도 좋은데 라인전
So Senna has really good value, and she's also very good at sustaining in the laning phase.
밸류도 좋고 템포도 좋다 생각해가지고
And since we believe that AP support Seraphine would be really, AD carry Seraphine is actually really good in the laning phase. And that's probably why we ended up picking her against Senna.
입 모양 보고 저희는 추측을 해봤는데
And yeah,
블리츠를 적극
you
추천한
guys,
사람이 있었을까요?
the opponent took Seraphine away, and you guys revealed a surprise blitz pick. So who was a strong advocate for this? Yeah, our coach was actually the one who really wanted us to play blitz. And yeah, we had some practice with blitz, but I feel like we didn't really execute it too well.
리퍼 선수 광동에게 불리한
Leaper.
흐름을 흘러갔던 2세트였는데요. 승리를 확신한
So
순간은
game 2
언제셨는지도
wasn't actually
궁금합니다.
going so well for Kwangdong for the most part, but at what point were you sure of victory? After we cut off the Talia ult, I think Renekton
저희가 그래서 그
was actually
미드에서 마지막
overextended with his E, and I was able to catch him out. I think that's probably the point where we were sure that we won. Let's take a look at the replay. Can you walk us through this? Yeah. So Talia actually stopped my ult, but the Blitz was able to roam and flank a lot. And the way that we picked out the Talia, and then how we were able to follow up into CCing the Renekton, I think my main focus was to cut off the Renekton here, and it went really well.
이런 이야기가 나올 정도로 멋진 한타로 승리를 견인을 하셨습니다.
Yeah, what an amazing team fight from you guys.
했잖아요, 광동
And Andel,
다음 상대는 바로
after today's victory,
브리온입니다.
you will be facing OK Savings Bank Brion for the upcoming Saturday Showdown. What is your resolution?
브리온전 때 제가 많이 안 좋은 모습을 보여드렸었는데
I don't think I performed very well against Brion last spring, so I want to make sure that we can secure the victory next time we see them. And Leaper, with the successful debut stage, what can we expect from you in the LCK? I feel like when I was a streamer, I lacked in that mental fortitude, but I believe that I grew a lot from my professional career so far. And I want to be a player, someone that I can be proud of.
네, 마지막으로 혹시 카메라 보면서 보여주실 수 있나요? 네, 한번 보여주면서
You wanna
팬분들께도
give us
한마디
your-
부탁드리겠습니다. 리퍼 선수 그럼
your
시그니처
ceremony?
포즈 보여주시죠.
Your signature pose, please.
네, 여러분 리퍼 선수 앞으로 데뷔전 치렀기 때문에 많은 응원 부탁드립니다. 마지막으로 팬분들께 한마디
Please give it
부탁드릴게요.
up for Leaper, and please share your goals and resolution for the fans.
많은 관심과
Leaper.
사랑을 보내주셔서 감사하고요. 그거에 대해 보답할
Thank you
수
so
있게
much
열심히
for all the
하겠습니다.
support that you've been
네,
sending
승리
me. I hope that I can
오늘
repay you
2대0으로
guys
승리한 광동
with
프릭스였습니다.
great
축하드립니다.
performances in the future. And that's the end of the interview with Andel and Leaper of Kwangdong Freaks. And back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that translation. Dears, we take a look at the standings. I don't make up the numbers. Kwangdong Freaks on top because they win the 2-0 clean.
Oh, KT, how typical that they're the only team that loses. Up until this point, obviously, we're 3 series in.
Yeah, I mean,
but it's very funny. It's very fitting. Move.
It is fitting that it's the only 2-0 as well. But I mean, it is what it is. Don't show the stands till the end of the week is how I really feel.
All right, again, congratulations. There it is, Leaper on his win. Boom, hold that one right there. Coming up next, it is a big week for the Bro Leavers. They've got DRX after the break, but don't go anywhere right now. We got some Pog State for you. We'll see in a little bit.
진격의 오케이 전투군의 진짜 완벽 부활 광동을 2번에 잡아요.
최근에 오케이 브륜한테 많이 패배를 했는데 다른 모습을 보여주고 싶고 2대0으로 꼭 이기겠습니다.
선전 포고는 상대방이 저희한테 해야 될 것 같고요. 저희는 이제 항상 이겨왔던 팀이니까 또 이겨보도록 하겠습니다.
We can have a bit of a chat about MSI because I want to hear from you guys about what you thought about MSI and whether your expectations were met and things like that. What was your takeaways?
Well, Snackerman tier ended up being like
Oh,
pretty legit.
dude, for real, yeah.
I actually thought I was pretty happy with MSI overall. Like the format, you know, we knew it was
Hell
going to
yeah.
be good. It was really good. Like I really enjoyed watching it. The pacing also didn't feel like it was too slow. Like it felt very good to watch like a big game every night. It felt like, and even the games didn't have Korean teams. I would watch them and enjoyed it. I thought that the international performance for like America and Europe was actually better than I expected. Like I know it wasn't like our expectations were pretty low, but I thought that they played pretty well. And Genji did not disappoint us, you know. And I felt like everyone was like, oh, Gen G is going to disappoint us because they always disappoint at internationals after they smash LCK, win again, and then go to international and then kind of choke. That didn't happen. So felt like a really nice evolution of the storyline of Gen G winning everything. And no one was saying Golden Road. Now everyone's saying like, oh, Golden Road. And yeah, it was really fun to watch Chovy perform at an international event.
Also to watch Canyon perform at an MSI, which was really cool. Because, like, I think...
The Dom 1 days.
Yeah, so much of the focus was on Chovy and how dominant he was, but that was the tournament that Canyon never really managed to show up to, so pretty impressive.
Yeah,
that
he
was
had the
able to do so.
one... Because one was cancelled, and then the other... I guess they wouldn't have gone in 2020 either way, because they didn't win spring.
Yeah.
And then in 2021, there was the Rumble Morgana incident.
Yeah, that's the one that I was really thinking about, and that was just not really
I remember
it.
that one.
But then he brings out the Karthus there anyway, and so you're like, oh, it's a bit of a throwback.
I really lost my mind when that Karthus was locked in game one. I was very, very happy about that.
Didn't Showmaker also play Xerath at that tournament?
At that tournament, he might have.
Yeah.
Showmaker would do something.
Yeah. Let's lock in Xerath.
How about you,
doesn't
Brendo?
seem like a Showmaker champ, though.
No.
It's kind of weird.
Hmm.
I mean, it was an enjoyable tournament to watch. I watched a lot of it pretty much every night, you know. But it was kind of interesting to see Gen G slowly ramping up, and a lot of people, a lot of discussion talking about like, no, BLG is going to win it this time, and well, this time, you know, is Gen G going to get it? But at the end of the day, I think that Chovy and them, they kind of just got over their whatever mental block they had, and they just looked really fantastic. And you know, BLG did challenge them a couple of times, but it did feel like even in their first matchup that like Gen G was the better team, and they were going to finally get it. I feel like from that moment, I kind of had that belief that Gen G was going to win. So that was really nice to see. You know, I'm glad that, you know, Chovy's really, he's kind of like very obviously the best player in the world right now. And it's kind of cool to watch this new story arc building, because the last big player we had that was doing this, I guess, was Faker. And then there was like kind of Showmaker, but now Chovy, you know, immediately came at the same time as Showmaker. And now he's really the big guy on campus for the LCK. So I am really excited to see how much he can get done, him and the team, because they're very obviously the strongest team in the world right now, and Chovy's the best player in the world. So I'm a Golden Road believer. I think they're going to do it. I think it's going to
Unless
happen.
KT makes it to Worlds.
That's not going to happen.
Because we know.
It's still
that
the only team
the
entire
only team
year
that's ever beaten them in a best-of series.
The beryllium levels are too high in this room right now.
and with MSI, we also lock in our 4th seed. That's guaranteed now. You know, we're getting a 4th seed, so...
And that's a discussion that we want to have after this as well, because 4th seed is... if we had 3 seeds, very easy. It's like, oh, T1, Gen G, Hanwha, hell yeah, okay, off to the races.
We're always
now,
on the
like,
4th seed.
Yeah.
Even when DRX won afterwards, I was like, I don't know. Like, if we could go back, it probably would be safer to just not send DRX to Worlds.
I mean, I remember talking about it during that Worlds, and I was like, this is probably our 6th or 7th seed, and I stand by that 100%,
Yeah.
even though they won. Like, oh god, I'm not entirely sure.
what were your thoughts on MSI, Max? What do you think? How do you feel?
So I actually thought that, like Wolf was saying, I was impressed by the Western performances, probably more so on the European side, or at least the G2 side, right? I think that G2 looked extraordinarily good. And actually was kind of sad with the way that they left the tournament as well, because I felt like there was more that they could offer. And there were a lot of like mixed predictions throughout the whole event. I think that made for a really, really cool tournament, because I don't think the thing that was expected to happen happened nearly as often as any other tournament that we've watched over the last 3-4 years. So I think that like that was probably my favorite part, was the fact that we had so many people that were completely split on what they expected to happen. But I did also feel like that upped expectation and lowered the like impressiveness in a lot of people's minds of what, you know, G2 was capable of doing and stuff like that. Because I still think that there is a large gap between the East and the West. And the fact that G2 looked like that gap had closed as much as they did, I think was more impressive than we kind of got at the end, because I think the expectation went here when reality was here, when expectation should have been a little bit lower, and then we could have celebrated, right? That's sort of where I was sitting, but maybe it's just on the eastern side of things. That's how it sort of goes. But
G2's just their own team now. Like, they are really a one-team region.
it's like
from
what we
the
were
LEC.
talking about in our episode. It's like you've got the G2 tier where they're nebulously either close to here or close to here, and we just don't
They're
know.
by themselves. We were right, but I think they also outdid our expectations.
Absolutely,
as
yeah.
well. So
because they were better than top
kinda
in
cool
the
to
end.
see.
I think they were in amongst sort of those top
it's
two
just,
tiers.
It's weird because they are kind of that enigma where you never really know, like, are they going to be closer to the eastern side? Are they going to be closer to the western side? But this time they were definitely much closer to the eastern side and definitely a contender at the end of the day. But still a little bit weird that no other team can get at all close. Like, nobody else from the LEC, nobody else from the LCS can get close to G2. They're just like on an island by themselves, the one contender right now.
And I'm
It
thinking,
feels
like, for one of the first times, if you put G2 into the LCK or the LPL, they will be a playoffs team.
Yeah, I think so.
Like, 100%.
I think if they don't get burnt out, because obviously it's a very different format and it's like very much a lot more games, like they might, like that's the one thing I always think and mention when people talk about bringing like another region's team into our region, especially a North American or European team, like they might get burnt out if they did play in the LCK just because they're adjusting to like a new culture, food, and all that stuff, and then they're playing like way more games. There's way more prep time. And I know that the culture of North American and European teams has changed a lot over the last 10 years. Then, you know, like what it was like in 2013, 2014 was kind of like almost like a frat house, like team house thing where
Bay
everyone's
life.
just hanging out. Nobody's really scrimming or practicing
Well,
that
wait,
much.
no. If we're going to bring a North American team, we just bring TL, though. And it's only APA that needs to change any sort of lifestyle.
But I think the when you go to a Korean team house and you go see like because now all the team houses are so grandiose, like compared to what they were at the beginning of League of Legends, or like what Brood War team houses were like, where people are sleeping on the floor. You see like the whiteboard, like every team house has a big whiteboard and the big TV where they VOD review and stuff. And you see like if you visit a house, you always see like the scrim schedule like on the board, and you're like, they are playing a lot of games every day. And then there's like a 4-hour solo queue block as well. And I think like adjusting to that level of practice, I always wonder like if a European team could do that, or if they could just be like, no, we're going to do our style where we practice a little bit less, so we think about the game more, and we come up with really cool strategies, which is like the opposite of LCK. Instead of iterating on what's good, actually do their own thing. Maybe they could, you know, go really far in the LCK for one season, but like long term, would that work out? I always wonder.
I honestly think, especially after seeing them, that the main issue they have is just that you're naturally always going to hit your peak in the LEC. If they never leave, they're never going to be able to really...
Yeah.
Because I think
There's no one to push them to the next level.
So yeah, and what we saw, and I was, similarly to you guys, I was extremely impressed with G2. My expectation was that they would only be able to match when they had specific picks, which they obviously did, like particularly in the first T1 series, right, where the Poppy, the Zac ended up being really, really big. They should have won Game 5 as well. Like, realistically, they should have beaten... But that to me, that they should have beaten them in Game 5. They should have beaten them in Game 3 of the 3-0 as well, where they were in a position. Those situations, no LEC team is going to punish you. And as long as they don't leave the LEC, I think those situations are going to keep arising. So they're just genuinely hamstrung. And that's why I think you see that as you get deeper into the tournament, the rest of the teams also start leveling up more and more, right? So it makes it really, really hard, because in the second series in particular, they banned away the problem picks, and then all of a sudden it became a much more even playing field. And then even in the game where they did get a really big lead, it really, like, I wanted them to win that game. Like the Ivern and double 80 carry comp where Caps got caught in mid lane. They should have won. They were in a supreme position to win that game. And I like it when teams, when they outsmart a very predictable opponent, which is also what they did really well against TES, right?
Yeah.
Them not winning that was just, as a fan of League of Legends, just unfortunate. And I hope that they can reach that level. But I think as long as you stay in the LEC, they're so far ahead that no team is going to teach them the discipline to not lose in those moments. Whereas LCK teams, even some of the worst teams, it's because they play against Gen G, against T1, that I feel like your average level of discipline and how you play a lot of mid-game situations just needs to be so much higher.
Yeah, and that's why we need to triple trade the bottom 3 teams of every league.
It's so interesting.
And that way you just like have, so you trade, you trade one LCK team with an NA team, one LCK team with an LEC team, one LCK team with an LPL team.
Don't want to live in another region. It's relegation. Like, you don't want to move to another region back on the bottom three.
You're actually
Don't be
kicked
forced
out.
to move so obviously we're just sending Brion so they can spread the joy of Bro League to the rest of
It's
the world.
just the league, like the team is just going to go and meet their general over in NA.
Yeah. The one thing that I did want to talk about for specifically LCK teams, I think there was also, still feel very justified in our initial assessment of supports, but Lahans, my man,
dude,
my man,
Blitzcrank was
the crank.
unreal.
It wasn't even like if it was just his crank game, it'd be fine. But that whole series,
No, he was violently ill throughout most of the tournament.
He was in hospital like half the tournament.
It was actually unreal. Incredible amounts of respect. That's probably the best series that I think he's ever played.
Yep.
Like genuinely, Pays got 28 kills and no one talked about it. And Pays also had a great redemption moment, right? Like I think he really kind of reached his last year's level where he is just really dependable and really solid, able to stand up to Alcanon. But Lahens, as he should, I think, got Finals MVP. And then for T1, I think for T1 this tournament was unfortunately marred by Faker really not performing. And now that there's been more information, he talked a little bit more about his injury, about the fact that his wrist is playing up again. Makes a lot of sense because this guy had an insane domestic split and he wasn't good at MSI. Like even Faker at his worst would not get solo killed in lane. He would see pressure, he would be able to play around it. And that is one thing that I think gives me a lot of hope for T1 going forward if they can give him time off, if they can fix that. Because the fact that they got third and almost beat BLG playing the way that they did is like that probably shouldn't be the case.
Good sign for our region though.
Oh yeah.
LCK
It really
did
is.
take some big leaps from last year into this year. Feels like everybody going into MSI, not everybody, but some people were saying, "Oh, it's China's tournament. They're going to win it again." BLG is just too strong. They're the best. And I think it's fair going into it to say those kind of things, but it does at the end of the day, seeing the results, seeing how the way the game's played out, like feels pretty good for the LCK, I'd say.
Isn't it sad though? Because now we have to wait until Chovy retires before we get a new MSI champion.
Because he's just going to keep on winning because he doesn't lose.
He's
Maybe
downloaded
he's
this one now.
Keep winning. He is just that good. The dynasty of Chovy.
Because if he does actually complete the Golden Road, how long is the Golden Road? And what happens when you just keep winning after that first Golden Road? Because you don't stop paving, right? Do you get new bricks?
The Platinum Road? The Diamond Road?
They need a new name, right? Like if he wins
isn't there the
back-to-back
Emerald Road in there somewhere?
We're definitely not getting overexcited, guys.
Yeah.
Well, he's going to have a monopoly on trophies, and he's going to keep passing go and collecting 4 trophies every time.
Exactly. And it's a bit of a meme, but he's won 4 LCKs in a row. Like this
back to back.
What are we going to do with what are we doing this summer when we're talking about the back to back to back to back to back to back to back? Is that actually what we're doing?
Every single time.
We're going to have to say it every time now.
Can we call it the Pentatroph? I'm kind of
really
down
excited
with that.
for like in 2 years, Caster John being like, the 12th feet!
We're just going to have to name it the Chovy eventually, right?
Yeah,
because he's going to outdo everybody and then it's just like it becomes the Chovy, right?
What I love though is
that's a good call,
in the finals, he wasn't actually in the upper bracket finals. He was the main character because he just completely gapped Knight in like as many ways as you would like. But in the finals, it wasn't about him. And I think that's one of the first times where I think 2023 Chovy had a really bad MSI. I think he just didn't play well. But obviously, last Worlds, I think there were very clear problem areas toward the top half of the map.
There was a certain flash that comes to mind.
Yeah, which I do really think that Keen and Canyon being there, it's night and day. He doesn't have to hard carry every single series, and I think that you can slowly start to see him kind of relax, where he doesn't go into I need every single resource on the map and does inting, getting killed on the side lane because he's trying to like
we talked about that in the previous episode,
2021
right? We were like,
game.
Chovy has that kind of padding behind him because he doesn't need to be the carry every time. It can be Keen one game, it can be Canyon another game, sometimes Pace. Now we know sometimes it's Lehens, right? Like,
Doran
it's a
has
really
been
powerful
lifted
team.
from his shoulders.
Hey, Peanut deserves some flack as well.
Yeah.
Okay, International Peanut was...
And it does make sense, you know, Doran's items aren't meant for the late game, you know, so that's just not how it's supposed to go.
One thing that's really cool about Gen.G that I think about a lot, especially recently compared to T1, is like T1 finally won Worlds, right? They got their 4th trophy, or 4th star rather. They have a lot of trophies. But that roster stayed together, and they've been together for a really long time. So they have like all this pre-existing synergy. We always talk about, looks like somebody's inting in a side, but they all rotate really quickly, and it looks like, oh, we can catch Faker, but actually you force in this awkward team fight, and T1 get 3 kills and get a Baron, that kind of thing. I feel like Gen.G hasn't... They're really good at communication, especially at MSI. Their coordination was really good, but like this roster hasn't been together for 2 years yet. What if this roster is together and stays the same for 2 years, 3 years? Like, they're not even at their peak. Like, they're not even close to their peak, I feel like. And that's such an exciting prospect to think about like how good this team can become even more than they already are.
You know it's good when Wolf is feeling optimistic.
That's
That's when the team really hits.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. For me, the main thing is, like, interviews with like Chovy and Canyon especially about that mid-jungle synergy and the fact that their brains just work the same way terrifies me. Because like Chovy was already amazing with Peanut. He was amazing with Tarzan at the beginning. Like Showmaker and Canyon were together forever.
How about your boy Johan?
Don't count out.
Amazing
Don't
with
count out Arthur.
I was going to say Arthur. Yeah, and what about Willa? You know,
Yeah,
boy
okay,
Willa.
okay, Willer.
But Willie was legitimately like Willie. Willie
what
was
about There's been a few of them, but Johan was actually like his best friend. So, they probably had some synergy. But I don't think that necessarily compares to, you know, Tarzan and Peanut, which were there for longer. They were there for longer, right? That's my point. But the fact that they like think about the game the same way, that their style was easy to mesh together when, you know, like talk to Kobe about Canyon, you know, like this guy's the GOAT of the jungle.
Loves Canyon.
He does love Canyon a lot, even though he has, you know, slumped over the last couple of years and hasn't reached that massive form that he had when he was winning Worlds and
Still
dominating
moments.
2021.
Yeah.
Still had those moments that reminded us, oh, hey, this guy is ridiculous. Like, you know that game that doesn't exist, the Trundle game, where it was one of the best jungle performances of all time, and then the game got nullified. Oh, God.
I forgot about that game.
Yeah,
I
it was very
erased
sad.
it
Yeah.
from my collective memories.
That makes sense because it was erased from record.
It never happened. Yeah.
It didn't happen.
Just like Khan's Yasuo top game in the finals.
Oh!
Never happened.
It's gone.
It's not real.
Why would you bring that up, Wolf?
It's Zeus's fault. But yeah, I just think that like them being a mid-jungle duo is so scary for exactly what you're saying. Like, because it only gets better. So like, do we have like another, you know, Faker Bengi, Maple Casa type situation where it's like this dynasty lasts for a really long time?
Like the Showmaker Canyon one?
Well, yeah.
I'm glad that Gen.G has the pockets to keep them after they win Worlds in 2024, right?
Mhm.
So that the whole squad could stay together once the salaries
I mean,
have to
who
go
else
up a
has
bit, you know?
who else has the pockets but like SK
Gen.G or
Telecom?
T1,
Like,
yeah.
I mean, so I think that's the thing. Like, I think they stay together unless
Because
one
nobody
team
else can
really
afford
wants to
them.
get the bag
Yeah.
for like one player and like rips Canyon out or takes Keen away or something. But
And why would they leave? Because Gen.G would probably pay them comparatively.
And
so
also, I
just keep winning.
imagine you never know with players, right? But I think for Canyon and Keen, I would also imagine that they're at a point in their career where they're more about, I want the team that has
Yeah, I
the
want to actually
potential to
win.
Like, I want to get back to the top.
I also think that like, and this is pure speculation, but I also imagine that Gen.G doesn't need to throw the whole bag because what they're offering is to increase the value of these players. Like Keen especially, right? Like this guy has done the world tour of placements. He's never been able to actually come out on top, even though he's been at the top of so many of our power rankings for so long.
why would he ever want to leave Gen.G
Well, like-
at this point? You
Well,
know?
this is the thing, because his stock is only going up by being on Gen.G. That's
Yeah.
what the team offers. So being good only begets being better because you don't need to spend as much, because being with that team is valuable in unto itself. So I think that Gen.G benefits from that.
and players
a
will
lot.
be willing to sacrifice that to make sure they stay together as well, as we've
I mean,
seen on other
KT,
rosters.
rumors of KT are that they that whole team isn't on ludicrous salaries or anything like that. They just wanted to play together, and KT gave them a house.
Back the gang one more time. 2022 DRX, baby.
And they're going to write down in their diary, we beat Gen G, nobody else could. And that's about all that
That's
they
still
managed
true.
to do so far.
As long as no one else beats Gen G, that's going to be my favorite factor in League of Legends.
Yeah. If they
Only
win
Barrel
Worlds,
beats.
if they win Worlds, we're actually living in an anime. Like, this is all scripted.
Well,
like,
this
doesn't make any sense. If KT beat Gen G in the finals of Worlds this year. Like,
over the last 3 years, that's what's happened, though, right? Like, I mean, I'm including this year in
Barrel
that.
on even years.
Because it's like, yeah, Barrel, and then it's the T1, like, almost 2 on the nose fairy tale.
Yeah.
Like, oh, God,
So
man.
if you guys want my, I did the optimistic spin. Like, I'll do the pessimistic spin.
Yeah,
the
give
problem
it
with
to
Gen
us.
G being this good, okay, and winning everything and getting better is that, like, it might actually just destroy League of Legends esports because there's just no reason to. Well, there's just no reason to even watch the LCK anymore. Like, you just know Gen G is going to win in the end.
There are days when they don't play. Like,
True.
But why would you watch those days? I'm like, I'd just take a break. I'm with Chogi's tomorrow. Like,
I love that even the pessimistic take is rooted in relentless optimism that Gen G will not slump.
I've seen the darkest of the days where the souls turn to ashes. It made me who I am today. I escaped from the latches of the shadows chasing me down. I'm not gonna run, I am standing my ground. Wherever I go, fear does not follow. Even when the storm hits and hell is abound. I'm never running, I'm never hiding. I'll never be a prisoner, I won't stop fighting. I'm never quitting, I'm never giving. No, I'll never be a prisoner to your control. I'm never running, I'm never hiding. I'll never be a prisoner, I won't stop fighting. I'm never quitting, I'm never giving. No, I'll never be a prisoner to your control. I'll never be a prisoner, I won't stop fighting. I'm never quitting, I'm never giving. No, I'll never be a prisoner to your control.
우리형 화이팅!
DRX 화이팅!
우리형 화이팅! DRX 화이팅!
Welcome back ladies and gentlemen. LCK Summer 2024. I'm Atlas and joined by Orcs as we dive into this glorious series between OK Man Breon and DRX. But first, just want to say, the opening is so good this season.
Yeah.
My God.
Like, you know, the last one had me really hyped, but I feel like they just keep pushing it up.
Yeah.
Stepping it up. But I'm like,
I feel like there was a lull point, but then it's just been better and better from there. This even got the Wolf seal of approval, which is very difficult to get. This guy has watched every esports opening in every single game for the last 20 years on repeat. So that is huge. So absolutely amazing. Let's dive in to what these rosters are going to look like, though. Bro, making a little bit of a change. They've loaned out Young Jay. He's come on over to try try his hand at taking the General's spot. Of course, Umpty going over to the LCS and doing pretty well.
Yeah,
you can say.
Gideon, I don't think it was purely on him, but clearly not meshing with the team, not working out.
No.
So they've gone in a different direction. And Samva, who we did see last split, but is going to be starting today.
Yeah, I'm pretty excited about what Sam is going to be able to do, because I remember when he played last season, Bro wasn't in a great spot just in general, but I felt like Samva was a step up. Yeah. And him and Polu seem to be working well together, so looking forward to seeing how that one's going to go. As Rascal, important day for Rascal today. It is his 7th anniversary of his debut, and so that's pretty fun, but otherwise not too many changes when it comes to the DRX lineup. And of course, both of these teams, 10th and 9th. DRX were the 9th place team, so theoretically on our power rankings, they should probably be a little bit higher, but only a little bit, unfortunately.
And that's the thing is you know, you'll see matchups, and we had big matchups between, like, Gen G T1 will play later this week. Both Gen G T1 very likely to make playoffs. Very likely to get a lot of wins under the belt. Still a hugely important match, but this match, Bro and DRX may not get many wins across this season. There was a point last split where we thought Bro wasn't going to get a single win.
Yeah.
So this match is hugely important for these teams. This is an opportunity to start your season off well.
Exactly. And this is sort of the debut of our loan system starting to take into effect here, as Young Jay doesn't need to actually swap teams entirely. He's just going to be loaned over, of course, you know, Cuz not likely to get subbed out or anything like that. And so going to get his time on Bro here. See whether that is going to work out for them. Samva playing as a starter. I can confirm that Envy is in the building, so could theoretically still be subbing in, but Samva is going to be the one trying out against Teddy and Pleta. Definitely the, I guess, best part of DRX of last season, even though they have Rascal in the top lane. Rascal did not have his greatest split in spring.
Yeah, Rascal looked a bit rough. There was occasional moments where he looked serviceable, but overall not a super strong performance.
Yeah.
We'll see what happens this season. Hoping for better.
Yeah, let's hope. And let's jump into the interview, hear from these players.
저희가 스프링 시즌에 아쉬운 성적이었는데 방향성 제시가 좀 잘 안 됐던 것 같고 이도저도 아니었던 것 같아요.
실수 한두 번 나온 거에 또 이제 휘둘리게 되고 하다 보니까 되게 아쉬운 것 같아요.
썸머 때 집중적으로 연습하고 있어서 달라진 모습 보여드릴 수 있을 것 같아요.
서머 때는 경기력 되게 많이 올려서 좀 좋은 경기력으로 일단 보여드리고 싶다라는 생각을 많이 했던 것 같아요.
광동에 있었는데 OK저축은행 브리온에서 해볼 생각이 있냐 알겠다 해서 오게 된 것 같아요. 이번에 OK저축은행 브리온에서 꼭 증명해내고 싶습니다.
이제 새로 영준 선수가 들어왔잖아요. 최대한 호흡 잘 맞추고 최대한 부족했던 부분들, 운영적인 부분이나 이런 것들을 최대한 보완하면서 연습을 계속 하고 있습니다.
영준 선수가 브리온에 합류했지만 제가 생각하기엔 그렇게 크게 견제되거나 그러진 않는 것 같습니다. 쉽게 이길 수 있을 것 같아요.
저도 딱히 스펀지 선수 경계되는 건 없고요. 경기에서 보여드리도록 하겠습니다.
브리온 팀과 저희 팀이 서로 되게 1승이 급급한 팀들이라 더 중요하다고 생각하고 중요한 경기인 만큼 많이 준비해서 꼭 가져가도록 하겠습니다.
나중 가면은 이 첫 경기가 되게 중요하게 작용할 거라 무조건 이긴다는 마음으로 하겠습니다.
제가 깔끔하게 한번 닦아보겠습니다.
오늘 지시고 오시지 않길 바랍니다. 눈물이나 닦으세요.
These are definitely some fighting words, you could say, from these players. And saying that it's going to be an easy win, I think, is a weird thing to say. Because it has not historically been. No. It has been hard-fought, and it has been messy on both sides.
Definitely gone into the trenches in this one.
Oh, yeah.
And Bro, a big fan favorite, especially for the global side.
And me. And good old Morgan. Oh, man.
Led by the Lord themselves.
Just, I've been excited for this moment since the LCK started again. I get to cast my boy Morgan. I'm so happy.
I'm certain you requested it on the schedule.
I did.
It's Bro game,
Yeah. G-Sun like sends out the schedule, says, "Is this okay?" And I'm like, "I'm not on every Bro game. I'm sorry, but this will not fly."
Send it back.
Yeah, that's what I do. As okay, there's a little bit of props coming into effect here as well. Coming out with some dragons. Oh, flicking it down. Oh no, he's making the dragons cry! That's actually so cute though.
Well, hopefully that's not how they end up after the series.
Yeah.
The cool, intimidating dragon, definitely the energy they want to embody.
DRX just comes over and picks up the cool, intimidating ones and like, just holds it up and goes, "Yeah, by the way, this is us."
Yeah.
Oh, that's fantastic. Do you remember when we had like the walkouts with Nongshim, where they did the thing where they like, there was like a bit of wood or something, and like Dundun like pretended to chop logs or something, and didn't get it at all.
Yes.
At least we completely understood this.
The message is clear.
Yeah. Okay, more props.
Man, we are fun. Prop central.
Yeah, we're going to be in for something here as Rascal starts us off. Welcome DRX.
You know, he's
to Lord Park as well.
Because people are putting their hands out, but he's holding the balls. So.
Solo kill in lane, okay. Well, let's see whether he can be the solo killer once again.
Oh! Nothing
Slam dunk!
Swoosh!
Jungle gap. All right, Sponge, let's see whether we can dunk it. It should be relatively easy.
We didn't even see him.
He didn't even dunk.
Oh, they cut away. He must have missed.
All right, Yahoo. Worlds?
Oh, this one that you really want.
Oh, he's aiming high. Oh, through the legs!
Around the world as well!
Man!
Okay, well, I guess DRX are going worlds.
Season MVP for Teddy, all right.
Ambitious, but we like it.
just a throwaway. Just a throwaway bucket there. Pleta, what are we doing? Greatest player of all time. Better than the other supports. Oh, better treatment for all supports.
I think Teddy's season MVP is more realistic. Let's stick with that.
Better treatment. Is that sort of like the world peace?
This is a cry for
help. He came out and said, "I just want world peace.
It's
nothing for me."
It's a cry for help. Supports have it rough.
Oh, it's beautiful.
I feel for him.
It's absolutely fantastic.
All you support players at home, that was for you. Selfless.
You know what, Pleta? I'm voting for you at the end of the year. Because you have your heart in the right place.
Yeah.
Man, that was fun though. I do think that the weird looking dragons that got flicked to, like
that was impact.
into existence, that was pretty cool from Bro. But the dunks, that was fun. And I do like that we have Yahoo deciding that they're just going to win Worlds. From 9th in the LCK to winning Worlds, it's pretty close to what they did in 2022, let's be honest.
I feel like you just got to have faith, you know?
Yeah.
And it'll carry you through.
Well, Young Jay's been on a lot of teams, Ox. A lot of them. Sponge starting off on Spear Gaming, a team that was in Challenger for quite some time. Never actually made it to the LCK. This was back when there was promotion available. But let's just see whether it is going to be the Sponge or whether it's going to be Young Jay. Now, Revitalize not sitting behind a player that was definitely never going to get subbed out and is now able to come out and perform. It's actually really cool. I kind of like this loan system and the way that it's being used this very first time to show that you don't have to just be stuck. You know, like Illimar was stuck behind Keen on a Freak of Freaks for so long.
Yeah, because the thing is, Cuz was a great pickup for Condor Freaks. No one is disagreeing. It's like fantastic
absolutely,
pickup.
yeah.
And it would feel rough if Young Jay was just stuck behind him because it happened to be that Cuz became a free agent, Condor Freaks got him. So yeah, you know, I think it's good. And Young Jay perhaps returns to Quantum Freaks in the future after time on Bro, maybe sharpens his skills. That's something that could happen down the line. So I agree completely. Allows more freedom for players to get time on the Rift. And that's what we're looking for.
I'm also looking forward to seeing exactly how Bro is going to settle into a roster throughout this season as well, because they now have a lot of different subs that can be used in different ways, looking mainly at the mid lane.
Yeah.
Because we do have Poolbay there. He is not going to be starting today. It is going to be Karis. Certainly a lot more experience, both in Challenger and here in the LCK. But Poolbay, we know, is a very explosive player, is someone that plays weird champions and does find a fair bit of success in, you know, the more off-the-wall type stuff. Can be fun to kind of mix things up. Karis a little bit more, I'm playing a control mage, you know?
It does also make me wonder, because we generally see Bro play quite slowly, you know?
Oh, yeah?
Not the fastest pace, but they've changed a lot of components with this roster, and I'm wondering, like, at what point is enough changes going to change that play style, or is it just ingrained in this roster that no matter what, as long as they have Bro in their name, they're going to take it a little bit slower? That's the question I'm wondering. Like, are we going to see a fast-paced Bro? Is that possible?
I don't know. Well, maybe we'll have to ask Edgar later.
Yeah.
Because he hasn't been with them the entire time. He didn't, like, birth the meme, right, of Bro is a bit slow when it comes to the gameplay. That's just something that's stuck around for quite some time. I actually kind of thought that it was the way Umpty sort of controlled his players on the Rift, but even after he left, didn't change anything.
Yeah,
so
now we're trying to narrow it down. Like, we're changing every piece.
Yeah, we're trying to figure it out.
Is it still the same ship?
Yeah, was Sword there the whole time? Like, was he coaching? No, he wasn't.
I mean, obviously, we can't change Morgan, so...
No, definitely can't. And he's perfect.
He's the key piece.
We certainly wouldn't. And Renekton was played in the last game. Let's not look at the result. But it could happen. We could have the Renekton shaky hands.
That's what we're looking for.
Exactly. Here we are into the pick and ban, though, as already Shadow Isles being targeted. Kalista and Maokai both taken away. And Young Jay with a wry smile after a jungler was banned. You love to see it.
Yep, Skarner gone, obviously, because Morgan wants to play Renekton.
Yep.
Still, like we saw the Nautilus banned away in the last series. Senna's been a pretty high priority ban. Things like the Nidalee, still potentially. Varus even, so a lot of things still left open. And obviously, being the start of the season, teams will still be kind of feeling out what's working, what's not working, what is actually maintained its strength from scrims, and what was just fake data from scrims. That's the question. But Ashe is something that's been pretty high priority. Will be banned away here.
Yeah.
And now for man Brion, they're going to go for the Tristana, which with the, you know, this pick isn't fresh, isn't new in the meta, but I feel like the 80 carry itemization changes have really just amped it up. You know, when you get to the later game stages, it hits going up against the Tristana.
Yeah, certainly does. We saw Bulldog definitely demonstrating that in our previous series. And a pretty decent first pick. Still, a lot of things up and available. I mean, Renekton Nidalee, you could actually just lock it in right now. And this is the interesting thing. It's Morgan versus versus Rascal. Rascal was the original Renekton guy.
Yeah.
He had at one point, I think, like double the amount of Renekton games of any other champion that he played. Absolutely absurd. And then Morgan kind of took over that mantle after Rascal sort of stopped playing the Crocodile quite as much. So pretty cool. It is going to be the Corki, though, locked in instead. We'll see where that is going to be going. Of course, Teddy or Yehu could both be playing it.
Yeah, and we'll see what you want to do. Typically, you want to go for an AP jungler when you have that AD mid, so looks like they're toying with the prospect of that. But could just end up going for the Vi in this situation. And it looks like they might go Vi, Talia, and put the Tristana bot lane, potentially.
Oh, the Renekton is locked in, denied from Rascal. So not going to be seeing the Nidalee Renekton. That will be denied away, and that might be Talia jungle.
Could even be Talia jungle, yeah. Probably not Tristana jungle. I'm going to go...
Tristana jungle might be a bridge too far.
Yeah, might be a bit too much. Cassante into Renekton, obviously going to be able to hold his own pretty well. Not as good setup as a Renekton, but okay setup for the Nidalee. And both teams just completely locking in their top sides. Not even a look towards the bot lane yet, although that Tristana could be a flex. The Corki could be a flex, in fact. We'll see how things shake out from here.
Oh, it could also be Nidalee flex, you know. She has a heal.
True.
Just sit in a brush. and press prime.
That qualifies it. But to be honest, modern era League of Legends, you don't even need a heal to be a support.
Yes,
you can be
very
a
true.
Camille support. You just have to be willing to buy the support item and go bot lane.
Yeah, and don't do farming as much.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's probably not going to be the case, guys. Italy Sport, do not try that. It's not good. Leona going to be taken away. A little bit of a focus towards the support.
Yeah, interesting the Ziggs gets banned. We've seen really popular, it always used to be, but especially recently, Leona Ziggs has been so popular in the LPL. Makes a lot of sense if we saw, you know, Leona open, Ziggs banned, or if one was picked than the other, but being banned by opposing sides in this situation. Obviously, maybe a bit concerned about the Ziggs and how it's just difficult to approach him with all his poke. Varus will come out as a ban from DRX here.
Yeah, one final ban for OK Brion. And let's see what it is going to be, whether it is going to be a little... Yeah, the Nautilus was a big priority ban in our previous series and has otherwise just been ignored.
It came through very late. Yeah, so I think in this situation, DRX could just pick an AD carrier, but if you want to keep the Corki Flex alive, maybe you go support and pick like a Nord. They're looking towards the Rel instead. I think the Warmog's changed now that Warmog's Rush is popular and it gives you extra movement speed out of combat. Very popular for the Rel. For the side of Brion, really depends what they want to run into this. They could take the Nautilus themselves. They could match like an Alistair into Rel is a matchup we often see. Looking towards a Kai'Sa, which I think does solidify the chance of that Nautilus, which will instantly come through. And chances are I expect this to be a Corki mid, so we'll see what Teddy wants to take in this situation.
Yeah, what is the AD carry of choice? Quite a few bans have come in.
I like Xayah.
It's not my favorite, but Xayah into Kai'Sa has been, you know, something that dates back a really long way. Jace to consideration. That'll mean that the Corki's going into the hands of Teddy. Hovering for now, and there is the lock-in. So, Yehu going to be playing the Jace. Jace in Italy, a lot of damage, a lot of poke as well. When you pair that with the Corki as well, I mean, it's not necessarily the same vibe of Corki as we used to see, but can still throw a rocket or two. So this could be a little bit of fun. A little bit of like double frontline with some poke options. DRX playing with a little bit of a different playstyle. Brion, they want to go in.
Yep, pretty simple. And if I'm going to be honest, when we're covering the 9th and 10th place team from last season, I think simple pays off. So playing poke comps can be very tentative. You know, if you get aggressed on by the enemy team, if you overstep, if you make some mistakes, you can just completely flounder, completely flop. So I think Brion have their work cut out for them. And I think particularly the mid jungle is going to be pretty huge here. Jace and Italy, both picks that have a lot of early pressure, but really need a snowball if they want to hit their stride. So for them, fingers crossed they can get the ball rolling, whereas I think Bro is just the kind of C champion, kill champion angle.
Yeah, and we'll see whether it is going to work out. The keep it simple strategy is something that we have applauded for many a team, but like you very eloquently mentioned, 9th versus 10th last season, and so therefore certainly a much better idea. But it is going to mean that Talia jungle is going to be coming out, something that we haven't seen for quite a while, so very, very exciting to see Young Jay make his re-debut on a bit of a fun pick up against Sponges Nidalee. Something that he has played quite a bit in Challenger, and of course he is the man that has to do the magic damage, so needs to be hitting these spears. Let's do it. Let's jump into the rift for game number 1. All right. Fans very loud here in Lowell Park today. Pretty happy that the LCK is back once again for the summer season. We do have our full house. It's good to know. First spear connecting. That is 1 and 0.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh.
Okay. 1 and 1.
Yep.
We'll keep the tally as long as we can. I did make this promise previously. And I think it took me about 4 minutes to just completely forget to go for it. Oh no, 1 and 2.
It started so well.
Yeah, the hit rate, 33% is not great. But it's more like a scouting spear. Do you count the scouting spear as a miss?
I mean, it's still another miss. I mean, that's the problem. That's really where you get into like the difficult aspect of it.
Yeah, into the weeds.
Because then you could just miss a spear and be like, no, it was a zoning spear. Oh,
yeah.
It's a scouting spear. Nah, I didn't mean to hit that.
as Morgan is going to walk out of the brush and find the Cassante as a bit of a Shurima off there towards the top side. Young Jay clearing out the Raptor camp first, heading over towards Scruggs, putting rocks down and stuff, having a good time. Tristana versus Jace, how does this one go?
I mean, I feel like early levels, Karis, if Karis can get on top of the Jace, you're pretty favored in that regard, and you can kind of just keep pushing with your passive from your E quite comfortably. I think the problem is, by the time Jace Shock Blast starts really hitting, like it's a little bit later. Like Jace tends to thrive in situations where in top lane where he can kind of just free hit. But once Jace gets levels, the back, some mana behind him, that's where he can start to poke out the Tristana. So kind of looking towards that. Neither jungler has like fantastic setup. So I mean, maybe Young Jay finds an angle in, but could just be an isolated 1v1.
He's also taken the Dark Harvest as well. Kind of love that. As we can see here, 7-2 is the win record here for Jace. Feels like it goes back to when Showmaker and Chovy were both playing a lot of mid Jace, kind of catching teams unawares. But I might be wrong there as far as exactly how these matchups played out. Of course, you can throw out an arbitrary number. It doesn't necessarily mean everything about how things go.
Got to date those matchups.
A little bit. Like in our last one, we've now moved the Camille versus Renekton matchup to 4-21.
Yep.
In favor of Camille.
That's why the media voted for it.
Yeah?
Yeah.
There we go.
Like, oh man, this was such an unfavored matchup.
Saving the stats.
Yeah.
It's beautiful. As now Sponge is going to make his first little soiree into the enemy jungle. Not going to find too much there as Yahoo is struggling.
Yeah, not having a good time so far. Definitely just needs to kind of try and survive, pick some farm, get some packs in. And I think it does come to a point in the mid game where the Jace really has a lot more threat than the Tristana with the burst, but right now, not really too much.
Nope, just looks like Karis having a pretty good time pushing this one out. Champion that he does have few reps on under his belt on the main stage. So good to see. Back to it again. Teleport used from Yahoo as well. Getting himself back to the lane, so no worries there at all. There's Morgan. It's just so good seeing him come back for the summer season, and he's on his Renekton, you know?
Do you think that's what he did in like the off time during MSI? Like he just went into solo queue and just played countless Renekton games?
Let's check.
That's just like, you know, he's like, oh man, LCK is done for spring for me. I'm gonna go play some more Renekton. You know, maybe that's his like, that's how he chills out. That's how he de-stresses.
That might be it. He has this season not played that many Renekton games on his main account anyway. He might have a secret one.
Might have a Renekton only account. Or several.
He's played like 29 Skarner games, 33 Rumble games, 27 Twisted Fate games, but he's played 7 Renekton games. As in goes Karis. Does find a nice explosive charge, but there's to the skies from Yahoo.
Pretty even trade, I think. Yahoo got a slight edge there. Level 6 is really a big spike for Karis, so if you're looking for those all-ins. I think the main thing is, though, Karis has TP, so go for heavy trade, TP back in. You can see Yahoo's trying to push the wave as fast as possible so he can get a reset, as he expects the TP coming through. Yeah, I think level 6, obviously, Jace doesn't really get that much of an advantage from hitting level 6, whereas Karis having that explosive... I forgot the
explosive charge? Or the Buster Shot?
Buster Shot, that's it, yeah.
Yeah.
The Buster Shot makes a big difference to those all-ins.
Oh, certainly does. Also keeps you so much safer as well if there was going to be any Sponge making his way over or anything like that. Even if a spear lands, you just catch him in the pounce and you don't have very much of a distance close. Still, we'll just have to see whether he can keep himself alive. So far, so good for Bro, as they are ahead by about 400 gold just by natural farming. Most of that being Morgan, up about, 10 CS or so, doing pretty well. Not to mention Karis having a lead himself. Sponge going to try and even things out by taking a dragon early, but some grubs are going to be spawning, and Young Jay is very ready to pick those up as Shock Blast goes wide from Yahoo here, and that is going to mean that Karis just still relentlessly pushes these waves in. Might be playtime coming up pretty soon as well for this Tristana. Taming the dragons.
Yeah, looking for an angle. I don't think that'll do enough.
Nah, grubs are starting to go down. We could get some dots onto that turret, but it's not quite there yet. And it's been a while. Dread was the last one to play it, actually, on Nongshim a couple of years ago, 2022. And it was a victory.
Let's see if we can repeat that.
Yeah.
Chemtech Dragon picked up by DRX. Cloud next. So, likely going to be a pretty powerful soul coming through.
It's actually kind of crazy. The Dread was the last one to play the Taliyah, picked up a win against the eventual world champions of that year in one of the worst years that Nongshim had. One of the rosters that really had one of the toughest times.
Yeah, well,
there's a lot that goes into that particular, you know, it's been 670 odd days.
A lot to unpack.
Yeah, certainly.
And I think so far, Youngjae doing pretty well. Actually up in farm compared to Sponge. And you know, we've seen a return of these more farm-focused junglers. Part of it...
Oh. All right, I don't know about that one, Karis. Sort of not winning out.
Yeah.
There's a cannon, at least, for him to take as a consolation prize. And explosive charge evens out the trade.
Part of it has been the Faded Ashes that has come into the game, obviously making these AP junglers have an easier time clearing through the jungle. There's a lot of momentum there. But also they buffed the camp XP after MSI. So that's why even though Nidalee doesn't build Faded Ashes early on, she's still being seen so much just because these momentum-based junglers are having a far better time. So the fact that Youngjae has picked this Taliyah into the Nidalee that we've seen such a high prio on has managed to get a lead.
Yeah, it's kind of nutty.
Definitely a good spot.
Pathing around quite well. Wants to be able to get in amongst it, start getting a few of these Dark Harvest stacks online. But I have a feeling that he will not have to wait too much longer before he can get some of these lanes in order, get stuff done, because Morgan in a great spot, has phenomenal setup, as we know. That's what Renekton is picked for in a lot of cases. The Shock Blast dodged very nicely, utilizing the walk technique once again.
Yeah, I feel like the lane would be going very differently if like the last 3 Shock Blasts had connected.
Yeah, or like any one of these Shock Blasts had a connection.
Yeah.
It's been a rough time for the edit thus far.
And it's a zoning Shock Blast. It's a scouting Shock Blast.
Ah, scouting Shock Blast, exactly.
Yeah.
I don't know whether it was, but we'll give him benefit of the doubt.
He was like, wait, what if Youngjae's behind Karis right now? I'll find out.
Rascal dashes away, but still gets caught by the Ruthless Predator. You can see Morgan able to win out on another trade here. Does have his Bramble Vest completed, so that's going to help him.
Does have a pretty big lead as well. Youngjae actually looking for an opportunity here.
Oh, this ward goes over the wall, and it's immediately turned off as well. This means that Rascal, not a lot of information.
You know, it's typically hard to dive a Cassante, but between the Renekton and the Taliyah, they do a pretty good job of it, so Rascal could be in real trouble here.
Well, he's going to try and catch this wave. There it is. There's the flash forward. He could not react in time, and first blood goes to the Lord.
So well played by Morgan. Zero opportunity for Cassante to do Cassante things, try and outplay. The setup was there. The setup was good. And look at the lead in this top lane right now. Killing the pocket of Morgan. But a 33 CS lead as well, and he's picking up plates. This top lane is quickly going out of control.
This is it's absolutely awful. It's all compounded as well by the wave state when he died. Wave crashes in, and then he's taken out, and he doesn't have his teleport back off cooldown again.
Look at Morgan's items, by the way.
Oh, just a Black Cleaver, okay.
Yeah, just off the bat. So all that armor Rascal's planning to build.
And Black Cleaver got buffed as well, right?
Yeah, it's in a pretty good spot.
Oh my god, okay. Well, yeah, 6% each time at 10 minutes for the Crocodile.
Well, okay, here's my counterpoint.
All right, go.
Rascal hasn't bought much armor yet, so...
And he doesn't have many levels yet.
Yeah, so you're not...
So it doesn't even have much base armor, yeah.
No.
I'm right there with you, picking up what you're putting down. As Pleta is also putting himself down. Primal Surge comes out from Sponge to keep him alive. It should mean a bit of an evening out when it comes to these grubs. First one going to go down here as Bro moving on over. They want to get at least a couple of these. They want to be able to get some of the buffs. So Youngjae coming on over. Spear's not quite connecting there as I've lost the tally entirely.
He had one job.
Yeah, I know. It was very early. It was very early that I stopped counting as well, which is very sad. It looks like it should just be 3 apiece. As DRX do hold control.
Yeah, Dragon up in 30 seconds, so I think the move from Bro, you can see they've pushed mid in, could maybe move down towards that bot lane and just grab the Dragon on Spore and secure that.
So far, Bro looking pretty cool, calm, and collected. Having a good time, utilizing that composition very nicely as well.
They're looking pretty okay, Bro.
Yeah, I would say so. And a Weaver's Wall coming on in as well, as you can see. Youngjae starting this one up. Polu tanking the turret. Flash out from Yehu, though. And now Polu finds himself somewhat isolated. Does have an anchor to get him out of there. But that was a dive that was more optimistic than it could have otherwise been. But we like this. This is Bro making proactive moves. Whether they're successful or not, we do not care. They're just doing things.
Proactive?
Oh, yes. Rady proactive. Right?
Yeah, Rady proactive is exactly what they're being right now. DRX being the ones to start the dragon. I'm looking for some Rady proactivity.
Well, Teddy's going to try and turn this one onto Samba. It was looking okay for the Bro AD carry for a little while, but it didn't quite work out. As speaking of not working out, Sponge going to get flashed away from. So therefore, no more Samba's flash as, okay, here we go. Pleta getting closed in on. He survives for so incredibly long. As now Teddy trying to get some work done here. Somehow, the Nautilus makes it out to safety, but that is going to be a Drake secured by DRX. Still killless so far in this game, but they're doing okay on the objectives.
Yeah, unfortunately, no real follow-up there for Pleta's engage, but the 3-man CC chain forces Bro away, and DRX managed to get the dragon. And it is a Hextech Soul. And if you have a Nidalee, a Corki, and a Jace and a Hextech Soul, I'm pretty sure that's just a one game.
Yeah, I would say so. This is getting a little bit scary. Let's have a look at... Ooh, whoa, well, they're going really far back in time. As the flash forward, the chain CC, gloriously done. Morgan and Young Jay already with that synergy built up. This was... Okay, Samba tried to turn it, I think. Hits a Void Seeker and then decides it's Killer Instinct time.
That is a thing you can do.
Yep.
Doesn't quite manage to get it, and then it's a nice time on the flash. You kind of know Nidalee's going to flash for the combo, so Samba playing that well. And then here's the engage. And I think just unfortunately Teddy has no rockets. Sponge does throw a spear. Yehu didn't have the gate as well for Empowered Truck Blast, and Rascal was TPing in. But it got them the dragon. So, you know, it ticks a box for me. Job done.
Yeah, it was not too bad. It was a bit of a weird fight because it did look like such a great engage from Pleta, but then there just wasn't really too much to go with it.
It was a scouting engage.
Yes. Zoning engage.
Yeah, zoning. Yeah.
There we go.
Terminology changes your perception of a play.
It certainly does.
Yeah.
So really beautiful zoning Magnet Storm there from Pleta. Unfortunately, when you do a zoning Magnet Storm, oftentimes you end up in the Death Chamber, so it is quite a walk to get back from it. But certainly they were zoned afterwards.
Yep.
And DRX managed to get themselves a couple of dragons. 3 minutes on the next one. As Hook, max range here from Polu, finds the combo. And Killer Instinct is exactly that. That is such a dead Nidalee. Sponge just going to be taken off the Rift, and that means no chance at contesting this Rift Herald. Bro, they're finding some bromentum.
You know, I feel like something we've seen quite a bit so far this season is Vi Taliyah be really strong. I'm saying this on day 2, but Vi Taliyah, really hard combo to deal with. This is like another flavor of that with Taliyah jungle and Nautilus support.
Maybe it's just
a similar
Taliyah.
concept.
Maybe Taliyah.
Taliyah.
Some Taliyah.
Taliyah and reliable CC.
Yeah.
That's the combo. That's all you need.
Well, we got a teleport coming in towards this bottom side of the map, and everyone is closing in. DRX, they want to get a kill, and they want to get a kill now, but Morgan is just dodging everything. Cleans up the minion wave. They cannot do anything right here.
You say I don't think he dodged the shock blast.
He dodged the shock blast.
No, I don't think he dodged the shock blast.
He was moving and the shock blast missed. Okay.
Okay, whatever you say.
It's about the mind games. It's whatever he was doing. It was a dodge, even if he didn't even move.
I think perhaps he just expected Morgan to instinctively dash to the right, and obviously Morgan, he's made of sterner stuff.
So far, the sterner stuff is ringing true, and they will be able to grab a charge here from Shelly. Chunks out this outer turret in mid lane quite a lot. And my god, look at this gold lead. It's the biggest lead we've had all day.
Yep.
And we saw game 1 of No Freaks versus KT. That was not close.
Yeah, I think a lot of it's just going to be on this Renekton. I think most likely. I'd love to see exactly how much, but the fact that he just got all the plate gold and that kill.
Yeah, it's first blood, plate gold, and yeah, it is pretty rich. And only 4% jungle proximity as well, I'll have you know.
Yep. I mean, the thing is he flashed in for that stun so quickly, didn't need much more than that.
Yeah. Certainly a big benefactor though of this whole situation. DRX, all they really have to their name is these couple of dragons that if they're able to get, a Hextech Drake, if they're able to get Soul Point, that is very valuable given the high power of Hextech Soul. but it is still feeling a little bit worrying because that's going to take a while to get to, and Bro are in a really good spot right now.
Yeah, and the problem is they really need to set up for these objectives. Like, they're not just a team who are like, oh, enemy's doing Dragon, let's just run in and engage. They need to lay down the poke, they need to set up.
Ooh, Spear going to miss here as Weaver's Wall does get Young Jay out of there. Pleta diving forward. Sidestep from Polo is quite nice. DRX not going to be overcommitting or anything like that.
Yeah, I think Bro not ready to go for this or respond because Sambird moved up towards top side. We now have Morgan moving down. He's going to have TP advantage as a result. He walked down. Doesn't have to teleport. And both teams setting up for a fight.
Yep. As Polo going to be able to slow them down as he makes his way out. Nicely done. As Morgan looking for his opportunity. Control Ward goes in. Spear connects. That is great use of the W from Rascal to avoid the CC. As Karis gets hit by a Dragon, and he does have an appropriate skin for that, for being okay after Dragon aggro. The Dragon is now started, and DRX, this is sole point. Bro probably want to fight for this one, but it's down to 50%, and they haven't pulled the trigger just yet. Morgan now making his way over. Dominus at the ready has been popped. There's the combo! Thrown into the blender as Rascal. It is going to be sole point, but can DRX make it out? The answer is yes, because they've already managed to kill Karis, and Morgan is just lumbering towards them. Sponge trying to make his way out. He's not going to be able to do so, but the rest of DRX pounce on the stragglers and take down Polo, and even trade, and they get the Drake, and they're this far behind.
Absolute win for DRX. They managed to pull off the heist, and when it looks like they might be in a bit of trouble in the back end, they trade even. So everything they wanted and more in this situation. Still down in gold, but one Dragon away from Hextech Soul. They're in a much better spot than you would expect with a 5,000 gold deficit.
Yeah, and we were talking about this in the last series as well. The third Dragon is really important because, like you were saying, the Baron's not up yet. So they don't have to play that mind game, and they can control where all of the attention is being placed, the vision is being placed as this game goes on. Pleta with a fantastic engage here.
So good. Catches out the Tristana immediately, and Tristana in these scrappy fights is the reset potential, is the ability to take it from a couple of kills to a full ace. Immediately takes out that Tristana. And yeah, there's a cleanup on the back end. Sponge goes down, as does Polo, who lost that flash earlier. And yeah, game in a pretty stable spot. And the thing is, if DRX want, they're no longer in a rush. You know, they can deny Baron, stop that from happening. But if they see a situation where Dragon's a little bit rough, maybe they don't get control of the area, they have so much time, you know?
Yeah.
They can give over 2 Dragons and still be 1 away, and Bro not be close.
It's really nice. That being said, they still have a 5,000 gold hill to climb, and Rascal is still struggling somewhat in this matchup versus Morgan.
Don't get me
building
wrong.
all of this extra armor. He's like, Morgan's like,
yeah.
oh, you're playing right into my hands.
You're giving this Black Cleaver so much value.
And you can't even really fault it. It's kind of the right idea, especially against Karis and Samba, although Samba, a little bit of magic damage in the build. Now Polo just getting some vision down. Crashdown is going to be what he receives, though. A Seismic Shove doesn't quite do too much, as both of the supports will be taken out. Karis trying to land some shots. Vision being cleared left, right, and center.
You know,
Morgan
Meta
clears
said,
out mini waves.
you know what he had in his ball about meta treatment for supports?
Oh yeah, that's true.
I think you get it now.
Yeah, I do. I understand, but it's not really something that's happening.
No, it's not.
We can understand the plight. The plight is now written clear as day.
We appreciate the cause.
Indeed. At least Polo managed to get a kill. Pleta, it is just sadness as far as the kill score is concerned. And some of these engages have certainly been good, so we'll see whether DRX can utilize that as this game goes on. The thing that's really that's tough is what we were talking about earlier on, and that's ease of execution for these compositions. As the game goes on, Bro just gets to just walk at them and try to do buttons, right? That's what their composition wants to do. They can also position Samba in mid-wave, and then he Killer Instincts in whenever any sort of fight happens around Baron or Dragon. The setup is quite comfortable. DRX do need to play the finesse game a little more with the comp that they've put together.
Yeah, especially they go on this Corki build. It's not going to be as much reliable DPS compared to like a Kai'Sa Tristana in the composition as a whole, but especially like the Corki build is this more lethality focused sort of angle. So if it just ends up going front to back, even though like Cassante, Rel are really tanky, I could see Bro just winning out in that regard. I mean, even the Talia as well is a very high DPS champion, so DRX definitely need to carefully approach these fights and think about what's going to give them the best angle. It is now a minute till Dragon, and Bro still have a significant lead. 6k actually now they've managed to reach. And ultimately, they have to deny this Dragon. And every Dragon going forwards and stop this Soul from going over to DRX. DRX could even posture towards Baron.
Yeah.
If Bro overcommit on the Dragon, no loss for DRX if they don't get it. But trading a Dragon for Baron, DRX will take that any day of the week.
And right now, Bro have a lot of vision around the Dragon. So that sort of inherent pressure that DRX have has been mitigated somewhat because Bro knows that they're not there. So they can turn their eyes towards this Baron, try and get stuff done in side lanes, which is exactly what Morgan has been doing, moving ahead by about 50 CS. Shrinking just a little bit. But he almost has GA online. It's going to be item number 3.
Yeah, I'll say one thing is that levels are pretty close across the board. Youngjae has a level advantage which no one else does. Normally with a gold lead this big, you'd expect to see like level advantages as well, but that hasn't really come to fruition, so...
Yeah, Rascal
DRX
also
still
being
okay.
same level as Morgan, kind of huge, especially when he's going to be a lot more value in team fights as he is Cassante. And this is just sole point, and they were able to walk in and start it.
Yeah. Even if DRX lose this fight, if they get the Dragon, it's still massive.
Oh,
That's
absolutely.
the focus right now. So, Bro, you need to start the fight before the Dragon gets low.
Well, there's the hook from Polo, but they don't commit onto it. And now Morgan off to the side. Weaver's Wall comes in. Polo going to be moved so far. It's actually a very weird series of events there as the Spear's not going to connect. And DRX, they don't need to hyper-commit towards this one. As Teddy taking a little bit of damage from the poke. There's the hook, the seismic shove, and the tank is just eliminated. Polo taken down in an instant as well. Don't know about that one, as they do have at least a 4v4 on their hands. But I think the Cassante was a little bit more value. And now Morgan, no Dominus this time. Sponge looking for hooks, looking for a steal. Remember, this is still huge. If they're able to get in there, there is the engage from Pleta, but the dive forward from Morgan. He gets it, he steals it! Oh, it looked so close to perfectly played from Bro, but it doesn't work out. Zamba's still going to be able to execute the Corki. And Yehu trying to run away, a double kill now for this Kai'Sa, but I think Yehu's going to be able to make it out. That slow, just ridiculous. You saw it employed just there. And DRX, they get what they were looking for, but they may lose the Baron now.
They may lose the Baron. The gold lead is going to balloon to an even more substantial level, but it's Hextech Soul, the strongest in the game, on a composition who can utilize it so well, and DRX are not done. They're coming over to contest.
They're looking to try and get it. This is not long. Yeah, it's dead. So zoning. Not going to be out of a zoning teleport.
Yeah.
Yeah. I love that. Testing the waters. This is normally engaging onto the tank is bad news, and also like Polo really felt himself and then evaporated.
To do the R flash thing, but the Cassante died, and I think he was a bit late on it, so he didn't get the mechanic there. Morgan does exactly what he should, trying to zone out the Nidalee. Pleta trying to zone out the rest of the team on the other side, but we managed to see the secure for DRX. Great job by Sponge, and then that's slow. You see it come through, and you're like, oh, that's why. This Drake is worth throwing away so much gold to Bro, giving them Baron. Yeah, that buff is permanent. Now DRX, if they can avoid losing too much in the next 2 minutes, they're in a pretty solid spot. The main thing is, though, going into the Elder Dragon, they are going to be at a big gold deficit.
Yeah, they lost everything in order to get this soul. And they have fantastic champions and a composition that utilizes it so extraordinarily well. Because you can keep them at bay, right? Kiting has become so much easier now with the fact that they have this soul. But 8,000 gold, that's a big number.
It's a lot. It's a lot. And the one thing I will say is that, for example, on Rascal...
Ow! Oh, God.
It's not as big of an issue for a champion like Asante to be down a gold, but Nidalee is down a whole item compared to Talia.
And it's a pretty good item, too.
And Nidalee is not very, like, you're basically going to be a heal bot.
Yeah.
And a smite bot, I guess. That's your job as Sponge.
And he's nailed it so far.
He's done it. He's done what he needed to do, but...
I see 4 smites at the top of the screen. But yeah, I don't think that Nidalee's ever been one of these champions touted for her late game power. Unless you are ahead, which is what you're supposed to be, and it's not quite where Sponge is.
Yep.
That's okay. I think Youngjae also just having a day out in his bro debut. His day bro.
You know what? If you combine Sponge's smites with Youngjae's everything else, what a jungler!
That's an incredible jungler right there.
Yeah,
man.
You know, you look at the gold across the team, and you see how Teddy's actually keeping up with the carries on Bro, and you think, this is Teddy in a nutshell, you know?
Yeah.
Can he just get enough farm, be enough of a threat? Can he carry? Right now, he's gone for the rapid fire cadence, has that ranged auto, but doesn't have the Infinity Edge, and unlikely to have it before the Elder, which is a bit of a hit.
It's kind of crazy that nothing has changed since like 2017. The Teddy teams, the question is always, can Teddy carry?
Yeah.
It's just how it is.
You know, this is such a weird situation, because normally, like, it's so hard to say that taking the Hextech Soul was bad, and I won't say it. Taking the Hextech Soul was good for DRX, but it massively sped up the Elder.
Yeah.
So...
No, but why were they able to take the Hextech Soul? Because Sponge's smites are the best.
Yeah.
What do you need?
Oh, well, that's true.
Predominantly for killing the Hextech, the Elder Drake.
It's a 10k gold deficit.
Yeah, but is it a 10k smite deficit? I don't know what that means.
I don't know what it means, but it's provocative. It gets the people going.
It certainly does. I'm going. I'm ready to go.
I feel like all the rules of League of Legends are kind of out the window on this one. It's a hard one to scope out.
Oh, we've almost got Void stuff done for Samva. We've got the Guardian Angel there for Morgan. He's ready to go in. Zonya's been ready for a while. Karis almost has item number 4. He's got Lord Doms. I mean, man, like, this is getting to some pretty high damage territory.
You know, I feel like some teams would appreciate if there was an item that cost 3k gold and it did nothing, but it just doubled the damage of your smite, or gave you like auto smite.
Oh, that would be really cool.
Youngjae would definitely have bought that, without a doubt.
Yep. Just give up and buy that item
Yeah.
if you're not having a great time in the jungle. I think that's beautiful.
Definitely would take the thrill of some of these
We should talk to David Turley about it.
Yeah, I'm sure he's open.
I'm sure he's willing to talk about it.
I'll just goofy suggestions we make while casting Bro DRX. Yeah, that's where the good stuff comes from.
I've definitely had some of my more goofy conversations with Freak, so I think that he'd be into it. He would definitely never implement any of it.
Oh yeah,
but I think he'd love to have the conversation.
Oh, for sure.
Sponge hopping over that wall. And Bro with, a fair bit of control around this Dragon area. There is about a 30-second stagger as well between the Dragon and the Baron. Pretty optimal for the team with a lead.
Yeah, and once again, this isn't a Dragon you can give up. No. I feel like, you know, actually, I said this, DRX could give up Dragons. It would be okay. This one, no, not so okay. They are going to push mid and try and pull Bro over. The AoE slow so much value, he can see it already.
Yeah, it's just nutty. He can see it all as the third Q not going to connect. And neither is that Void Seeker. All right, Rascal going to face check. There's the hook. Once again, it's the seismic shove, but this time only down to 50%. Karis also suffering a very similar fate as Polu. Down very low also. Some heals starting to come in now as a hook once again. Polu doesn't exactly have the friends that are quite there, but still it's a beautiful use of the seismic shove from Youngjae. Polu ready once again with another hook. All right, Rascal dashing towards the Merc Wolves.
I feel like DRX have the edge here. They're 9,000 gold down, and I feel like they have the edge here.
Yeah, and it's the poke. It's the fact that they cannot get in there, and you know Renekton's so incredibly kiteable just in general. Morgan just can't seem to really find an angle.
Oh,
and now Polu, he's in once again. Morgan once again slowed down. He flashes though. That's going to get him on top. But they deny the kill. He's down to his GA. Rascal finally is dead. Pletter taken out as well. And Yahoo thrown into the blender. That is going to be it as Bro find the team fight. And Karis with the buster shot will secure the ace.
They managed to come through. The gold lead was too much to overcome. They get a solid
0, 11, 100% kill contribution from Youngjae.
Yeah.
The best loan I have ever seen. The interest rate, absolutely absurd.
No, like this is the best loan we've ever seen in the LCK.
That is a savings bank right there. Thank you so much, OK Bro, for showing us how a loan is supposed to work. It makes so much sense. They're going to take down the Nexus turrets, and despite there being a Hextech Soul on the enemy team, that does not stop your Nexus from giving 50 gold to Bro.
Such a I've never seen a game with such a gold deficit feel on such a knife's edge.
Yeah.
It felt close, but Bro clutched at the end. They got on top of Teddy. He didn't die immediately, but he was forced out the fight, and the cleanup came through. And you know, despite the dragons being secured, despite DRX putting up a good fight, the Elder fight was won by Bro, and that's all they needed.
Yeah, and I actually feel like Bro didn't lose a single team fight in that game, but it didn't feel like that. I think that's the truth of what happened.
Yeah, they had
they had that very even fight.
Yeah.
That
And
was
they
a
lost the
win for
dragon.
DRX in theory because they were the team that was behind.
Yeah.
But ultimately, you never had Bro walking away without, you know, control of the map.
Yeah.
It was their control throughout the entirety of the game, and I think so much of that comes down to Youngjae.
We'll look at the goal graph, and if you just look at that, you'll go, wow, this was so one-sided.
Yeah,
so
clean.
smooth.
Uh-huh.
And then you look at the dragons and be like, huh, how did this happen?
Well, thankfully, we've got the guys over at the space. They will tell us exactly how it happened. As, yeah, Teddy doing a lot of damage, but none of it was really effective damage, right?
Yeah, I mean, it was looking pretty good until the engage, you know? And fortunately, Nautilus, Renekton, you just run at them, pressure buttons, and they get CC'd. And that worked.
It was pretty good. And I'm still just spooked by the fact that Youngjae makes his Bro debut and 4-0-11 on a Talia.
Yeah.
Pretty impressive stuff from the man loaned over from the Kwangdong Freaks. So it's now time for us to take a short break. When we get back, it's the space. Then game number 2. See you there.
나올게 이거. 아직. 내 뒷각 좋은데 이거 조금씩 나와. 지금부터 천천히 가보자. 나올게 이거. 가자. 나올게. 가자. 야 코르케. 딜라인 날라가. 코르케 높여. 야 가인이야. 나한타 이거 한타. 싸봐. 미드 한번 더. 그래. 들어가. 나이스! 야 우리
Morgan, General Youngjae, Commander Karras, Sergeant Samber, and Private Paulu. Getting it done here. 18 and Bro starts right now. First game going on over to OK Man Bro. Getting it done. Digon here alongside Wolf and Chronicler. Y'all, it's starting. You can't stop it. My first Bro experience was pretty awesome.
I don't know how I'm already tilted after that first game. I thought it would take longer into the season. It usually does.
Bro did not want to get the dragons. If you've been following Bro since they were Frederick Breon back in the day, you know they were usually in the past very good at getting dragons but not doing the other thing. But in the last two splits, it's been more about getting a gold lead but then walking away from objectives.
This Nidalee priority is the biggest psyop I have ever seen. If you're not Canyon, stop picking it. Well, DK, yeah, they made it work, right? Yesterday, and I think we should all remember how close that game and that series was. And Lucid, for all of his faults, how good his peak is. And even they, I don't think, made it look that good. The only player I've seen that's made it look incredible is Canyon, who is the best jungler in the world and also MSI champion and also has his own skin. Let the Nidalee go. If you have to ban it, but to me, the Nidalee in particular, the most impressive thing is that you take over your opponent's jungle. I haven't seen a single Nidalee do this. And then you don't hit spears. And I don't want to flame Sponge specifically because I don't think that this is due to him. And I'm a big Sponge fan, right? I want the guy to thrive, but let the Cougar go.
I just want to say, like, I feel like this draft for Bro is not, it's not the greatest draft we've ever seen. It has good single target stun setup, but that's all you need apparently if DRX are going to be this uncoordinated in team fights. And even the tanky Cassante, because he lost lane so hard, poor Rascal. I mean, the guy's a big fall from grace for where he once was back in the KT days, but he's super far behind. He's always the one to step forward, then have any vision. The coordination is poor, and even if he's the guy who's getting shoved, he doesn't last long enough.
Yeah, and the Corki, yet again, something else that we've seen get picked over and over again, and we just haven't seen a Corki truly take off this split as we take a look at some of the highlights that we have here. A little deeper into the match before we get to our highlight number one here, the Drake fight around 23 minutes.
This is one of the most puzzling game states that I've seen since I started casting the LCK, because somehow, some way, ending up with like a 9.5k gold deficit but getting 4 for 0 Drakes, I thought was insane. But as we learned, what it actually was the smartest move ever from Breon, because it got them to Elder a lot faster. And we joke around a lot. I do think the team fights from Breon were way better once they actually got on top of the Pokemon.
I mean, Pleto was the one member of DRX who was making great engages happen. He was the one who was setting up these fights and trying to get them opportunities for Drakes, but he was the only one confident enough to go in. And you could just see in DRX's play, the comms are not clean, the coordination isn't there, and eventually somebody steps forward, usually Rascal, and it's just instantly a hook or a stun coming through from the Renekton into a shove. We saw this happen so many times, and bro, single target blow up, it's good enough with this composition, with the Tristana coming through, and each and every time, yes, the Drake did go over, late smite there coming through from Youngjae, but ultimately, at the end of the day, they keep winning the fights, they have the gold lead, and that's what wins games.
Yeah, Samver doing a nice job there, stepping aside from that engage to dish out damage. So nice job by him. They continued on into the Elder Dragon fight, because why not? Let's just flip the dragon, and we're freaking out because you have a 10,000 gold lead! And it was still very close.
It still feels relatively close, which is mind-boggling to me. I want to really give, and Akash did it already as well, but want to give credit to Youngjae, because this Taliyah pick maintains its status as one of the strongest picks that we have. It splits up the fight. It does so much, and it makes front-to-back fights so hard to play out, because you can't dive onto the Taliyah team, right, because of the E. But if you just get segmented off one by one, you're also not going to be able to win. And Morgan, in late-game team fights with this Renekton, you can trust him.
Yeah, I was a little bit concerned when I did see that the Cassante was able to teleport back into the fight. Even though he's not massively ahead, he's actually, in fact, quite significantly behind. I thought for a moment there, if Bro hesitate again, they lose the Elder, and that fight was definitely winnable. But again, as you mentioned, Youngjae setting it up, splitting the fight in half was quite key.
Yeah, well, let's take a look at the POG. Again, kind of like in our first series, could go multiple different ways, but no, goes to the first loanee of the LCK loan system, Youngjae.
First DPM, the 444. Youngjae, he gets a huge scream from the crowd as this one comes up. I think he's definitely one of those players that has quite a big fan base despite having quite a few ups and downs in his career across multiple teams. He's a lone player actually for Bro. And This one's a bit of a weird one for me because I think he played very consistently the best out of any player on his team, but often it was just following up on Paulu's engage, following up on Morgan's engage. But if your team is playing like this and being slow, sometimes that's all you need.
It's that top jungle. It's Morgan and it's Youngjae. For me, I think Paulo had some great moments, but he also had some moments where, you know, the Nautilus curse of just wanting to go in and not working out ended up happening. I think these votes make the most sense, right? I think Paulo did have a couple of great hooks. Morgan should be self-explanatory. He did a lot of the setup. But Youngjae, to me, the fact that they also were able to flex the Talia to him ended up being the big difference maker.
Yeah, definitely. We look on the opposite side here for DRX. The loss slipped away from them, so maybe they'll have to make a slippery change somewhere else. What do you want to see from them?
I mean, I think DRX probably play a little bit more around a draft where you could be proactive, and I don't want to see the Nidalee again. I'm with Chronicle on this one. If you're not at the upper echelon of early jungle passing to take those advantages, it's just not worth it.
All right, well, we'll see what happens here in game number 2. To get us into it, let's send it back on over to Ox and Atlas.
Thank you very much, Digon. And I do want to say that I love how the makeup artist did Chronicler's hair today.
Yeah.
Because it really matches his level of tilted. Because it's kind of a little bit all over the place. Perfect representation of how that one went. And yeah, I could tell when Digon was throwing out the word slippery a bunch of times, I knew that it was a Star Fox 64 reference to Slippy making his way in, or the frog on the top side of the map. Rascal, unfortunately, on his 7th anniversary of his debut, is going to be subbed out.
Yeah, I mean, had a rough game, another way to spin it. And, you know, part of it was contribution from Youngjae moving up there and punishing, but ultimately DRX really want to get this win, and we'll swap out the top laners, hopefully get some better results there. I will say, though, I think, as was said in the desk, you should be changing up the draft significantly. Playing that sort of nuanced poke comp that requires finesse, forget about that, right?
Yeah.
Ladder has proven time and time again, you stick him on an engaged champion, and he will make things happen. And you saw him do that last game. He just had no follow-up. So pick a composition with follow-up that likes having your support engage, and boom, there you go.
It's looking pretty good. Once again, going to be the Skarner ban by the bros. They do not want to see the Scorpion. Very strong. Haven't actually seen it all day today. I was hoping to have a little bit of an opportunity to commentate the Scorpion, but just no chance. And final ban to come through from DRX after denying the Tristana that has been all day. Probably the most powerful pick, I guess. One of the things that we've seen a lot of teams drafting around so far.
I feel like Tristana and Talia have really just been having a lot of presence. We're only second day, but so far they've been really showing up. Setting a band and Kalista. Ashe still open and available right now, which could be picked up. We'll see if they opt to go for that as an early pickup, but instead actually going for that Renekton. They know what Morgan wants and they won't give it to him.
This blows my mind though. Why sub out Rascal and then pick his historically best champion? That's so, I don't know, that's bizarre. Makes me upset.
Well, that's because you're assuming it's a Renekton top lane.
Oh, it is though.
It is definitely.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
you did get me for a second.
I feel like if I'm okay, Brion, I would go like, I mean, Ashe is obviously something you can take. Talia as well. Tristana's off the map. You've just shown that you can flex the Talia, so why wouldn't you pick it up?
Yeah.
How is Renekton supposed to play into Talia Ashe? They're actually...
Oh, don't do it. Don't do it, Youngjae.
Oh, no.
Oh, no. Chronicles suffered enough. Oh, no. Oh, they're denying the Renekton Nidalee. That's what they're doing.
Talia Vi right now.
Yeah, so just do it.
If Nidalee ever walks up to you, just kill her.
Yeah.
Or you can even go Talia Nautilus if you wanted.
I mean, that being said, with an Ashe, the Nidalee does make a little bit more sense, I guess, because you do have single target setup. But there is that Talia and a Jhin to come through as well.
Perhaps they want to keep the flex of the Talia alive. But regardless, they will end up going for the Jhin. We've seen it rise in priority a decent amount. We've seen a game earlier today where it really popped off. So, and a lot of squishies so far on the side of OK Bro. A lot of good targets for Jhin to hit. Now, go in the second rotation. Already seen the top lane. Honestly, if I am Brion, just ban Vi Nautilus unless you plan to pick Nautilus yourself.
I think Nautilus is something you leave up and pick, absolutely. But I think the Vi definitely has to go, and it is going to go. They're not trusting that Sponge is going to be on the Talia himself.
I imagine Brion will want to take top on 4 because Renekton's already picked and cannot pick support.
Yeah.
So I think you ban Nautilus, and then you could even have a scenario where you end up playing something like the Seraphine on 5 if you keep your options open.
Yeah, if there's no Blitzcrank or something like that does come out, this is something that we saw.
And if they pick Blitzcrank,
earlier.
then you can just take something like Alistair into it.
True. I do like this a lot. Taking their time, Cassante going to be the ban away here, so Morgan not going to be hopping on that one. Not going to be their answer to the Renekton. And Yone going to be the takeaway. That's perplexing. That is giving respect to the fact that Sponge could be playing the Talia himself.
Yeah.
Certainly feeling like a true flex, this Talia pick. As the Jack's going to be taken away from Morgan, one of his previous favorites. And Leona just going to be locked in.
Yeah, they'll just commit to that. They want some lockdown for the Nidalee to connect the spears. And now Plede has his choice of what he wants to take. I think I like the Nautilus just because of how it synergizes with the Talia. You can play the matchup pretty well into Leona. You can disengage it from the E, but he opts to go for the Rel. He had a good game on it last time, so fair enough. And now for their pick to kind of reveal where the Talia is going. And it looks like they might go for this way. They will lock that in. So 8 mages in the mid and jungle. And a bit of an artillery composition from DRX.
Udyr.
We have not seen that for a fair bit.
Last time we saw it, it also made us feel a bit sad.
But I will say, pretty solid in terms of like tankiness. I think Jin's going to struggle to cut through it, but there's also a Talia, and there is a Hui as well, who undoubtedly be building burn items. So I'm not really convinced on this composition from Brion. I do know at least that the early laning phase for Morgan will be strong in the top lane, so hopefully Young Jay can capitalize on that, and both bot and top have good setup for him to land some spears. Young Jay had a great game 1, needs to have a good game 2 because haven't really been inspired by the Nidalee performance from last game.
Certainly have not. As we do have the coaches taking a bow, we do have to let you know what is on the line. There is only one bro leader across all of the LCK for predictions. And it's Coco.
Wow.
He's on the cast right now, and we'll just have to see whether he is going to be the one that is rewarded or whether DRX can bring us to a game 3 and save everybody else's predictions.
Yeah, he'd want to pull a Mao.
Yeah,
this one.
Exactly. He could actually even the score with Mao, perhaps, if the Korean side thought as we did about the KT versus D+ matchup. But this is what you've got on the side of DRX, and the Talia was so incredibly powerful in game number 1. It is now something in the hands of DRX instead of OK Man Brion. That could be the difference maker here. We'll see whether Sponge can have a Young Jay-esque performance. And they're hoping that Young Jay has a Sponge-esque performance on the Nidalee. Oh dear. Didn't quite work out, but this time around going to be a different story. Morgan going to try to be that brick wall in front of his team, but a very similar idea with how this composition works to what DRX had last time around. See how it goes. Hop into the Rift for game 2. All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen. And we see that everything is kind of switched, right? We've got DRX with a very similar composition to what we saw coming out of Bro in game 1, except in the mid lane, instead of a Tristana, it's a Hui. And we also have a slightly different bottom lane here as well, as Young Jay going to find Sponge. This little trap is very cute. Crashdown comes in as Morgan in so much trouble, and he's got Ghost. He doesn't have Flash, he can't get out. That is First Blood set up beautifully by DRX.
So good, and it's just like, you can't resist. You're an Udyr, level 1. You see someone, you're walking up, you're doing your little shaking side to side, and yeah, just a great bait by DRX. Read that one very well, which is kind of surprising considering we haven't seen Udyr in a decent amount of time.
Yeah, when we saw him in at MSI, it was not our favorite thing.
Yeah.
Didn't feel great.
Yeah, and his popularity fell off really hard in spring towards the later end. And yeah, we get Sponge starting off with an early Amp Tome, so bit of extra momentum for the jungle clear, definitely nice.
Yep. See Apollo and Sambo Waiting in that brush, but Teddy and Pleta taking control pretty comfortably here. Still, the wave should be something that Bro should have some control over, based on what we can see here.
Ooh.
As we check out the replay once again, this was what Morgan could see. He was like, yeah,
Morgan's point
gone in.
That's so brutal.
Yeah.
간다.
I think he's just like, I'm dead, I'm dead.
And he was right.
Yeah.
I do see Bro's bot lane have level 2 first. They also actually cleared a ward out that DRX plays, so they changed dual minion XP slightly. We saw this the other day in Challengers. So actually getting the XP from a ward can level you up early when it comes to minions. So have to be a little bit cautious about that. If you place the ward and it gets swept immediately, you could put yourself in a deficit. Don't think they would have got level 2 anyway, but we see bot and top both having quite a bit of pressure for the side of Bro so far.
Well, Sponge saw that ward die, decides to make the Brambleback a little bit upset, and is going to move away. I wonder whether that is going to be something, part of a strategy or something like that, as Morgan taking a fair bit of damage, and in fact, a very late shield. It's going to be a little bit sad there, but it is Udyr, so if his health bar goes down, it doesn't matter as much in a lot of cases.
I like how
be spotted.
Sponge backed away from the red. He's like, oh, it's warded. I don't want to be seen doing this. Unlucky. You're going to get seen doing that.
This is another one of our matchup graphics, Ox, and every time we bring one of these up, it does dictate the truth.
Well, no,
so I guess congratulations.
The Renekton Camille, the Camille one.
Yeah, and she was 20-4.
Oh, yeah, true.
So
I forgot it was that way. That's crazy as well. Well, let's see. Let's see if it rings true once again.
Oh, I think it's already been proven. It would be completely crazy for anything to buck the trend. We're not trend buckers over here. That's not what we do. As Pleta, he is looking to try and start this one off. A bit of damage onto him, though. Tries to eat as much of it with the Aftershock as he can. It does kind of work out.
Yeah, you can see he was potentially looking for Samber there, but Polo interrupts. Ends up being a roughly even trade between them.
Yeah, kind of liking how Polo's been playing here. Just lying in wait. Finds the Zenith Blade here. And Pleta lit on fire and is forced to flash away. Teddy trying to offer what he can back, but you see, Pleta can't even really tank these volleys with a health bar that low.
Yeah, does have the health pots ticking, so should be okay overall. But nice advantage just to pick up that flash. Obviously, Pleta gets his own advantage of getting Hex Flash unlocked.
Oh, true.
But definitely advantage for Bro overall.
Yeah, unfortunately, yeah, Polo doesn't quite have his Hex Flash, Hex Flash backup just yet. Hopefully that comes off cooldown as soon as possible. I think he just needs to press F in order to bring that one off cooldown, or D, as it were. But Karis with a wave pushed towards Yehu, and Yehu with all of his abilities that he can press is going to be able to clear that one up just fine.
Morgan wasn't down, he might have been later lane, he wasn't down sums, but he is not having a good time in this top lane matchup so far.
No. He is...
I would have thought if you're going to play Udyr into Renekton, you'd hope you'd be winning early. That's kind of like my criteria.
And also, he's the Renekton guy. You'd hope that he'd know which matchups aren't great for the Renekton.
Maybe Morgan's just like, dude, this champ's unbeatable. That's why I always pick it.
Yeah. Just wins in every case.
Yeah.
And so he picked Udyr so that he can be so much more relevant later.
Yeah.
Right, guys?
Yeah. And as we have seen from Bro, they do win a lot with Renekton, obviously. Yeah.
So far, it is working. They haven't lost yet. Although that first blood going over, maybe that is what's stuck in Morgan's head. You know, having fallen down. Although didn't miss anything in the early stages and is currently very even on farm. Pleta just has a look at what's going on.
Yep.
Pretty cool.
They're not doing Dragon.
They are not.
And Sponge is getting a good AoE down. Already has the Faded Ashes, so doing good damage to the Grubs. Should be getting all 3 of those.
Yep, gets all of those, but the Dragon is now going to be started by Bro, their first Drake that isn't an Elder that they're able to pick up.
Well, they didn't even get the Elder.
Oh, right, they didn't. So their first Dragon of Summer. They are at least going to be able to collect that, so not all of the neutrals going over to DRX at this point in time. And Karis, as you can see here, farming out very evenly between these two.
Gone for the early Hex Drinker, which is pretty high value against Talia Wei, but Corki is a very even, new Corki, old Corki. Those item spikes make such a big difference.
Oh,
and
yeah.
it will delay them a fair bit, so...
I really like that we've got like Infinity Edge Trinity Force back, because that was one of my favorites when it comes to item spikes, you know?
Yeah, I think that will be the build this time, because it's fleet footwork. You know, normally with the assassin build, the opportunity, you see Halo Blades.
Well, Spear going to miss here as Karis taking a lot of damage. There is the ultimate, but it's not going to quite finish him off. Still, yeah, just fine.
Didn't really get much value from it there, I won't lie. I guess the magic resist is something at least. Youngjae just kind of comes in, heals Karis, and leaves. His job here is done.
Well, you can see it was an even trade, and they pressed a bunch of buttons. They get Yehu's ultimate, so that's cool. No more spiraling despairs. As Arrow sails by majestically.
Wait,
it's,
imagine if it proc the scrying.
That would be pretty fun. Maybe we should ask for a
We should pitch this. We need to have a real sit down with Freak, you know.
Yep.
And pitch all our great ideas.
And he's going to listen to us and be really annoyed that we wasted his time, I think is probably what's going to happen.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
He's a busy man. He's got better things to do.
Oh, it's perfect. Anyway, Frog and Morgan with some control back here in this lane. You can see now that he has the Bramble Vest, feeling a bunch better when it comes to trades with the Renekton. And Bro do have, you know, waves in good positions and things like that. DRX holding their own, most definitely. And 500 gold certainly benefited from the first blood that they already managed to pick up.
That has lost access to his Hex Flash right now, but does have his ultimate available. And regular Flash, I guess.
I'm starting to think that maybe the Nidalee pickup is always just to deny things like Renekton Nidalee. And so maybe it's like you're taking an L to save the rest of your team by picking away Nidalee in these positions. That's the reasoning that we have
say that, but
for Chronically.
We saw
you know?
Nidalee first picked yesterday instead of Skarner.
Oh, stop
and then
it.
it went on to win.
Yeah, well, in that case, it's fine because you won.
True.
Because I've
heard a lot about that. People talk it's, what's it called? Results-based analysis? Something?
Yeah. No, but you said the other thing. It wasn't that. Results-based analysis.
Outcome-focused assessment.
Yeah, outcome-focused assessment is what I was told is the right thing to do.
If it wins, it's good.
Yeah.
You're looking at the outcome, what happened.
But results-based analysis is really bad.
Yeah, that's bad. That's bad. Outcome-focused assessment, so that's great.
Yeah.
It's the modern era.
So we have to first pick the Nidalee for us to be happy about it. In this case, it's not quite doing what it says on the tin. However, there was a little bit of a kerfuffle there in the tri-brush. Nothing really happened. But Bro are now, you know, back within touching distance, I guess, of the gold. You can see about 100 apiece in the mid lane. A large amount of it is the fact that Youngjae was able to take a couple of extra camps. As Morgan puts a circle around himself. Frog, much longer cooldown to put circle around yourself. That's why Udyr is just objectively better than Renekton.
Can't do as consistently.
Yeah.
Frog getting pretty low now. And as you said, the Bramble Vest makes a big difference, but I don't think anything's going to come from it, really.
No.
See Void Grubs spawning up again on the top side. Bro may want to look to deny this, but it looks like both teams kind of converging on the top side. But Bro left their 80 carry bot, so DRX could have the edge.
Yep, Karis just trying to clear the wave as best he can. Polo moving on over. Spear connects onto Pleta, but he is looking for an engage angle. They do find the chain CC onto Polo, who will have to flash to get himself out of the way. There's the ulti, tanked by Karis as Polo is going to get taken down. A beautiful shove. And Sponge going to be able to collect another one. Yeah, Taliyah jungle, maybe it's just broken.
This just brings me back to Pleta's ball at the start of the day. But he said he wants people...
Justice for supports.
I love how Karis is like, I'll block for you. And then like, after 2 shots, he's like, nah, bro, you're on your own.
Yeah. And even then, probably wouldn't have saved him, but it was still sad.
Yeah,
as
tragic.
we saw it.
Rest in peace, Polu.
Indeed. Oh, man.
Yeah, we can see gold-wise, it's that Taliyah with 2 kills in the belt that has the big edge.
All right, Samba. Let's see how this one all went. As the arrow, it did get the flash out of Yehu.
Yep. And then we'll see the follow-up play. And I think this is the thing, is Bro felt like they'll be strong on this side of the map. They assumed that the Jhin would be going bot side, but DRX know they have the extra member. And not only that, it's a Jhin who's so good in these setups where he doesn't even need to be near. Just pop the ult. pop the W first off of the CC, follow it up, and Polo unable to escape this artillery coming down on him.
Yeah, not many options.
You know, and I joked about Karas getting away. I think if he stayed, he might have just died himself. So
Indeed.
definitely the right call. Undoubtedly, Polo probably said, "Get out of here, bro."
Well, you know what our feedback was for Bro? They didn't take enough dragons. Do you know what they've done? They've taken all the dragons.
They have done that.
So to be honest, I think it's actually a huge win here for Bro. Even though everything else is a disaster and it's on fire, they've got all the dragons.
An Infernal Soul as well. I mean, between like a Jin or a Hui, Orky or a Nidalee, all these champions would love that. So definitely something DRX need to look at to provide. Udyr does, he would do more damage, yes.
Aha.
That would happen.
I knew it. Karas picking up this wave. We'll be pretty happy. Heading back home now. See whether he can complete item number 1. Trinity Force probably on the way. And we don't quite have a Lich Bane yet for Young Jay. But, you know, Morgan getting some items together. 1.5 already done. And, yeah, it's a Hex Deck cookie that Young Jay's picked up, but he's getting closer.
Yeah, I mean, Morgan built Unending Despair, partially because it's a good item, and the
partially
other reason...
because that's how he's feeling.
Not getting the play Renekton, this is just the mood he's in.
I actually like it, because now we've got Unending Despair on one side and Spiraling Despair on the other.
Yeah.
And that just makes me confused. As look at that. Look at that. There's no despair there, because he just doesn't take any damage. How is that despair? Beautiful.
It's on the inside.
Sometimes you just can't see it.
Yeah.
As Bro setting up towards the top side of the map. They haven't got any of these grubs. They need to try and keep DRX away from their turrets. It's going to be important. But you can see DRX still, once again, having a lot of control in the long range. That's largely to do with Yehu. Yehu, actually, even last season, had some really good Hui games.
Yep. And I feel like as well, like the only person who can rely, like obviously you can throw an Ash Shower out, but people can block that. If Leona gets on someone, great. But it's not, Leona doesn't have as reliable long-range engage as the Nautilus, you know. Throwing your ult out, it can be hard to hit with the center, and also it can be countered by things like Cleanse, or even just Flash. Like that's the thing with Nautilus ult, you can flash it, but you'll still get knocked up.
Yep.
So we're going to be cut out for Polo in this one to really be finding the lockdown so everything can follow up here. And if DRX stay at range, they're definitely favored. It's not poke Corki anymore. It's I have to actually auto-attack Corki.
See whether Karas can actually reliably do that. Does have his Pahar Gate now completed, but wasn't actually up to getting towards any Trinity Forces or anything like that just yet. Sponge managed to get himself the Rift Herald also, as Raptor's going to be next on the menu. You can see him just hoovering up this jungle very, very quickly. There is Triforce done. So Karas at least to spike number 1. The Hex Drinker certainly taking a little bit of time away from it. So Bro looking for an opportunity, a way to get some tempo back in this game. And Pleta especially looking to not let them. Just to find more of these great engages where the follow-up has definitely improved.
I think the next one's likely going to be this Dragon. And I think if you get a big ult combo on anyone, I mean, even if you get on top of Polu, like the damage from DRX, you can cut through him. You know, maybe a counter engage could be problematic, but I think DRX don't necessarily have bad targets they can go on. They just have better and worse targets, you know. But I think even if they get on Morgan in the right spot, they can burst through him. Like, there is so much damage between these two Blackfire torches on the side of DRX. Slayer obviously shreds. They are starting to get more and more as the game goes on, so will be a difficult one for Bro. They can just give up an Infernal Dragon. It's not a huge issue if they let it go, but obviously it's a big win con that you want to try and stack up.
Bit of owie there, as Morgan taking a bit of poke damage from Yehu. Just trying to keep the minion wave away from his turret. Will be able to do that at least successfully. Looks like Pleta not looking for anything up there, although it does cancel it back. See whether he does complete this one. As rockets flying in, Karas just wanted to take down this turret. Frog will not let him as he tidies up the minion wave very, very nicely. So Bro, they are set up for the Drake that's going to be popping up in about 45 seconds. It's whether DRX can get themselves down there, especially if Morgan gets picked off right here. He is pretty tricksy. Doesn't have Flash though, as we knew from the earlier First Blood, but he can run pretty fast. And Pleta unable to actually find the Magnet Storm at all. And therefore Morgan will be absolutely fine. So Bro able to weather that part of the storm, and it is just going to be this outer turret taken down. It might be Soul Point traded for a whole lot of money from these structures on the top side of the map. And bro, they haven't really reacted to any of these moves just yet. Looking to try and trade with an inner turret on the bottom side themselves. See whether that does work out, as now Polu has moved his way in here. But this inner is not long for the world. That will be taken out. So bro lose 2 turrets in that exchange. And this Drake hasn't even been started. They get the cleanse out of Teddy, but that is about it.
Yeah, not really going to be in time to contest this Drake, I don't think. Actually, looks like they will make it. The wall over, the resets, the TP coming in. They're going to make it in time. Now, they don't have vision set up. That's the important thing. They're into a poke-heavy comp, and because they're late, the vision is in Bro's favor, so they really have to be careful approaching. If they get chunked out, they won't stand a chance.
So Karis finishes off his Merc Treads and does have teleport to get himself back in here as well. Morgan clearing out the mid-wave as best he can. He can run real fast, as we just learnt, so he can get into this fight if he needs to. This one feeling like a very important one. Bro grouped up together. Let's see whether any of these engages are going to connect. Morgan wanting to keep his health bar a little bit higher so that he can be that frontline, be that tank for the team. The threaded volleys starting to hurt though, as the Drake going down low. Pleta moving in. Frog precasts the Dominus, finds Samva here, who has to flash and cleanse to get out of the way of this one. Pleta keeping the Dragon concerned, but he might actually have to get out of there. You can see Morgan just trying to coax him over the wall, and the curtain call is now going to be fired through. Teddy just free hitting his Frog, keeps the vision alive, but he goes down so incredibly low. This Dragon is just ignored. It is so confusing that it's standing there right in the middle, but bro, they will be able to get that Soul Point in the end. What a very weird series of events in the end, but I think bro came out ahead.
I mean, they got the Dragon, and ultimately that puts them one away from Soul. Big advantage there, but it's such a weird setup that once again the team who has control of the game, who has the gold lead, is losing in Dragons. Kind of a flip from game 1, which, you know, obviously bro managed to win, but the gold lead isn't as severe for DRX right now, and they're set up for that. It's like, you know, they try to have the cake and eat it too. They wanted to get the 2 towers top and also contest, and it just didn't end up paying off. Very hard to force their way into the Dragon there, especially when you just don't have the vision set up and you have this precarious backline you need to protect.
Yeah. Young Jay's flash is on cooldown.
Oh yeah, he was around the Baron pit, and he got hit by Sponge, and then Jin W was going to root him.
Ah, okay.
And he managed to flash away.
I appreciate you letting me know. I was obviously just not paying attention to a little bit of a flash away there, so that might be important. It also might not. We can see at the top of our screen, 14 seconds until the Baron is going to be spawning for the first time this game. So we tick towards 20 minutes, and it is 4 minutes until that potential Infernal Soul for bro. Not quite the same as Hextech Soul. Feels like Hextech Soul is probably the most impactful.
Yep.
Mainly to do with that
and also,
slow.
we have seen that in this series, Dragon Soul's had a 0% win rate.
Yeah, it is not all that powerful, is it?
Yeah, did kind of backfire. We'll see if that happens again here. A lot of base damage added on, but definitely DRX want to prevent that from happening. They're starting to establish control around the Baron, but not really in a position to do this anytime soon.
Yeah, Yahoo actually tanks about 3 Baron shots. Took a fair bit of damage there, as we can see. Frog now looking to close in onto Morgan, as down towards the bottom side is Yahoo. Walls are definitely a big deal for Morgan, but not if he walks past where they're going to be.
This is very risky.
He is very fast, isn't he, this Morgan character? Frog dives on top of him, and Morgan looks to be unfazed by the whole situation. And with jungler towards bottom side, bro did move towards his Baron. Look at the littering of wards. They weren't able to clear out that one. That is able to spot them. But still, they have so much vision available. Pleta knows exactly what's going on here. Yahoo actually closing in as well, as Polu in an unfortunate position. The rest of DRX are closing in. Polu doesn't have his flash available either, but the arrow is going to connect onto Teddy. It doesn't matter. Still Sponge locking down the kill onto this Leona, as Polu was just, wrong place, wrong time, and not able to clear out that ward. So pivotal.
Yep. Good moves from DRX there. They managed to push back in and regain control. The bot play a little bit ambitious, trying to collapse on the Udyr. Opening up.
Curtain going to be called here. Is Samba going to have to try and sidestep that one? Morgan just going to boop him. There it is. Was it a bait? It wasn't, because Morgan runs real quick and gets himself out of there. Magnetstorm going to be invested though. Okay, never mind. They have a lot of long-range damage. Morgan has some shielding, has some running, but he is eventually going to go down. Karis doing a fair bit of work to Yehu, but still not going to save them there. That big one actually starting to hurt. As Bro just lose yet another, and it's just pick after pick that DRX are able to land. And that might be enough to get them an actually decent lead in this game. It's now ticking up just over 2,000.
Yeah, they managed to pick up this bot tower as well. Not nearly as substantial as the lead in last game.
Look at the wards around Baron.
Yeah, there's so
And yet
many.
they got caught around Baron.
Yeah. I mean, I think part of the problem is the follow-up. You know, all Platter has to do is walk up and hit Polu once. And you have the potential for the Weaver's Wall. You have the potential for the Jhin root, the Jhin ult. Obviously, the Hui can use his Q and hit from miles away. And now Samver in trouble.
Yeah, gonna have to walk really far away from this outer turret. That is going to be taken down. That is the entire outer ring. Inner turret on the top side also taken out. 4-1.
Yeah.
The turret score here.
This is where it gets delicate though, because what we typically see in a game state like this is DRX will commit vision and effort towards the dragon, and Bro will just immediately go towards the Baron and try and drag them away.
Yeah. Unless Youngjae just gets caught out. He's trying to dash out of this one, but there was nowhere for him to go, and that is the jungler eviscerated. Dragon up in 25 seconds, and Bro gonna have to let that one go, and the Baron going to be the next thing, because look at this, Bro put all of this effort making sure they have all of this vision. It's likely to all just be removed.
I'm so glad that DRX did not rush the Baron, because it's something I could see a lot of our lower teams making the mistake of doing. Yes, taking down Nidalee means no smite, but it's such a risk, and it could give over soul to the enemy team if you did do it. Instead, they're going to take this tier 2 mid, and then they're going to back off and pick up the dragon.
Yeah, really cute. Able to grab this one here. Polo looking for a re-engage, but DRX are already out of there. Should be able to head down towards the dragon, lock that one in. Bro are back out onto the map though. You can see Youngjae, he's trying to pounce his way through, and they could get towards the Baron and start that one up. Morgan with teleport in hand is able to move over from the bottom side of the map as well. And Youngjae is pouncing on in here. Morgan gets full information as to what's going on, but the smite is going to ring true. Yeah, that will be DRX locking that one down.
And now
Bro not able to get towards the Baron.
Yep, they've dragged them over here. You know, the dragon was a little slow, but they bring them over to contest.
Arrow. Oh, no! Actually flashes into the arrow, and now Polu finds it, but he's so far forward. Samver can't get in there, and Polu unfortunately just goes a little too far. Morgan looks for that opportunity. Teddy's going to cancel the curtains. But Bro, they lose their support. Justice for support, he was right.
But that was a VIP situation. DRX, the bodyguards just flood in to block any follow-up. Polu doesn't have the damage alone to take down Yehu there. The shielding comes through as well.
He was probably calling, package now, package now. And Karis was like, but it doesn't work anymore.
I don't have that.
Yeah.
What champ do you think I'm playing?
I left it in the van. Didn't quite work. As this was the pick to start it all off, and the tempo gain from DRX and the way they utilized it, absolutely beautiful in this moment.
Yeah, doing a great job of chaining picks together and getting that value. This was just raw panic from Yehu though. Recalling on a ward, flashes into it. So you see here, Polo goes in, a rocket does connect, the spear's blocked, and then the shield he self-casts to make sure he doesn't go down to the ignite or any of the Leona damage. And then Morgan, a little bit sneaky, doesn't find anything though. But he does stop the Jhin ult, which means that Karis can get away safely. But ultimately, DRX happy with how that played out. They got a significant lead now. They are in a good spot, and they are 5 turrets to 1. Everything's going in their favor, but they still have that dragon deficit. So any mistake could be pretty critical and give an opportunity for Bro to get that soul.
See whether Bro can actually find that angle. It's the one thing they've got going for them. Right now, it's looking like blue side is just completely overpowered in this particular series. Kind of ridiculous how both games have gone very similar. There's a solar flare. Here's the opportunity for Bro. Never mind. Polu once again, not a lot of follow-up for these engages that he's trying to start.
This is
does manage to at least get them out of there, but it just wasn't anything they could do.
Part of the issue, Morgan was already getting focused down. Polu can ult, but if he goes in, he's probably just going to die. The rest of the comp is mostly poke-based, you know? I mean, Karis can try and dash in and ult, or he'll probably just go down. Like, you'll throw a Nidalee spear, someone will block it. This is a bit of the issue that Bro's having at the moment. They don't have that long-range reliable engage, and when they even find an engage from Polu, they don't have the follow-up to really make it work.
And Morgan now has his Kenny Brooklyn now completed. hasn't decided to build into any armor whatsoever, just wants to try and survive against Sponge and Yehu, especially with the fact that they are the ones that seem to be poking him.
So he's got a bit there.
Yeah, true. Oh, that's true, that's true.
But he's definitely got a lot of ammo. And the thing is, that's justified, because the Talia is doing so much damage to him at this point. And the problem is, though, is that Pleta can actually break the Koenig shield with his Q. So if he's out of position and they want to pick him, just Q, break the Koenig shield, and then follow up with a CC chain.
Ooh, I would like to see that. See whether Pleta can find an angle like that, because Morgan, I mean, we haven't really seen too much value come out of Udyrs just in general, but the fact that you can run around and sort of boot DRX out of what they want to do is certainly something that they could work on.
Yeah.
And Morgan is sort of their frontline option.
Morgan
right?
is sort of there.
Yeah, he's sort of there. It's Udyr in general. He's just sort of there, and he runs quick, and he's a bit frustrating.
He's hanging around.
Yep.
Now trying to set up vision around the Baron here. Will be a reset coming out from Pleta to get some wards. Now Warmogs has been finished, that extra movement speed when you're out of combat, and also able to shake off that poke. Rapid fire cannon comes in for Teddy. Hasn't gone for the LDR, so not going to do as much damage to this Udyr, but to be honest, I don't think that's really an issue right now.
Yep.
The long-ranged auto definitely will pay dividends if you can connect onto a squishy target.
Karis getting closer and closer towards the Infinity Edge. Wants to get that one online as soon as possible.
Yeah, went for the full Maw, so
yeah.
The problem is you're going to be 3 items with an Infinity Edge with 25% crit. You know, a decent amount of AD, but
better players crit more. You know that, right?
True. You know, if he just crits all of his autos, then why does he need more crit chance?
Yeah, just
high roll.
As Teddy is going to be able to stun Morgan. Morgan cares about zero. And is going to switch forms and stuff like that. And Teddy's like, yeah, LDR could be good.
This is the thing that always annoyed me about Koenig Rukin, and we haven't seen it for a while. It's not been as popular recently. But you can never tell how much physical damage has been done to them until they've lost the amount of health the shield covers. Because, like, Morgan went under full HP, but you don't know by how much.
Yeah. And he's got his own shield that he can put on as well, so it's even more confusing. Well, now he's going to get shoved back, and now he's taking real damage. Spiraling Despair going to come on through there. He is still able to survive for a really long time, just sidesteps, but it then explodes. And Bro now have to deal with these curtains that are being called by Teddy, and you can see Sponge getting on in there. This is possibly an over-aggression, but yeah, who's able to take down Polu? Bro with the left, the 3 of them that are remaining are just going to get magnetized together by a Pleta that really wants some revenge, and that is just the ace. It's the wipe, and Bro can't get a kill this game, and I think it's over.
I think that might just be game here, and beautiful, the Q flash from Pleta there to predict their flashes. DRX, the composition works, they managed to find Bro, catch them out. Morgan isn't tanky enough, and honestly, just a great performance, a great bounce back. And the lesson here, don't pick Nidalee.
Don't pick Nidalee and pick Talia. And Bro knew that. They wrote the script. They're the ones that won with it. And then they decide that they'll give it over to DRX. And DRX show them that they can definitely punish. Beautifully played. And Frog also, his summer debut, going to be picking up a win here. Very, very nicely done. So, bringing us to a game number 3. KT unfortunately couldn't do it, but thankfully we had DRX here to make sure that we got there.
Yep, and I feel like it's going to be a difficult readjustment. I mean, obviously, it's now going back over to Bro for side selection.
Yep.
But it feels like there have been some pitfalls in this series. It feels like the simpler you make a composition, the better it works. But even then, I don't think the composition of DRX there was like, oh, this is super straightforward. I think they just really handled it well. You know, they had the artillery follow-up whenever the engage went in. And I think that's the main thing, is if you're going to go for an engage comp, follow-up is really key. In game 1, Bro had things like the Kai'Sa, and here it was the potential for the Talia, it was the Jhin, it was the Hui, all being able to connect on a CC target. And it just felt like a very controlled game, and it just ended so quickly on the back of those series of picks.
Indeed. About 30 minutes, and Bro just didn't really manage to do anything, right? Like 0, 12, and 0, and ever since that first blood, they were never able to find any sort of tempo in their advantage outside of a few dragons. What they're going to learn is the dragons are absolutely overrated. We're going to go to a short break. When we get back, the space will break it down. We'll see you for the final game of the day.
자 우디로 오케이
천천히. 아 살짝 불만하자. 달려. 야얘 궁 없어.
헐 밖에 있다 그럼 야 이거 쪼이자 쏠만해 레오나 노플 레오나 얘들아
레오나 볼래?
레오나 봐야 돼
야 달려. 막았어. 달려.
뒤로 각 좋다 맞아 다 노플 나 앞으로 갈게 야 코르키 노플
아무것도 없어.
코르키 노플
근데.
아 천천히 일단
이거야. 미드 텔.
아
바텀에 어디가?
The 18 and Bro Dream will have to wait because DRX tie it on up, and we're going to a game number 3 between the two squads. What's up, y'all? Welcome back to the space. D-Gon alongside Wolf and Chronicler. And you know what? Wolf's mad. Wolf's angry. Not because he's normally like that, but we talked about the Nidalee pick. Well, okay. Well, okay, yes. But now we're tapping into it because of the Nidalee pick. Go.
I feel like we just did a remake of game 1 and we swapped sides, and I saw the same thing happen where CC leads to a Taliyah shove, and that's the way the game went. And when, like I said last time, if you're going to be uncoordinated and you're going to get caught, Taliyah's super strong into that. You know what you're not going to be super strong with if you're an uncoordinated team is picking Nidalee prio in first rotation, like we saw last game. I think Nidalee is now 1-4 in the LCK, only Lucid picking up that win, and if you can get the pressure, I mean, Chronicle and I have been talking about this a lot this week, but if you can get the pressure in the early game, out farm, and then your team uses that jungle prio to actually put pressure on the map, that's great. If you can hit your spears, you got poke in the late game. If you're a strong carry jungler player, this champion might be for you. For these two jungle players, perhaps not.
It's not just that, but to add to what Wolf is saying, it's also your team needs to be able to play around it. Because I think Nidalee is one of those picks that can scale later into the game with skill expression. I think, again, as we always do, Canyon is the best example of this, where he can have an impact even later. But that's also because his team can play around the fact that you're playing an very mobile but very squishy character. In this game, just pick CC, even if you do end up going it, because Corki Nidalee, how are you going to land anything? How are you going to have any mid-game or mid-lane pressure? And guess what? They didn't! For these teams, keep it simple. And both times, the team with the simpler comp, which they keep using the Taliyah, but it's Vida's the same thing, right? Just get the point and click CC, pick the person that's out of position, and keep it as easy as possible, because both these teams still have a lot of stuff they need to work on.
Well, that's what this game was comprised of. It was comprised of a lot of separate, isolated picks, specifically from the great champ in the jungle this time, Taliyah. So we here in the space decided that we're going to start rating some of our shoves, our favorite shoves of the game from Sponge, because that's just what we're doing. There was not a lot there. So there's kind of a shove into an explosion. So we have our top tier analysts voting. What was the rating of that one?
It was a 6. I mean, it didn't lead to anything really. It was a finisher.
So it didn't actually find anything, but it's as a hypothetical shove. I think it's good. It's
Accuracy
good enough.
was good.
It gets the job done.
That was like, digging up the grave. Just is already dead and popped it on up. Okay. So that was our first shove at 10 minutes. Let's take a look at the next one as our judges are ready to go. Where's this one happening?
I do think he got style points for having the ult first. You know, that adds a little bit.
I see. Okay. So
all right, this one.
We're hearing the criteria.
Ooh, that's a that one's cool.
That extra points for that one, right? Follow up nicely on the CC of your teammate.
That one an 8 myself.
I'll say a 7.
Okay. You know, quick follow up. Didn't get hit by the spear.
Yeah.
It's not bad, right? And I think that, again, showing you get some points subtracted, even though that's the point of the comp, is to hit it when there's already CC.
I know how I'm going to participate in this segment. I'm going to pick who had the better score. This time it's Wolf because Teddy tanked the arrow so the shove would land. Let's see the next one here that we have. Oh, yeah. No chance, Young Jay. And anytime it hits the Nidalee, it's a good one. What do we have, judges?
This gets a 10 for 2 reasons. So it's hit without any assistance, and it showed us that Nidalee should not be on the priority
list. The anti-Nidalee. For me, I gave it a 9 because I thought it was also kind of a Nidalee walking into that one a little bit. But hey, it was a good punish. It was a really good punish, quick reaction. And like you said, this time he did it on his own. Didn't have to do it on a stationary target. He did it on a fast-moving cat who walked straight towards him.
That's right. The Cougar got the rocks on that one. I'm giving this one to Chronicler 1-1 as we move in, because you guys had the same score for the first one. We're moving into our final clip here to close it on out. Let's see. Yeah, this one was the definitive one where there was no way back for the bros. That was nice. On to the Udyr. We're kind of wondering, what the Udyr does in this comp, and they could have picked a lot of other things, and it's Die. That's what that one is. Okay.
I don't know why he wrote
It's
a D, but yeah.
It's just good. You know, it's a good shove. I don't think this one was the flashiest. I think at this point the game is mostly over. But it gets the job done.
Yeah, I mean, it gets the job done. At this point, you're just like, anyone who walks forward, I shove them and I win the game. It wasn't flashy. It wasn't that high skill of a fast-moving target of year, I guess. But at the end of the day, he's just looking for anyone he can get because the game is practically over at this point.
Well, I guess, you know, there was no winner for us here on the desk, kind of like the game in game number 2.
It wasn't a competition, Degon.
Well, I made it in a competition. You guys tied. Great. Let's take a look at the POG because we do have a winner in that one. Yes, that's right. It is the Taliyah. That's why this segment works. It works beautifully that way. Sponge getting the POG.
Honorable mention to Pleta, who had 100% KP. I didn't vote for him, but he did have 100% KP, as well as had a lot of great engages that Sponge followed up on. We already saw these clips earlier and rated them, but Sponge was where he needed to be every single time. And I gotta say, with 2 back-to-back performances like this with the Taliyah in the jungle, who could imagine where the Nidalee priority will lie in Game 3?
Both these games, as we had a little bit of fun with it, but both these games felt very one-sided as soon as one of the teams got a lead. And I think that both these teams have struggled so
Fair.
much.
That's what I said, yeah.
Love the base
100%
Pleta vote.
What do you mean?
No. It's good. It's good. It's a good vote. I think it's, I mean, I'm a big hipster vote appreciator, but I love a Pleta shout out.
Absolutely.
I don't know, man. We had the whole segment there. All the damage was, most of the damage was done by the Taliyah.
Yeah, but you know, you want to play. You want to play off of the setup, and just pick a simple composition. Pick something that plays itself, because otherwise, you're not going to win the series.
Well, we saw one change that led to a win by DRX. Will there be another? Well, let's find out with game number 3 to close out our day with Ox and Alex.
Okay, so I want to clarify something. I was shaking my head because it's absolutely absurd that Pleta didn't win the POG.
Yeah, and I'm going to say, Degon's saying, oh, he did like most of the damage. This is why he had the Justice for Supports ball.
Exactly.
Start. Supports aren't going to do damage. You're not going to do the most damage playing Rel, but his role was important and he did it well. Yes, Sponge played well, I'm not denying that. But Pleta did great.
Yeah.
And I defend my vote.
I also thought Sanford did okay, but Envy is going to be replacing him here on Bro. Going to be trying out a different setup here for the Bros as we move into the final game of the series. So far, it has been blue side with a victory every single time, and we'll see whether Bro can do it once again to close this one out and find their first victory of the season. Do you remember how long it took them to find their first victory of the last season?
It was a long time. Wasn't it like 8 series?
Yeah, something like that.
It
was not.
Oh, I thought you knew the answer. I thought you like, do you know?
No,
what?
I didn't.
I was like, do you know how long? Because I know how. I looked it up. I know how long. No, you just.
I only ask questions I actually want to know the answer.
Oh, that's fair. You know, I thought you were doing like a little performative thing for everyone.
No.
Well, I'm sure people at home will look it up and they'll know if we were.
I mean, I could look it up, but I prefer the mystery. Yeah. It's good. It's good. It's better this way. As we do have Skana band once again on the blue side. Last time around, we did see exactly these bands. Coming out from Bro, we do have a slight change up as the center is actually taken by DRX this time. So Bro can ban something else.
And I think
first pick Taliyah probably is the right call.
I feel like this is a draft where we're racing. Who could pick Nidalee and lose the fastest?
Ah.
You know? That's the game. The game is afoot. And we'll see who ends up managing to lock that one in. Obviously, wouldn't be ideal.
Maybe you ban Nidalee to stop Sponge from picking it.
Yeah, but then you stop Young J from picking it.
Oh, true.
I'm going to ban the Rumble. Will Beyond first pick Nidalee? That would really be something.
Are we first picking Renekton for Morgan just because he wants to?
That would be the most okay man Breon move you could do right now.
Yeah. Look at him just casually.
I can imagine the coach is like, okay, I think we're going to lock Taliyah, and Morgan just locks Renekton. He's like, I don't care.
Well, the Tristana first pick worked out very well for them in game number 1.
They did get left open. They won't get the Renekton, though, and they won't get Taliyah. Tristana's very strong. No denial on that, but a lot of trade-off in return that DRX gets, a lot of power given over. Now we're going to see what Breon will round things out with on that 2 and 3. Could look towards the bot lane. Obviously, a lot of things banned away already. Could go for that Corki bot lane again. Jin's obviously been an option.
Where's my Zyra jungle? It's
Lilia
nowhere, but Taliyah, Lilia is coming in instead. So that's a bit of fun.
Oh,
Vayne
Morgan's
is
gonna
being
go
hovered.
Vayne top.
Oh, that would be so fun.
Frog is like, oh.
Well, it's now 21-4 in favor of Camille.
Yeah.
If he
I'm
does lock
sure
this in.
that Morgan is thinking about that statistic as he hovers it.
Yeah.
No, I'll speak Cassante. And I feel like Cassante has struggled into Slayer just generally because the ability to shut down your dashing and actually cut through him is something that most champions don't have. Looks like it's going to be that Slayer jungle, and we'll get the Corki. I expect it to be mid. It could be Corki bot. It could be Slayer mid. I think it makes more sense to put the Corki mid and the Talia in the jungle and save your AD carry pick. We'll see how that pans out. Next rotation of bans. It could be the Tristana bot lane. A lot of flexes on the cards, but I think you assume it's going to be Tristana mid, and they ban away the Varus, which Envy was heavily picking last season.
Certainly one of his all-time favorites. Envy does love himself some Zeri as well, as we remember. We have seen her already picked up, but has been a bit more of a fringe option as Lucian to be banned away here. Teddy, of course, one of his previous favorites, and you can see him extraordinarily vocal. Almost looks a little bit like he's singing. To me. I don't know. Wonder what song it was. He was probably more just communicating to his teammates about things to ban. As there is a rel, banned by DRX, which is quite interesting.
Yeah, and
Fleta had such a good game on it.
He's been playing it very well. Both games, I feel. Even the game they lost, I think he was playing it well. But taking that one away, Ziggs will be banned, so no Ziggs Leona going to be out coming out, which is heavily favored by the LPL. Kai'Sa going to come through, so could just go Nort on 5, but the ability to flex our support pick depending on what Brion takes. So obviously Kai'Sa Nort very strong, but if Brion go Nort or go something else, you could take a different pick into it. It looks like Envy might just be going for that Jhin, which has been pretty successful.
Yeah.
From what we've seen of it this summer.
And as we heard from the space, just more CC is good. Abilities to set up stuff and allow Tristana to free fire is a good idea. That is Leona. Locked in once again for Polu. Didn't have the greatest time in game number 2, but we'll see whether he can get a turnaround here. And with a different composition, certainly could be helping out here. They could, in fact, pick Jhin Leona, and that would be the bottom lane that Damwon chose as their 2020 skins. So that's kind of cool. That is exactly what they're going to lock in. Nautilus makes his way all the way through the draft, and Fleta is allowed to play it if you would like.
Yep, and I think it makes sense to pair it with the Kai'Sa. The Leona matchup is tricky. If you get in melee range with Leona, she does kind of mangle you, but when she's Zenith Blades, you can actually Q her, and it separates you and puts you at a distance far enough apart that she can't stun you. So you kind of play it offensively in that way. Not ideal when you're paired with the Kai'Sa. So we'll see how Fleta ends up playing out the bot lane. Definitely in the 2v2, it's more favored towards the Jhin Leona, but a lot of dive potential when it comes to the team fights. And you know what? I think overall this is a complete success. No Nidalee from either side.
Yeah.
Didn't even need to ban it.
I love that part. I don't love the fact that Brion gave over the Renekton Talia that has been very, very powerful so far. And that is something that DRX can now utilize in this game number 3. And we'll see whether that is going to be a pivotal part of this particular game. But it does certainly feel like things have evened out just a little bit. I am a huge fan of Lilia just in general. I think she's fantastic. Runs real fast and spins around and throws bowling balls, and that is really cool. And so I'm looking forward to seeing whether Young Jay can put everyone to sleep and make things happen for his team.
Yep, and it's really powerful as well. Like if you have Jhin and the kind of similar to the last composition where we had the likes of the Hui and the Jhin. Here with the Lily and the Jhin, if you land a bowling ball, the follow-up is there. No matter where they are. Like someone can block, sure, but they have to block because if you're isolated, you're going down.
Well, looking forward to seeing whether they can actually make it work out here as DRX. Much more keep it simple composition, much like they had in game number 2. We'll see whether it works out here in game number 3 as well. Let's dive onto the Rift for the final game of the day. I have to say, even the bro fan chants sound wholesome to me.
Yeah?
I don't know why I've been analyzing fan chants so much today, but
do the other fan chants not sound wholesome?
I just feel like the bro fan chants have an extra air of wholesomeness.
Okay.
Like a KT fan chant has that air of, you know, desperation.
Yeah.
There are a few fan chants that are a little bit different. But I feel like the bro ones, it's like, we don't even care if you win, we just want you to have a good
We're
time.
just here
They're
to
those
support you.
kind of fan chants, you know?
Yeah.
Similar
Good
to a
vibes.
Nongshim fan chant.
It feels like, do you feel like it maintains it no matter like, oh, they've just lost a game?
Absolutely.
We support them. We just want to still, you know, they're happy
The
no matter
outcome
what.
of a bro series doesn't affect a bro fan in any way.
They're just having a good time.
Yep. It's the existence of the bros that matters.
Yeah. They'll win worlds and they'll be like, yeah, it's another good day to be a bro fan.
Yeah, they'll be like, free on fighting. All right, we've got a hook almost connecting there from Pleta. But in the end, it is just a lost trade. So that's a bit sad.
Yeah, nice dodge away there from Karis. Does avoid probably really having a rough spot in the lane if you did have that connect onto you. Notice obviously a lot of upfront damage with the dredge line and then that powered auto. We do see in the bot lane, a minion did die, a melee minion. So Pleta and Teddy, I'm not sure if Teddy got level 2. Sorry, got the experience from the minion, so he'll be able to get level 2 early, but Pleta's definitely going to be behind in experience.
Yeah, Pleta now going to be giving up a little bit of space. Didn't have Aftershock for a bit. Bone plating also falling down. And going to sort of cede the control of the lane. As
I love how he
picked up.
immediately walked from lane and just queued Polu. When the little change just walked off like, yeah, and what?
Yeah. He's like, I don't even care about my passive. I don't even want to stun you. Like, this is the message I'm sending. I will hit a hook.
Yep. He had to redeem himself in the mid lane play.
Precisely. He's just proving that he can land it.
He's calibrating.
Hey, it worked out. He only needed one miss in order to calibrate correctly.
Yeah.
Beautifully done. Kind of wish that my Switch Joy-Cons would do the same thing, you know? As okay.
Drift?
Yeah, bit of drift. I've had to buy a few new ones, I'm not going to lie. All right, Yahoo able to clear out this wave here as Karis. Pretty happy to have that one pushing towards him. He will be behind a couple of minions, I think, as lanes reset. But I don't think anyone's too worried about it. In the jungle, Sponge continuing to really rifle through. Clearing his last camp now before he looks towards the scuttles. And that's similar can be said here for Young Jay, who just took a little bit longer on his red buff. Having a look now, moving on over. Morgan pretty happily underneath his turret, so probably not at the risk of a dive or anything like that at level 3 as the Cassante.
He resisted the unstoppable urge just to fist fight constantly top lane and get low enough health that you're diveable, which, you know, credit to him. Not many top laners can actually avoid doing that.
It's not a trait that most top laners have. You're exactly right.
Yeah.
And we love them for it.
And I'm going to be honest, I don't think it's a trait Morgan has. He's just this one game decided he's going to do it.
Yeah. Sponge actually considering an opportunity here because Frog just had a pretty nice trade. But he's going to go back home now. Should have some camps coming up relatively soon.
And you know, Frog's been playing pretty well.
Yeah.
Solid performance so far in both. I mean, obviously it's very early in this game, but the first game he had was solid and starting laning off well in this one, so hopefully he can keep that momentum up.
Yep, the Renekton certainly working out for him. Feels like whenever there's Renekton picked and Morgan's in the game, it's a pick away. But Frog, of course, a very practiced Renekton player himself, so very happy to be playing it. In fact, if you're a top laner in the LCK,
yeah, I was about
it's
to
sort of
say,
like the Lee Sin thing, right?
Yeah, it's like, oh, so we have Rascal, he's a veteran Renekton player. We have Frog, who's a less veteran Renekton player, and we have Morgan, who is the lord of Renekton players.
Player,
yeah, it's just we have every variation. The 3 generations of Renekton players.
And I like in Game 1, they were using Marin's Renekton skin, who was the previous Renekton player.
Yeah, it goes all the way back.
Just turns out that the Crocodile has been a favorite for everyone.
Yeah, Renekton all the way down.
Across time. And did we like it more when it was like Renekton Shyvana every game, or did we like it more when it was like Cassante X every game? You know, that's what I'm trying to work out. Did I like the previous top lane meta of like Mundo Shyvana, like back in the day, stuff like that? Or do I like this more? Is it like Renekton every game? Is that what we hate the most? I don't know. I feel like there's a bit more variation now, maybe?
Well, the thing is as well, you think like, okay, so let's say we get something new and different. TF. I don't like TF, you know?
Yeah.
So, do we just hate top lane?
Yeah, maybe it's just top lane's fault.
Yeah. You know what? Actually, I take that back, because I guarantee if we had like Malphite vs Sion, we'd be vibing right now.
We would.
We'd be loving it.
We do like Yep Rock. We are big fans of that.
Yeah. And then just going head to head constantly, just bashing against each other, getting grasp stacks. God, it'd be so fun. I would message Keystone and be like, please, only watch top lane for the whole game.
I know, it's sort of like It's like cookie clicker, you know? It's that kind of dopamine. It's just number goes up.
Yeah.
You know, you're just watching grasp stacks over and over again. And you don't. It doesn't even matter which team you're a fan of because you just like grasp stacks going up.
Exactly. As long as no one's graph stack like fades away without them getting it, you don't care about the outcome of the game.
It's beautiful. Sponge going to be taking down some more grubs here. Managed to get 6 in game number 2. And is looking to try and replicate that here in game 3. DRX with a slight gold advantage, but nothing really to write home about. But they also have the first dragon. And often you do have to sacrifice some tempo in order to do that. This time they're able to take that. And they're able to take the 3 grubs.
And it's a Chemtech first dragon again, so like, once more, decent chance of having a strong soul.
Oh, it is 100% Chemtech, Cloud, and then
Ocean.
It'll be Ocean. Yeah. Umpty was the last one to get a win, just under a year when he played it against Peanut on Gen G. And in fact, was that that amazing game where Bro managed to just beat Gen G out of nowhere?
Yeah, it must have been.
That was it. Picks the Talia,
Channeling
the Lilia, and makes it work.
You know, maybe Young Jay's never played Lilia before, and Morgan just goes, just pick it, trust me.
I remember when the General did this. It was glorious. Please, just do it again. You're a jungler, right? He's like, okay, what do the buttons do? One's a bowling ball. It's really fun. You spin around a bit.
Yeah.
He runs fast.
That's all there is to it.
Uh-huh. That's all you really... And one's called Watch Out Eat, and it's really annoying for play-by-play commentators.
Yeah. Doesn't really roll off the tongue.
It does not quite.
It also does insane damage.
It does. It is very silly. Nice little hook there going to connect onto Envy, who does flash. Seismic Shove going to miss. That is going to get under a 6, I think, from the gentleman on the space.
Yeah, didn't quite have the follow-up in time. Flash from Envy is big if they can follow up on it, but yeah, Sponge trades his summoner for it in return, so neutral overall in terms of summoners, but it's about finding opportunity to punish Envy, and Planet is approaching level 6, so that's the window you're looking for.
Morgan hitting some buttons here as he chases after Frog. Frog nullifies all of his efforts by pressing Q.
I feel like any time Cassante dashes in on you, I'm always thinking, is he just going to CC chain Frog for the next 7 seconds and one-shot him?
Yeah.
And then Morgan's like, no, I'm not feeling it.
Not this time. He could have, though. We know that he could have.
That's what the champ does.
I don't know why these pro players don't just decide to kill them more often, though. Isn't it a bit weird sometimes? Like, obviously we know that he can.
It's because if they do, Cassante will immediately get nerfed in the ground. And the reason he survives for so long is because they hold back.
Yep, it's David Turley protection. That's what they're doing.
It's an agreement. All the top laners get into a group call together. And they're like, guys, this is how many times a game you can do that. Any more, in the dirt.
Yep.
I'm nerfing into the dirt. And they're like, okay.
You guys don't want another Mundo meta, right? We need to keep this guy alive.
We got a quota.
He's actually fun. As Frog playing dangerously close to the wall. Always a little bit scary here. But not too many opportunities. It does have his Talia waiting in the wings, so not too worried as he will slice his way out. So Miniwave in a difficult position to punish the Cassante, and therefore Morgan will be A-OK for the moment. Still behind by a little bit of farm, but nothing really to worry about. As Bro, just in general, behind a bit of gold. I think a lot of that to do with the fact that Sponge has been getting around his jungle quite nicely. But otherwise, not really too much as far as noticeable differences in where money's coming from.
Yeah, not a big takeaway so far. Next Dragon's up in 40 seconds. Grub spawning about the same time. We'll see if they opt to cross over, so it's 3 for 3, or just pick up the same objectives again. Envy with no flash means that I feel like Bro playing towards Dragon might be a little risky. If a fight starts, Envy could easily be the focus target, and then momentum from there would be really strong. So perhaps maybe just playing towards the grubs would be a better bet, but we'll see.
Yep, Torch now done here for Sponge as well. It's a pretty quick clip on that one. Youngjae on the way to it. Probably going to be able to grab that on his next reset. So we have a look at Bro making their way into the river. 5 seconds until this Drake has spawned. Bowling balls. Not really finding too much there. Not a gutter ball, but not a spare, you know.
Yeah.
As Teddy just clearing things out. And Bro will just get vision and then back away. Wait for DRX to make the first move. Haven't seen too much from him just yet after the flash does come through. But he's level 8, does have those curtains available.
A Sponge.
Okay, not sure about that one, Karis, as he's now looking for the Buster Shot. They are able to get in there. Oh, it almost kind of works. It's a 1-for-1 as Pleta flashes forward to get some knockups, and now Teddy dives in with the killer instinct. It's a double kill for the Corki. Polo gonna get hooked back. Yahoo has no mana, but he does have the ability to auto-attack, and that is what's helping out so far. Envy presses the barrier button, but look at this. Look at the amount of auto-attacking that's happening here. He cancels one of them. That is not exactly what you want. And now a curtain has been called. Teddy almost just in lethal range there, as you can see. Envy looking for the opportunity, but does not quite get there. And he's able to wrap himself around. And it looks like Teddy might even be able... Oh, so close!
He doesn't even cancel the recall. Stone Cold.
Yeah, I don't think Envy even noticed that that happened. He was already in the shop, and he didn't even mind.
This was such a wild play. And the thing is, it's not really weird, because you're burning Karis' flash and he's dying. For the flashless Talia, Pleta comes in, gets a CC onto the Lily, who goes down pretty quickly. And then Polo does a good job of blocking the Dredge Slime from Pleta. But like, look at Pleta's health when he backs off. And then Teddy as well, also so low.
Yeah.
Could have been so much more. And then the thing is, Envy actually had tier 2 boots here, which is why Yahoo just isn't able to keep up with him and finish him off.
Yeah, also managed to get Fleet, I think, on that last auto as Polo's dead. And now Yahoo is on a killing spree.
You know what? Whether it's Vi or it's Nautilus, them and Talia just works.
Yeah.
It just works.
It's and what doesn't work so far is Polo's ability to stay alive on Leona so far this series.
And you know, it's one of these things where, like, you know how sometimes stuff works at like a pro level, but like it's high level and you have to do really complicated stuff and it's very nuanced and stuff.
Yep.
I feel like Vi, Talia, or Nautilus there, it would work as well in bronze as it would here. It's just it's just solid. You just can't point and click, and then a big damage combo to follow up.
But I feel like no one would want to play the Talia because its name isn't like Yasuo or your name.
That's true.
So it's a little bit harder to get that one to work out. Or Renekton. I don't know whether you see as much Renekton either. In my opinion, I'm always the one playing Renekton.
It's a different world down there.
It is. Speaking of Renekton, here he is on your screen right now.
To be fair, there is probably a top laner in bronze called MorganFan73 who
100%.
plays Renekton every single game.
Yep. Wait, have you... I thought I didn't add you yet. Anyway, Envy clearing things out. You can see very red as far as the gold advantages, and most of it in that mid lane. And Yahoo getting towards item spikes faster. I don't think we really need to tell you guys that that is a fantastic thing for DRX. Because the Corki very reliant on getting to that point. Even if you are going the lethality version, the assassination version, you only need a couple of items. It feels a little bit better on 2 than it would otherwise. Some of these more long-term builds you can see.
And this Corki is going to be
big.
Very scary. Well, this was one of these
hit hook.
You know what? I didn't see the play the first time round, and yet I knew what happened.
Yeah.
And that's just kind of proving exactly.
There was single target CC that connected, and then there was seismic shove, and he dead.
Yep, and he died for a ward, which is honestly justice for support.
Justice for
That's
support.
all I gotta say.
Yeah. Pleta said it right. It was a cry for help.
You know, even if he wins
this
series, he's gonna be hitting. He's hitting.
Well, Sponge spots Shelly making her way back towards the pit. I don't know whether he's going to start it back up just yet. Solar Flare going to get flashed there by Sponge. Nicely done. Still getting that summoner spell. Certainly high value here for Bro. And they need to get on the board. They managed to get a kill so far. That was in that skirmish that they lost pretty horrendously. Need to see some more out of them. Zemby just trying to take control of the mid lane. And the Rift Herald is on the minds of everyone. DRX going to pull it out of the pit.
Yeah,
Morgan is dashing.
Corki having prior top means I think Bro just back off on this one. It did reset, actually. Oh, and a TP's coming in. They're going.
Yep, we're looking for it. As there it is, Bowling Ball comes out. Doesn't really find too much there. As Seismic Shove also not going to find the mark. And there goes Sponge. Pleta going to get pulled back as Teddy, what was that? Dives into the backline, finds the pickoff onto Polo. Is now Frog trying to get out of there, but Teddy not going to be so lucky. And it's mid laners that are eating well tonight. It's a double kill for Karis off the back end of that play.
Yeah, really good move, capitalizing on that play. The lack of flash available on the Talia. And it looks like our scoreboard is experiencing a little bit of a delay. It is not currently 1-4 in kills, but we can see it's been not quite equalized, 4-5. DRX still ahead in terms of those, with the hell being picked up by Bro. Definitely a big win for them.
Yep, we're going to take away the scoreboard and then dive into the replay to see Polu finding the engage of his dreams.
Yeah, and Pleta does what he can to try and keep him alive. Ends up having to flash out. Teddy goes for the kill. Burns everything, getting it. And you can see it's like, oh, we'll try to find a kill and then disengage. Teddy isn't able to get out. Looked like it could have gone a little bit worse, maybe, if the Corki overextended further, but ends up paying out 5. And we have a little bit of a different scoreboard, the old school one.
Yep. Seen that one before.
Yeah.
And DRX still retaining a slight gold advantage, about 1.5k. You can see, Bro, much more kills than they got in game number 2. Like, infinite more kills.
Yeah.
It's looking real good. So,
which, you know, I was just so ready for this game 3 to be like a close one, like a really, because, you know, even though game 1 was obviously much closer than the gold suggested, there was still like a 10k gold lead, and it was definitely a very weird game. Second game was a stomp. This one, you want it down to the wire. Just a fight, and
there's no Nidalee to skew it one way or the other.
There isn't. And Herald going to be used mid. Dragon is spawning soon. You can see from the minimap, although time is currently unavailable, unfortunately, due to technical issues. And
all right, Karis is going to be able to throw Shelly into the turret. Successfully gets the charge.
I would choose to charge him, but, you know, Karis makes it work. So now they have control of the Dragon area. And Yehu does have TP. Can come down and join if they want.
Yeah, or they could give it up. They do have the first couple of Drakes, but it's a Hex Tech. It is high value. As they know, even though they couldn't win, that's the double shove that they were looking for. Still taking a while to get the kills, but finally Polu does go down. All out onto Frog, though, brings him towards this Dragon, as Morgan will be the one taking out Frog. So close to death, but will be able to survive. And Envy, nothing he can do to stop this one. That is Soul Point going over to DRX. And this time around, they're getting the Drakes and they're winning the fights.
Yeah, so beautifully played. The engage comes in, the follow-up's there, and the clear value is so big. This is the thing. Picks like Leona and Cassante, you feel almost invincible. But look at the damage, it just gets chunked into them on the back of this combo. The wall does a great job splitting the team. They look for the engage on a Pleta, but he's the one who dodges and re-engages. Both frontliners get mega chunked here. And then Envy, he pops his ult, and Frog does his job, he cancels it. He just comes over, says stop ulting, loses all of his health, and his job is done. Really nicely played by DRX there. And they managed to get another Dragon under their belts.
Yeah, and once again, the Talia value, absolutely gigantic. They managed to get some of those snares. And yeah, like you were saying, I mean, this Soul is ludicrously powerful. And we've mentioned that it is kind of win more in the past. We saw that it wasn't able to win from behind in the first game, but it is going to make things so tough for Bro.
It's one of these things where, like, you saw how much pressure there was in that game with a 10k goal deficit.
Yeah.
Like, how much of an impact. It really makes things difficult, because if you're out of position slightly, or you step too far forwards, or you're getting chased down, the slow is oppressive. And if you're at a deficit, I think it's just probably just kittens if DRX is able to secure that fourth one. So, Bro, they're in a deficit right now. They need to find a way to approach the next Dragon and ensure that they secure it.
Just have to see whether the Bro levers will be rewarded. Is your faith getting tested? That is what I would like to know. Because Bro, of course, not out of it just yet.
Yeah, true Bro levers, as zen as ever.
Exactly, not even phased. And that's mainly because the outcome of the game is not relevant. But if it was, would they be zen? I think a true Bro lever would.
Yeah. They were like, this is all as planned. This is all as planned.
And Envy able to clear out the wave very satisfyingly with the dancing grenade. And Bro just trying to get whatever vision they can find. Pings going down all over the place. Some of these bowling balls will need to connect. We saw the Lilting Lullaby not really do very much in the last fight. I think it managed to put Yehu to sleep and maybe Pleta. But it didn't really stop anything. There wasn't too much follow-up, so Young Jay probably wanting to find a little bit more of these options.
And you know, we see actually Envy going Infinity Edge first, so we've seen a lot of Collector first, but he's only got one item and a couple of components. Teddy's completed his first two, Yehu's completed his first two, and just picked up a tower. The carries for DRX are getting really strong. And I think Envy's still a whiles away.
Oh, yeah. And we saw with 3 items, the Jhin was absolutely terrifying in our first series. Lipa certainly looking really, really good on that one. This is going to be the other side of the Jhin, which is the one that I was far more used to seeing. Hasn't necessarily had as much success, but it does feel like the item changes certainly did help him feel a lot more relevant. We'll see whether it is going to be something that Envy can get towards. Now has augmented the build with another BF sword, so getting slowly but surely towards item number 2. And a bit more crit. Had that crit cloak, I think, already put together.
He already had that one, so not too far away. Still working on it. That's the problem. You know, you really want to be hitting these spikes as soon as possible, especially going towards that big dragon fight. You can see, yeah, who's going towards the LDR. Want to be able to cut through this bulky front line. And the thing is, I think that's how DRX can play it. They don't really need to get on the back line of Bro. We've seen time and time again, if they just use the power of the Talia, the damage from both of their AD carries, they can burn through even the Cassante.
Yeah.
And the thing is, this Cassante doesn't have very much magic resist right now. And with the Leandri's finish from Sponge, I don't think you're going to survive too long against the brunt of DRX's damage.
And Teddy going to find a little bit of damage there with the Acathian Rain, but too much more. And you can understand why you've got so much armor being stacked up on Morgan. It is only Sponge that's really going to be doing magic damage, but he's doing so much damage.
Yeah, yeah.
It's kind of nutty.
And as well, Teddy's going next item, Nash's most likely, so you're going to need to get him. The problem is you need another MRM third, and I don't think Morgan's going to get a third item, potentially even this game.
Yeah.
That's just a way of being a tank top laner.
And, oh, Polo going to deny a little bit of the pullback there by the Dredge line by just being in terrain. It's going to help him out there just momentarily. DRX just waiting patiently for this dragon to be back up again. Very, very soon that we do have that soul up and available for DRX. Bro, they have to fight for this one.
Yeah,
they have to win this team fight.
All summoners up right now. Everything available. All comes down to this.
Yeah, Pletter is going in. Morgan getting thrown around like a ragdoll and then just eviscerated. Look at this. The Crocodile slice and dice and getting the heck out of there. And now, bro, they're trying to do the same thing, but Teddy says absolutely not. That's the triple kill. And they say, we do not need the Hextech Soul right now. You guys are dead. We'll take a Baron and we'll look to ruin your base.
They can get both. Honestly, they have the time to do it. They'll head straight over the Baron. They've got the DPS for this with the Talia. They'll get mid tower and they'll get Hextech Soul. This is everything DRX could hope for. The setup was good. They burned through that Cassante. Morgan didn't get to play the game and they are rewarded massively for it.
It's ridiculous. This kind of lead, not something that we saw in game number 1. Very, very different as DRX able to get themselves the Soul and the Baron and the team fight and everything else.
Yeah, super decisive. Morgan did get a chance to even use his W to interrupt the CC coming out from Platter. The follow-up is there as well with the Weaver's Wall, with Teddy flying in. Only the Tristana survives.
So much of that to me comes down to Frog and how he manages to get in there. A gigantic Q onto everyone. And then they all had to scatter. And it was the perfect setup there for Teddy to make sure that he could get in with the Killer Instinct. Really
so
nicely
it begins. It is now the Nash's Tooth completed for the Kaiser, so triple evolve with the W refund, and with the fact that you have the Hextech Solo as well. Thing is, like, if you auto, like if someone else procs it, or you auto a minion and the slow chains onto them, it's like a guaranteed W.
Yeah.
And I mean as in Kaiser W, not a guaranteed win, but also it's feeling like a guaranteed win right now for DRX. Bro in desperate straits.
Yep. I did assume that you meant Kaiser W there, and as you can see, it's also going to slow, do a bunch of damage, and be very annoying. Youngjae also doesn't have Zhonya's yet. I feel like Zhonya's is such an important item for Lilia. Some of the builds that we saw be very successful, even the one that Umpty used in their last victory on this champion, it was based on a more tanky version of the Lilia. And yeah, you can see that it hasn't really been as effective here for Youngjae. Even if it was able to get a little bit done in the early stages, Bro now certainly find their backs to the wall. As, all right, Polo misses absolutely everything, and now we've got a base gate coming in. Morgan trying to find that opportunity, dashes forward, gets the all out onto Frog, but Frog says, I don't mind if I do, as he dashes around. Once again, sacrifices his health bar, but once again, it is more kills to Teddy. And DRX are looking to break open the base.
Yep, they try and make an engage happen. It doesn't really work out. A good flash from Sponge. And then immediately Pleta hunts down Envy. The follow-ups, oh, you can see Karis looking for the play.
Pleta, what's that? He's like Hex splashing in so that he can potentially also take the base gate because it's fun.
They're having a good time.
Yeah, they certainly are. As the inhibitor going to go down, mid inhibitor turret also going to fall. Don't know whether they're going to stick around to take down this inhib as well. They're going to play it safe.
Why risk it? You got Hextech Soul in the bag. You've already done so much damage. You can just reset, spend your gold. They'll have tons in pocket. You can see Teddy picked up a Seeker's Arm Guard. It's going to be even harder to punish him.
I just saw him in the cam as well. He's just like, jaw, which just means good. He's just having a good time. Certainly vibing with how this one's going. Happy Teddy, certainly something that's welcome here in the LCK.
Yeah, and I love Pleta doesn't ult when like he's being dove in by Morgan. He just saves it. He sees the Jhin, flashes over and goes, yep, I'll take you. Teddy follows up. Nicely done. And this is the thing as well. You have to disengage so quickly. Fortunately, Bro had their base there. But if you're ever outside the base and you start getting chased down by the Hextech Soul, you ain't getting away. You either you have to win the fight straight up, or you're not escaping. It's so difficult to play against.
It was already difficult to play against this composition as well. They can't just keep you in position so long. Like Dredgeline after Dredgeline, Teddy chasing you down with the killer instinct that is so good for that tidy up. So it was already hard, and with Hextech Soul, like you say, it is virtually impossible. Oh my god! Wow. And with the amount of poke that they also have, really, really silly. So this inner turret, certainly not something that's defendable. Teddy in the mid lane, getting that push working out. So Bro, circling the drain right now. Of course, miracles can happen. They are possible. But I don't know whether one is happening today for Bro. It does look like this one
feels like a big ass.
It's DRX.
And you can see them trying to defend, but Super Minions pushing in bot. Mid won't be too much behind. Wall comes to cut them off. This could just be the tower taken.
Yep. And Pleta going to Hex Flash over the top of it. That is going to be the guarantee, though, on another inhibitor. And despite the dredge line not landing, it does not matter, as DRX just need to follow these Super Minions as they head towards the Bro base.
And now you're trapped under your Nexus towers. Every time a minion gets hit, everyone's getting slowed.
Yep. And now we're probably going to start seeing Bro start petitioning for best of ones, because DRX, after losing the first game, coming back in back-to-back games afterwards, just really proving that not only are the drafts looking cleaner, but their tenacity on the Rift looking fantastic. As I say that, Sponge is just going to get tidied up. Frog has to walk away from the bowling ball, and it's not going to be over just yet. So
yeah,
just hold that. I'll just have to repeat what I just said, and just like the next time.
This was the rehearsal.
Yeah.
So you know,
and there are a few things that I'd like to adjust.
Yeah, you can tweak it. You know, I think Bro would like to tweak this game.
Ow.
The Corki, you know.
Do we just replay for Corki rockets? Is that what we're
Here's the thing, is when we talk about Corki not being poke Corki, if it was the old Corki at this point, it would have just one-shot them. But even so, even with it being the new like AD autofocus Corki, it still does a ton of damage if you're this far ahead. And you can see Sponge just got left behind there. Unfortunately, the damage proc. I think it may have been the burn from the Lily or something, or Ignite, I don't know. But either way, stopped the portal. But now, Baron's coming up and Elder's coming up. And Bro, time is against them because there's double Super Minions in every lane. And that is very hard. And you can see, look, they're like, we need to be here. We need to contest Baron. Look at their base.
Yeah. And one Tristana may not be able to do it, but she also probably is one of the best champions to do it with her AoE and just general damage.
But Envy has to come back. Once they've got Baron, it's going to become even harder, and they can just play for... Oh, no.
Yeah, and now Young Jake going to have to break his arm guard here as the Weaver's Wall comes in, and that should be the last one. Kill goes over to Teddy, because of course it does, and Frog keeps the Baron busy. They'll move back towards it. That should be the guarantee, of course. Just kill the jungler, and then take the Baron. And that is absolutely everything here for DRX. In the meantime, the minions kind of winning the game for them.
Yep, and you have a choice here. You can just end with the Baron. Baron plus the Super Minions is going to end it. Or you can go for the Elder.
I think go for a reset, go for Elder, and then go for another reset to spend the gold that you just earned from Elder, and then you go
but then
Baron's coming back up again.
Baron again.
So yeah. And then you have to kill the inhibitors again.
Oh, yeah.
Or you could just win the game right now, which is what they're looking at. Yeah. Curtain call coming on through, and Frog walks menacingly towards Envy, and Envy says, okay, sorry. And Morgan is just getting incidentally killed by DRX. The Nexus is just going to fall down. That is the triumphant Corki dying on the fountain, but it does not matter. Huge grins on the side of DRX. A very happy Teddy, as we said before. And DRX, despite what they looked like in game number 1, really huge turnaround moving into games 2 and 3. And I think Frog's position going to be pretty defendable moving into their next series.
Yeah, he looked solid, you know, and I think ultimately, yes, Bro are not the hardest opponent you're going to face, but considering the standings that DRX finished in, this is a big win for them. I think we should celebrate them for sure. There is still some things definitely they need to work on. Pace of that third game did feel very slow with given the advantages, but you can see it's clear they didn't want to rush things, they didn't want to overstep, they didn't want to have it backfire. And in the end, it was a controlled game, and I feel like they understood what they needed to do.
That's a happy Frog. Takes about Young Jae, unfortunately, after a phenomenal game 1, just wasn't able to get his hands on the Talia again. And this guy came in with back-to-back games saying, oh, yeah, Talia is pretty good. Let me give that one a shot. And it certainly worked out.
Yeah.
Nice work, Yahoo.
Oh, Sponge supporter?
I think that might be a Sponge supporter.
Yeah.
That's what I figured out. As Teddy saved all of his enthusiasm for in-game and has now run out. And Pleta saved the supports.
Yeah.
We appreciate you for your devout message.
Pleta won, DRX won, but the supports, they had it rough.
They had it rough. They definitely did. Thankfully, you as our resident support got that support vote in, at least.
Yeah.
You know?
I'm there to stand up for them.
Yeah, we needed someone.
It's a difficult job, you know.
And unfortunately, also as Coco, the only bro leaver not rewarded this time around, but there is always next time.
Yeah. You know, I think it was I'm honestly surprised because even despite the fact that DRX came through clean, you could see that bro, the potential was there. The first game, the hopes were high.
Yeah.
You know, bro fans, they're happy regardless. They just got to see their team play, and that's all they're looking for.
Yep. I think Samfam also might deserve a bit more of a go as well. I don't think we saw too much of a difference between the bros with him and without him.
I feel like sometimes you get a change. Like, Rascal didn't have a good game 1, switched him for Frog. It definitely helped. Sometimes it's like, it kind of feels like a change for the sake of a change, which I get when you're in a situation like this, but I'm not sure really.
I mean, Frog looked absolutely fantastic on this Renekton, especially that particular engage right there. Had some big moments in this game. And we know that, you know, Renekton is a champion that can be difficult to navigate in later stages to find a lot of value. Like this here was largely Morgan giving the Renekton a lot of value as he gets all-outed right in there. But the fact that he's able to slip in and out of these fights so effectively is very impressive. As DRX just arguing over whether they should be going down the bottom lane or top lane. And I think all of the lanes is probably where they wanted to go in the end.
All of them together.
It looks like the bottom lane doing actually all of the shot calling. Like Teddy and Pleta just yelling together.
Pleta is literally rap godding.
Yeah,
I was gonna say.
Straight up. It's also one of the most vocal times that I've ever seen Teddy at the same time. So pretty cool stuff. And DRX with their victory. We can almost call it a reverse sweep. And really nicely played. So DRX coming out 1-0, and of course the battle is both of these two teams really struggled to get victories. So this one absolutely huge here in the summer season. We'll see whether DRX can keep that momentum rolling as we have a look at this. A lot of damage for the Corki. I was actually half expecting Teddy to be doing a little bit more, but as we can see here on the side of Bro, really not looking good.
Yep, it was a struggle. And unfortunately, we don't have the gold guard, I assume, because we had some technical difficulties. But yeah, I mean, it was a pretty consistent, controlled game throughout. Felt like a very smooth curve. At no point did they really drop the ball. So credit to them.
Absolutely the cleanest game of the series as well. I actually feel like our spaces might have a game to break down, you know, things to talk about instead of just raiding seismic shoves. But I guess we'll just have to see as we throw it over to them now. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Max and Dan. Great cast on the day. DRX take this one down 2-1 over the bros. And don't worry, bro leavers. It's not over. It's just the first game of the season. 17-1 has a good ring to it as well. So maybe we can make that happen.
Not brover if I'm breathing. You know, I think there's
a lot of season left to play. 17 more games for Bro, so there's time to bounce back.
I want to talk about DRX, right? I think they deserve the credit. I'm a known Bro anti, so I'll lean into talking up DRX, clearly.
Sorry, Giga Chad.
Because sitting in front of the DRX sign.
Yeah, it's a bit on the nose, right? DRX, to me, in this series, made the adaptations, right? Obviously, I think the swap Rascal, that was a rough matchup, but I also think Rascal just has really struggled in recent times. So Frog coming in, I don't think it was the difference maker, but it was a kind of a step towards the right direction. But specifically, their adaptations when it comes to the draft, I think were pivotal, ended up being really, really big, and particularly when it's these teams that we know are going to be struggling just to get to the top of the east side. Keeping it as easy for yourself as much as possible is always going to be the way to go.
Yeah, we got to see a winning Corki, a winning champ, not a losing champ, a winning champ in Corki. A lot of the time we don't get to see that. What else jumped out at you here,
Well,
Wolf?
I was just going to say, but I think that's where we go to in this draft. As this was the winning draft, essentially all 3 games, right? Where you have the Talia with the setup CC, and then when you got as ahead, as DRX did earlier in the game, Corki starts to get online, can fight really well in the mid game with his lethality items. Kaisa can follow up on that engage extremely well. And then when you get ahead with Hextech Soul specifically as well with Kaisa, she gets the Nashor's Tooth online and is just constantly slowing and poking. So you have poke with Corki, poke with Kaisa. The draft has a clear theme, whereas the draft for Bro was kind of, we have a really nice front line, we have decent engage, but the damage isn't necessarily consistent from behind. And when you're trying to engage as Leona, when you're that far behind after some big whoopsies in the early mid game, it's not really playable.
Yeah, Nautilus as well, sliding on through till the very last pick. I know that's something that you have brought up multiple times here, Chronicler, but let's take a look at some of the highlights here, both of them happening down on the bottom side of the map around the Drake. And here's the first one where the dominance has started to really take hold here by DRX.
DRX, their team fighting, I think looks a lot because it is, again, and we keep hammering on about it because it is just so straightforward. Like here, you find CC, you immediately chain it with the shove, then Plata gets a 2-man knock-up, and then from that point on, the fight's won. Like, Frog makes sure that Jin doesn't get too much value. That means that Envy immediately needs to vacate the area because he doesn't have a front line. And then from that point on, DRX are sitting at a Dragon lead, they already won some early skirmishes, and Breon just isn't the team that's great at finding ways back into the game once they're behind.
You have to have some element of control to get a good Lilia engage, unless you're able to hit a really nice bowling ball and kind of set up that snipe sleep. Otherwise, you're playing champions that need to dash through Talia rocks to get into range, the Cassante, the Leona. So it's really easy to just defensively kind of wait around these objectives and then punish with a shove, as we saw in that last fight. So the Lilia pick, especially without Zhonya's, as was mentioned on the cast, Atlas brought that up. You know, that was what was really successful with Lilia in the past. Not being there, you can't really get deep to set up for those big engages.
Control was taken in that first Drake fight. Let's take a look at the second one where the game was won here by DRX.
It's again just very simple to set up these types of engages. Plata once again goes in for the hook, and even onto tanky members. As we saw in this entire series, it doesn't necessarily matter how tanky they are when the follow-up single target burst is there with a Kaisa composition like this. And Frog, not only in this fight, but so many other fights, was able to absorb and take so much space and basically block all the damage from Bro while Teddy was dealing it out in the backline. And setting up one CC into another and chaining that single target is exactly what we saw win all 3 games of this series, frankly.
These teams are going to make a lot more mistakes when it comes to positioning, when it comes to the basics of setting up team fights. So if you have a composition that plays itself like any composition with Talia, clearly, doesn't matter if it's mid or jungle, it's going to look great.
Yeah, good to see the setup there for Teddy, cleaning up on the Kaisa as we take a look at the POG. Who gets it this time? Again, multiple different candidates that it could possibly be, but no, there it is. Plata enjoyers rejoice, going to the support down on the bottom side.
Not robbed this time, and didn't get 100% KP this time around, but very consistent engages, and I think this time making a larger impact than the Talia in setting up so many of these early game fights and really allowing this game to snowball out of control. DRX has been so reliant on this player, and I think he has been given a ton of credit on the global side. I'm not sure if that same feeling is really there on the Korean side, but the man is the most consistent player this team has, and they rely on him so much, and it's about time he gets credit for it.
Such a cool backstory as well. Obviously, originally came into the LCK as a support, then became one of the better AD carries and one of the most dominant challenger teams, together with Jun, who now, of course, is the support of Fnatic. And I think a split also makes sense. Teddy also has had an incredible game. That bot lane, to me, really feels like the key factor of what makes this DRX look good, particularly in their wins.
Yeah, again, our global team very much enjoying it, all aligned there. But this one heading on over to Pleta, and a great win for DR.
Oh no!
Yeah, they voted early, and then their job was done.
Yeah. No Ox was yelling in the cafeteria.
Yes! He definitely was. Ox, our resident Pleta enjoyer, definitely something that he's shown over and over again. All right, interview is okay, cool. Still have a little bit more time here. Again, for the bros, we got to see Envy coming on in. How did you feel he played compared to Samper, who got the start?
Envy, to me, is fine. I think him and Samver, I don't feel like there is a really strong preference one way or another, although obviously the early skirmish really going the way of DRX ended up really working out for them. For me, with DRX, or with Brion rather, it's just as so many times is the case, it's just that it feels like they're drafting in a way that it doesn't benefit how limited their success has been.
I think Envy, it's not a great time for him champion pool-wise. Like, he's very good at Zeri, but she's a little bit on the fringe right now. Lucian is very commonly banned, not as strong as he used to be, so a little bit surprising to see him come in here. But again, I don't think it was about Samver versus Envy in this case. It was really just about the better coordination from DRX.
Well, hopefully, Bro will be able to figure it out and lock in their bot lane. But let's hear from some successful players right now with the interview translation with Deer.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Deer for the POG interview translation, joined by Sponge and Pleta on the side of DRX, who defeated OK Savings Bank Brion with a 2-1 score. Congratulations! What a great start for the summer. How do you feel to secure your first victory? We came here thinking we're going to win today. I feel like we didn't really perform as well. We underperformed, but despite that, I'm happy about the victory. And Pleta, I'm so... it's a lot more... I'm much happier that I'm able to secure a victory on the opening week. And Sponge, in the walkout performance, you declared jungle gap. You did so well today. Are you happy with how you did today? I feel like, yeah, in game 2, I was able to display some jungle gap, so I'm pretty happy about that. And Pleta, your written message was empower support rights. What did you mean by this? Before I joined the LCK, I played some different roles. And I feel like lately, supports, they need more support. I feel like we're able to empower support rights by playing well and being able to prove that supports can make a difference. And I feel like I have a lot more room for improvement for sure. And last spring's results might have left a lot to be desired, but we heard about how much hard work you put into this practicing this since the finals. So we feel like this summer is almost like last chance for us, and I feel like the rookies, including myself, we are pretty passionate and we're pretty fired up for this season. I feel like we have a lot of good people, a lot of talented players in our team. I think that's why we were able to start practice so early, and that's why we are so fired up. And we've been practicing since. And Sponge, the team that took Renekton and Talia won all games, and it seems like these two champions have pretty nice synergy. And after the defeat in Game 1, we noticed that you guys were blind picking these champions. So what were you trying to fix? I feel like we noticed how something that we were preparing didn't really go as well as planned in the actual game. So the coaching staff actually gave us proper feedback right away. So yeah, we believe that blind picking and taking these picks would let us win. And Clara, in Game 3, you demonstrated some great playmaking skills with Nautilus. And with the team's composition, what did you tell yourself your main job is? I feel like comp-wise, I was basically in charge of engaging and initiating. I feel like maybe I'm not the only one who should be engaging, but I try to engage as much as I can as a support. I knew that as long as I have confidence when I go in, that I would be able to play without regrets. So I think that's why I try to keep myself confident in game. And so do you think you executed it well? Yeah, I'm actually pretty confident with all the engaged champions this meta. And I think my coaching staff was able to give me really good direction regarding the champions that I'm really good at and I'm confident in.
오늘 DRX의 승리를 보고 정말 기뻐하고 계실
And
팬분들
for all the
많으실 텐데요.
fans
앞으로의 포부 한번
celebrating
들어보겠습니다. 먼저
DRX's victory, would you like to let them know what your resolution is,
저희가 그렇게
Sponge?
좋은 경기력을 보여드리진 못했다 생각해서 너무 아쉽고
I do believe that we
기대하시던
underperformed today,
것보다
which leaves a
저희가
lot
너무
to be
못한 것 같아서
desired.
다음
But
경기부터 좀 제대로 보여드릴 수 있도록
because
더 노력해서 갈고
I
닦아오겠습니다.
believe that there is more room for improvement, I want to make sure that we could demonstrate our growth next time.
시간까지 일단 경기장
And Clara,
와주셔서 응원해 주셔서 감사하고
thank you so much for joining us and supporting us, even at these late hours.
경기력이 그렇게 많이 나오진 않았는데 저희 연습 과정에서
And I feel like today we weren't able to display everything that we got.
좀 잘 나오고 있어서
But despite that, I'm really happy that we're able to win and that we are able to pull through. So I hope that you guys look forward to us being even more successful in the future. And that's the end of the interview from Sponge and Plata of DRX. And back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear, for the translation. As you see the standings in front of you, DRX slotting themselves on to the Western Front as Bro take their position on the Eastern Front.
Now, I think there's a pretty good chance that Gen G and T1 can catch up with Kwangdong Freaks tomorrow with a 2-0 victory over their opponents. Gen G against FearX, T1 up against Nongshim. I think they can match Kwangdong Freaks' dominance. What do you think, Chronicler?
I don't know. Yesterday, or really today, I think catching all of us off guard is Kwangdong. And
you think Noodle Boys take a win off T1?
Well, yes, honestly, they might. I don't think they should ever win, but that's not without precedent, Wolf. I've gone into these T1 Nongshim series so many times, and Jiwoo finds a way.
Carry a Twitch support? They lost that one. All right, I'm ending this right now. As you see, we have the two last debutantes for the LCK Summer Split season. Gen G and T1 will be making their debuts tomorrow. Make sure you check that one out. For everyone, thank you so much for watching. All of us here appreciate you watching and spending your night with us. And don't worry, we got more LCK tomorrow. That's where we'll see you. Have a great night.
진격의 OK 저축은행 진짜 완벽 부활 광동을 2번에 잡아요.
최근에 OK 브리온한테 많이 패배를 했는데 다른 모습을 보여주고 싶고 2대0으로 꼭 이기겠습니다.
선전 포고는 상대방이 저희한테 해야 될 것 같고요. 저희는 이제 항상 이겨왔던 팀이니까 또 이겨보도록 하겠습니다.